Zhang Chunqin walked out of the doctor's office, holding her test report, looking lost. She had cancer. The doctor's words still echoed in her ears. Ms. Zhang Chunqin, medicine has advanced now. If you undergo surgery and follow chemotherapy, there is still hope. She sensed the worry in the doctor's voice and refused chemotherapy. She was over 70 years old and didn't want to burden her children. But why had she never had a good day in her life? These years had been harder than bitter medicine. And now, she was told she had a disease worse than death. She reached a staircase and heard familiar voices. She stopped and listened. Big brother, Mom loves you the most. You should talk to her. She's old now, and there's no need to waste money on chemotherapy. Let her endure it. This illness won't last long, said second brother impatiently. Exactly. She's over 70. Chemotherapy is just a waste of money. Wise elders wouldn't burden their children, said Zhang Chunqin's youngest daughter. What do you mean? I can't just tell Mom to stop burdening us and go die myself, said first brother irritably. If you want, we can all talk to her together. Since none of you want to spend money on her, then you all can say something yourselves. Third brother mocked. Big brother, Mom's work was replaced by her wife. That house you tore down was bought by Mom. You can't take all the benefits for yourself and leave us the trouble. Exactly. Big brother, Mom has always favored you since we were young, always supporting you. Hearing her children argue, Zhang Chunqin pushed open the door at the staircase entrance. The arguing stopped abruptly. They looked at Zhang Chunqin. She calmly looked at her four children and said softly, None of you need to be bad people. Don't worry, I won't ask for a penny from you. Even if I need treatment, I have a house. I wouldn't ask you to sell it. Hearing this, the eldest son was the first to get angry. Mom, that house was left by Dad. How can you sell it? Second son also spoke anxiously. Mom, if you sell that house, where will our family live? Third son joined in. Mom, you're already 70. Why are you still causing trouble? The youngest daughter clenched her teeth and said, Mom, you can't sell that house. It was left to us four siblings by Dad. Several people looked at Zhang Chunqin as if she were an enemy. They weren't worried about her having cancer, but they got anxious when they heard she wanted to sell the house to pay for treatment. Zhang Chunqin looked at her anxious children and softly asked, Why are you so upset about me selling my own house to get treatment? Her children gritted their teeth and said, Mom, you can't sell this house. If you do, don't expect us to take care of you anymore. The eldest son said confidently, That house belongs to us. You have no right to sell it. It was left to us by Dad. Selling it would be disrespectful to him. Zhang Chunqin let out a quiet laugh. Disrespect her dad? Their dad, who is very sick, died during the hardest year at home. When he was alive, he gave 2/3 of his salary to his parents-in-law. They always knew the family depended on her alone. Now, she felt guilty about him? These are her children, the ones she spent her whole life supporting. She bought jobs and houses for her eldest son, arranged his marriage, helped her second son get a stable job, and her third son made a living by collecting and selling trash. Her youngest daughter was abused at home, and she risked her life to save her. Now, her children wanted her to give up treatment and get her house, and they even credited her husband for this. At that moment, she finally saw clearly her children, whom she raised with all her heart, could be so shameless. She looked numb at her children's faces twisted with anger, then turned and walked away. Her children immediately followed, pretending to care. Mom, we don't refuse to help you with treatment. But you have cancer. This illness can't be cured, said the eldest son behind her. Exactly. Mom, chemotherapy is very hard. There's no need to spend that money, added the second. Mom, where are you going? We no longer ask you to support us. You can't hold us back, said the third. Mom, you've favored some children your whole life. I never got a single benefit from my family. As a daughter, I don't owe you anything to treat your illness, said her youngest daughter. They kept talking behind her. She ignored them and slowly reached a footbridge. She shakily climbed onto the railing. Zhang Chunqin quietly looked at the lake. Her life has been truly sad and pitiful. When she was young, she drifted apart from her husband. After his death, her daughter-in-law mistreated her. When she grew old, her children disliked her. She stood on the pedestrian bridge for a long time. A familiar voice pulled her back to her thoughts. She turned around. Behind her, there were many people. She was standing on the bridge, surrounded by people who were trying to comfort her, but none of her children came forward to stop her. Seeing her turn around, her eldest son looked impatient. "Mom, don't threaten us like this. Do you know what you're doing? It makes it hard for us to be good people in the future. Mom, stop crying and throwing tantrums. People who really want to die do it quietly, not like this," said her second son with dislike. "Mom, come down quickly. Don't embarrass us. If you don't come down, don't expect us to take care of you," warned her third son. "Exactly, if you want to die, do it quietly. Don't make a scene," sneered her youngest daughter. Zhang Chunqing couldn't hear what others were saying. She only chuckled at herself. She glanced at her children nearby. She saw that her children looked at her as if she was about to jump into the river, and she couldn't hide her smile. Her two grandsons, whom she had raised herself, were laughing and clapping. Facing the wind, Zhang Chunqing heard them say, "Old lady, hurry up and jump." Without hesitation, she leapt. Behind her, there were a few fake calls of concern. "Mom, open the door." Zhang Chunqing was awakened by the banging on the door. She opened her eyes with a splitting headache, feeling confused as she looked around. She couldn't immediately understand what was happening. Where was she? She looked around and saw familiar furniture and surroundings. Suddenly she realized this was her home. Before she could fully recover from her daze, the knocking on the door grew more urgent. Hearing the knocking, she instinctively got up to open it. Standing at the door were her eldest son Qin Wentao and his wife Zhang Zhaodi. They were holding a crying baby. She instinctively asked, "What are you here for?" Zhang Zhaodi rolled her eyes. "Old lady, stop pretending. We're here with the baby. We can't just let you feed the baby, right?" She took a deep breath, forced a smile, pushed past Zhang Chunqing, and carried the baby inside. "Mom, today I brought your eldest grandson to visit you. Additionally, we want to discuss something with you." As soon as she entered the room, she exchanged a look with Qin Wentao. Qin Wentao immediately went to Zhang Chunqing's side. "Mom, you haven't taken care of Zhaodi while she's postpartum. Now we have another child, and my salary isn't enough. We'll bring the baby here, so you can take care of him. Also, when Zhaodi was pregnant, I talked to you about this. Once she has the grandson, you should give her the job." As Qin Wentao spoke, he watched Zhang Chunqing's expression carefully. Zhang Zhaodi saw that Zhang Chunqing didn't speak and said quickly, like a machine gun, "Mom, I gave birth to a son for the Qin family. He's your eldest grandson. If you give me the job, I won't have anything to do, and I can take care of the baby." Seeing the scene, Zhang Chunqing finally stopped feeling dazed. She had been reborn into the time when her eldest son forced her to take care of the children and give her job to Zhang Zhaodi. Zhang Chunqing looked at her son and daughter-in-law, feeling a heavy weight in her chest. In her previous life, she worked hard for these children all her life, exhausted herself, only to be despised by them in the end. Especially her eldest son. She had done everything for him, hoping he would succeed and help his younger siblings, but he only supported his wife and her family. Now, in this second life, she found her son so annoying that she couldn't even look at him. Zhang Zhaodi saw Zhang Chunqing staring at Qin Wentao without speaking and became anxious, immediately turning the tables. "Mom, you didn't even take care of my postpartum period. Whose mother-in-law is like you? If it weren't for my parents, I wouldn't know what to do during this time. You should give me that job as compensation." Wasn't that job promised to her by this old man? Why does it seem like she's regretting it now? Zhang Chunqing only slowly raised her head at this point, fixing her gaze on Zhang Zhaodi's face. "Not taking care of your postpartum? Isn't it because your family has nowhere else to stay? I bought this house with my own money, and you brought your parents and sister-in-law to live here. 2 rooms, 8 people in total. I couldn't even stand properly when I came. Hearing this, Zhang Zhaoti's face flushed and paled alternately. My parents are only staying temporarily. They'll leave once I find a job. Also, that house was bought by you for me and Wentao. If we want someone to live there, do we need to ask you? Zhang Chunqin sneered coldly. No need to ask me. So don't keep saying I didn't take care of your postpartum. When Qin Wentao heard this, he immediately interrupted Zhang Chunqin impatiently. Mom, the issue of postpartum confinement is over. There's no need to bring it up. You're the child's grandmother, so it's natural for you to take care of the child. As for your job, I am the eldest in the family. Every household's work is for the eldest, so why are you hesitating? Qin Wentao spoke confidently. He is the eldest son, and his work will come to him eventually. Zhang Chunqin always responds to her children's requests, especially Qin Wentao's. That's why Qin Wentao feels it's only right. When Qin Wentao asked to buy a house and get married, she borrowed a lot of money to buy the house for them. But right after they got married, Zhang Zhaoti brought her entire family to live with them. They'd been married for 3 years, and the house she bought with her money still hadn't been used for a single night. Hearing her son's words, Zhang Chunqin snorted softly. I'm only 40, I haven't retired yet, and I don't have time to take care of the kids. Your mother-in-law and father-in-law live with you, and you give them your salary. They don't work either. Why can't they help take care of the child? When she said this, Zhang Zhaoti immediately got angry and said loudly, Mom, what are you talking about? Who lets the mother-in-law take care of the kids? A married daughter is like water that's been poured out. If I let my family take care of the kids, would I be able to lift my head? Zhang Chunqin calmly looked at Zhang Zhaoti. You married and brought your whole family to live here, and you can lift your head. Why can't I? You. The work was something you promised me before. You said that as long as I gave birth to a son for the Qin family, you would let me take over. Zhang Zhaoti, feeling guilty about her family situation, had to change her words. When she first got married, her plan was to buy a house so her parents could live with them. Now that everyone has moved in, even if she feels guilty, she can't ask her parents to move out. Moreover, their family plans to give that house to her younger brother in the future. Qin Wentao saw his wife and Zhang Chunqin arguing, so he pulled his wife aside and gave her a look. Let's not talk about the house. Today, we mainly want Mom to help take care of the child and to work. Zhang Chunqin is a librarian. Her salary isn't high, but it's a stable job. Zhang Zhaoti wants to get a job so she can give it to her younger brother. She heard her husband's reminder and immediately smiled at Zhang Chunqin. Mom, since you gave me that job, I have nothing to do now. It's a good chance to take care of Zizai. Zizai is your grandson. You haven't seen him many times since he was born. Look at him. She said this and brought the child in front of Zhang Chunqin. Zhang Chunqin backed away a few steps with a look of disgust and coldly said to her eldest son, Whoever you give your salary to, let them take care of you. After saying that, she checked the time and directly told the couple to leave. It's getting late. Go home early with the child. The road is dangerous at night. Qin Wentao, seeing that Zhang Chunqin was unresponsive, quickly asked, Mom, what's wrong with you today? You've never acted like this before. Before, whenever she asked, her mother would agree happily. What is going on today? Zhang Chunqin looked at her eldest son with a cold and distant gaze. I raised you all these years, and I haven't seen your salary. Your mother-in-law's family has been spending your money. What's wrong with me? I see that I can't rely on my son anymore. Qin Wentao nervously defended himself. Mom, who told you that? I would never do such a thing. Zhang Zhaoti, standing nearby, looked at Zhang Chunqin and tugged at Qin Wentao, giving him a secret signal. Qin Wentao immediately understood. He knew that today's work issue couldn't be settled. When his younger siblings came back, they would be present, and he couldn't act recklessly. He would need to wait until his mother was soft-hearted and then quickly handle the matter. First, he needed to put the child down. He immediately took the child from Zhang Zhaoti's arms and directly handed him to Zhang Chunqin. After giving the child to Zhang Chunqin, he pulled Zhang Zhaoti and ran away. Zhang Chunqin coldly looked at the child in her arms, thinking of today from her past life. In her previous life, Qin Wentao and his wife brought the child over, and she was happy to take care of him. She also went to her workplace immediately to handle the handover with Zhang Zhaodi. At that time, she was very happy. Her eldest son trusted her enough to give her the child. But then her tough days began. Without her job, she not only had to raise her grandson but also manage her second son's restudy, her younger son's high school, and her youngest daughter's wedding. This grandson is very precious. The daughter-in-law asked her to give the child formula milk and cow's milk. Her husband works on ships and won't get his paycheck until the end of the year. To support the family, she secretly goes to collect scrap and pick up trash with the child. Sometimes, she has to run away from the police officers chasing her. In this life, she won't give her work to anyone. Relying on her children to support her is not as good as having her own money. As for this grandson, whoever gave birth to him should take care of him. At this moment, the abandoned child opened his mouth and started crying loudly. She looked at the child and, without hesitation, picked him up and left the house. Meanwhile, the couple who left the child behind were on their bicycle discussing, "Wentao, when do you plan to go back to work? We need to decide quickly. Your second brother didn't get into college, and your mom has always favored him. What will she do when she gives everything to your second brother?" Qin Wentao confidently said, "The grandson is with her. My mom loves this big grandson. We are happy to let her take care of the child. She definitely favors us. I know my own mom well." Not to mention, Qin Wentao is the oldest. He understands his own mother's thoughts very well. In the past, Zhang Chunqin thought her eldest daughter-in-law only let her take care of the child because she respected her, so she quickly gave her the work. "Wentao, our current house is too small. It's not convenient for us to live as a couple. You need to think of a solution soon," Zhang Zhaodi said coquettishly, her eyes turning. Hearing this, Qin Wentao proudly said, "The child is here now. In a few days, we'll find an excuse to say we want to see the child and move in directly. The house will be given to your younger brother's family. That way, my mom will cover our living expenses and the child will be raised by my mom. Our salaries can be saved to support your parents." Zhang Zhaodi felt happy when she heard her husband's words. All her efforts to manipulate Qin Wentao paid off. Other men wouldn't be willing to work hard and suffer for their own family. Zhang Chunqin directly took the child to Qin Wentao's current place. She stood at the door, listening to the joyful sounds inside. The house had poor sound insulation, and Zhang Chunqin could clearly hear her eldest son's affectionate voice calling Zhang Zhaodi's parents mom and dad. She chuckled bitterly and simply left the child at the door. Before leaving, she knocked on the door. The door opened, and Qin Wentao was the one who answered. He lowered his head and saw his son lying on the ground. His face changed, and he looked around shouting, "Mom, why did you throw the child on the ground?" No one responded. When he bent down to pick up the child, Zhang Zhaodi came over and grabbed him, saying, "Come inside." Qin Wentao looked at the child on the ground, and then at his wife. Zhang Zhaodi glanced around and lowered her voice, saying, "This is our son, and also her grandson. Your mother is usually soft-hearted and can't bear to see this. As long as we don't take care of the child, she will definitely come back and take him." She then directly pulled Qin Wentao into the house. The child was left on the ground like that. Soon, the child started crying loudly. Inside the house, the crying was clearly heard. Zhang Zhaodi couldn't help but feel upset listening to her son's crying. This time, Qin Wentao pulled her. "Zhaodi, my mother has always looked forward to this grandson. When the child cries, she will definitely come and take him." Zhang Zhaodi looked at the small, cramped house, clenched her teeth, and turned to leave. Zhang Zhaodi's parents continued eating their meal as if nothing was happening. This wasn't their grandson, so it wasn't their concern. Whoever's grandson it was, they cared. Half an hour passed. An hour went by. The child's crying grew louder and louder. Zhang Zhaodi finally couldn't hold back anymore and rushed outside. The child on the ground had cried until his face was red and his voice hoarse. Zhang Zhaodi gritted her teeth and angrily picked up the child, scolding around, You wicked thing. This is your own grandson, and you just threw him at the door. How could a mother-in-law do such a thing? While scolding, she tenderly opened her clothes to feed the child. Qin Wentao ran out, saw that his mother was not there, and looked around reluctantly. My mom loves me the most. Why would she leave the child? Isn't she worried about him getting into trouble and resenting her? Zhang Zhaodi shot him a stern look and said coldly, Qin Wentao, if your mother acts like this, don't blame me for acting differently. If she dares to leave the child at our door today, we will move out with the child tomorrow. Qin Wentao looked at the crying child with pain and resentment, saying, I didn't expect my mom to be so cruel. She clearly doesn't love me. Since she's so biased and doesn't want to take care of the child, don't blame us anymore. After Zhang Chunqin left her child at her eldest son's door, she turned around and went back home. Each generation takes care of its own. She didn't give birth to the child herself, so she didn't feel responsible for helping to raise him. Her family, the Zhaodis, only eat rice, yet she, who has a job, is expected to take care of the children. What a bunch of annoying people. She clearly knows what kind of person her eldest son is. Her eldest son won't give up until he achieves his goal. Tomorrow, she plans to stop her son's stubbornness. On her way home, she begins to recall what happened in her past life around this time. In her past life, her second child was preparing to repeat a year, her third was caught stealing with a group of friends, and her fourth ran away with an abusive boyfriend. She wouldn't interfere in any of her children's affairs. She didn't care what they experienced or what the outcomes were. Only her husband's fate, Qin Guohua, she was determined to change. She knew her husband would encounter a shipwreck and have an accident after going out to sea in the second half of the year. All her suffering began after her husband died. Thinking of this, she suddenly stood up and ran to the alley entrance to make a call. She called the port's communication office. A colleague who was not at sea answered the phone. Guohua has gone out to sea and won't be back until the day after tomorrow. Are you his wife? When he returns, I'll ask him to call you back. Hearing this, Zhang Chunqin was silent for a moment and said, Tell Qin Guohua to come straight home after he returns. Just say something happened at home and ask him to come back quickly. The person on the phone immediately responded, Sister-in-law, got it. When he returns, I'll pass on your message right away. After hanging up, Zhang Chunqin finally relaxed. Her husband, Qin Guohua, worked himself to death for the family, just like her. In this life, she only wants to live a peaceful life with him. It's better to keep the children's affairs to herself. When she returned home, her second child was already there. Seeing her, he straightforwardly said, Mom, I want to repeat my year. Hurry up and prepare the money. Just as Zhang Chunqin arrived at the door, her second son naturally demanded. She looked at her second son and said lightly, There's no need for you to repeat your year. Go to work early and help lighten the family's burden. Hearing this, her second son immediately got angry. Mom, I am the best student in the family and the most likely to get into college. A college student was assigned a job. I got a government position, and I will bring honor to my family. Zhang Chunqin said expressionlessly, We don't have money at home. If you want to repeat your studies, go earn money and do it yourself. Hearing this, the second son became even angrier. You paid for Big Brother's wedding, bought him a house and a bicycle. Why can't I repeat my studies? Mom, you're too biased. I'm making this clear today. If you don't let me repeat, I will cut ties with you. Zhang Chunqin nodded calmly.
Fine.
Pack your things and move your household registration out of the house quickly. The second son was stunned. His angry face froze, and he didn't know what to say. He remembered that before, whenever he said his mother was biased, she would try to be fair and agree to everything. But this time, she was acting differently. He got a little anxious. Mom, I'm just repeating my studies, not wasting money. If I get into college, it will be a phase for you. Once I get into college, our family will have a college student. Then, in front of Grandpa and Grandma, you can hold your head high. Before he finished speaking, Zhang Chunqin impatiently interrupted. Even if you don't get into college, I will still stand tall in front of Grandpa and Grandma. After saying that, She told the second son, "If you don't want to stay in this house anymore, pack your things and clear out. I need to rent the room." The second son stomped his foot. "Mom, you're really biased. You kicking me out is just so Big Brother and his family can move back. You take care of Big Brother's kids, but won't let me repeat my studies. Don't expect me to take care of you in old age." He turned and stormed into his room, slamming the door shut. Zhang Chunqin sneered coldly at his room. They all wished she would die sooner. In the past life, the second son tried to repeat his studies 3 times but never got into college. With his poor math skills, expecting him to get into college was as likely as expecting a ghost to appear. The next day, the second son left the house as usual. After he left, Zhang Chunqin took a plastic bag and packed his belongings. She carried the bag to the gate of the courtyard. "Old man Wang, when Qin Qinghe comes back, tell him to take his things." Zhang Chunqin placed the belongings behind the security guard and then went to work. Meanwhile, since yesterday, after Zhang Chunqin threw the child at their door, Zhang Zhaodi had been arguing with him all night. The next morning, Zhang Zhaodi forced Qin Wentao to pack his things and took the children back to the old courtyard where Zhang Chunqin lived. At the door, Grandpa Wang saw Qin Wentao carrying big and small bags and asked surprised, "Wentao, are you moving?" Qin Wentao smiled and said, "Yes, we're moving back. No one to take care of the kids, so it's easier to live here." Grandpa Wang was stunned and asked, "Isn't your mom going to work? You have 2 younger brothers and a sister at home. Will you all fit?" Qin Wentao laughed and said, "We will. Just a little squeeze." He then took Zhang Zhaodi and the children home. When they reached the door, he took out the key to open it. But he couldn't unlock the door no matter how long he tried. "This lock is broken. Why won't it open?" Qin Wentao muttered. Zhang Zhaodi handed the child to her and snatched the key to open the door. But it wouldn't open at all. Zhang Zhaodi's face turned pale, and she gritted her teeth, cursing, "Idiot. The lock isn't broken. Your mom changed it." She looked at Qin Wentao with anger and said, "Is your mom trying to keep us out? Last night she left the kids at the door, and today she changed the locks. What does she mean?" Qin Wentao also guessed, but he didn't believe his mom would change the lock. He took the key again and tried once more, then finally threw the key on the ground and said through clenched teeth, "What does my mom really want? She doesn't want to take care of the kids or let me work." Zhang Zhaodi stared at the lock and was silent for a moment. Then she suddenly looked up and asked Qin Wentao, "Did your second brother say something to mom? He didn't get into college. Maybe he wants to take your mom's job? Your mom loves you the most. She used to be careful around you and wouldn't say harsh words, but now she dares to do this? Someone must have told her something." Hearing this, Qin Wentao's face changed too. "Yes. My mom was very cautious when she came to see the kids before. Yesterday, her look was strange, and her tone when talking to us wasn't right." Then he quickly said in a serious voice, "No, we need to settle this today. You go find my mom's boss and tell them everything. Just cry and complain, don't say too much. Just say my mom didn't take care of the postpartum period and now she wants to take care of the kids." Zhang Zhaodi nodded, "Okay, I'll go first. You go to work." The couple discussed briefly, left their things at the door, and then went their separate ways. The gatekeeper, Uncle Wang, watched the backs of the married couple and said to a neighbor passing by, "Chunqin bought a house for her eldest son's family. Why are they moving back in?" The neighbor covered his mouth and said, "Brother Wang, you don't know. Qin Wentao, that eldest son of the Qin family, is quite a character. After getting married, he brought his wife and her family to live with them. I heard last time that there were 8 or 9 people in 2 rooms, and it was crowded." Uncle Wang was surprised. His mother bought a house for his wife's family to live in? Does Qin Wentao have no brains? A group of people in the big courtyard gathered around, talking about Qin Wentao. At this moment, Qin Wentao and his wife had no idea that their situation was already known throughout the courtyard. Zhang Zhaodi, holding her child, went straight to Zhang Chunqin's workplace. She didn't look for Zhang Chunqin herself, but went directly to her boss's office. When she arrived, before the boss could speak, she burst into tears. After crying loudly for a while, she finally stopped. Zhang Chuanqin's boss was a man in his 40s. Men are often afraid when women cry, and he didn't even know Zhang Zhaoti's identity. He only saw a woman crying loudly when she entered his office. A woman holding a child was crying in his office, making him feel like he was a heartless man. He was worried. "Comrade, please speak calmly. If you keep crying without saying anything, I won't understand what you want," he said hurriedly, afraid of misunderstandings. Zhang Zhaoti didn't speak immediately. She cried for a while, then finally said, "Boss, I am Zhang Chuanqin's daughter-in-law. I came today to talk about my mother-in-law's work. My mother-in-law didn't take care of me during my confinement, and now the baby has no one to look after. I sent the baby over, but she threw the baby at the door." Zhang Zhaoti then suddenly knelt down with a thud. "Boss, I really have no choice but to come to the unit. You are my mother-in-law's boss. Please help me persuade her. Even a tiger wouldn't eat its own cubs. This is her own grandson. Even if she's unhappy with me as her daughter-in-law, she shouldn't treat her own grandson like this. How can she throw the baby at the door? What if someone takes the baby away?" Seeing Zhang Zhaoti crying like this, tears streaming down her face, the boss suddenly felt the same pain. A young woman crying so hard over her child. If she weren't at her wit's end, she wouldn't do something so shameful. The leader immediately frowned and asked, "What do you want to do today?" Zhang Zhaoti is a smart person. She isn't here just to ask about her job. She cried as she said, "I just want to talk to her properly. She doesn't want to take care of the children now, and hasn't told us anything. She just changed the locks on the door at home. If she's unhappy with us, she should say so directly. How can she do this?" As she spoke, she started crying again. Zhang Zhaoti is young and pretty. Otherwise, how could she control Qin Wentao? Good-looking people crying often get more sympathy than others. Seeing Zhang Zhaoti holding her crying child and looking so upset, the leader quickly patted his chest and promised, "Don't worry, sister. I will talk to Zhang about this." Hearing this, Zhang Zhaoti nodded immediately, looking very grateful. "Thank you, leader. Sorry for bothering you today." The leader comforted her a few more words before letting her go home. After Zhang Zhaoti left, the leader called for Zhang Chuanqin. At this moment, Zhang Chuanqin didn't know that Zhang Zhaoti had come to her workplace to cause trouble. When she entered the office, she saw the director and deputy director looking at her with serious faces. Zhang Chuanqin, having lived a bit longer, immediately felt her heart tighten at the sight. She took a deep breath and asked with a smile, "Leader, you two wanted to see me?" The two men, both men, looked at each other and then pointed to a nearby chair. "Comrade Zhang Chuanqin, sit down." Zhang Chuanqin sat down as they indicated. Then the director spoke. "Comrade Zhang Chuanqin, you've always been diligent and responsible at work. But you not only need to handle your work well, you also need to solve family issues. Your daughter-in-law came to the workplace to complain about you. It's a difficult situation for us." Hearing this, Zhang Chuanqin's face changed. She frowned and asked, "My daughter-in-law?" The director looked at her disapprovingly and shook his head. "She says that after she had the baby, you didn't take care of her during her confinement, and you even refused to take care of the children. Yesterday, she left the children at the door." Hearing this, Zhang Chuanqin's heart was filled with cold laughter. The couple wanted to force her to leave her job so they could take control. Trying to emotionally blackmail her? Having lived again, she no longer had any morals to speak of. Zhang Chuanqin gathered her emotions and immediately covered her face, crying. She thought about all the unfair things from her past life. The more she thought, the sadder she became, and the more she cried, the more she felt wronged. Her crying was very sincere. The two leaders were stunned. These mother-in-law and daughter-in-law pairs both knew how to cry. "You should just say what's on your mind." "Comrade Zhang Chuanqin, I understand you're upset, but please don't cry first. Just tell us what happened." After crying, Zhang Chuanqin told the leaders with a sad face, "Director He, you don't know, when my oldest son got married, his wife asked for 600 yuan in bride price, along with some gifts and a bicycle. If she wanted the bride price, she also demanded a house. I just couldn't do it, so I spent 1,200 yuan to buy 2 rooms in a small apartment building for them. But then, Zhang Chuanqin's story was full of twists and turns. The two listened and immediately asked, what happened next? Zhang Chunqin wiped her tears and said sadly, my daughter-in-law suddenly brought her parents and younger brother to live here. At that time, she was pregnant. I thought I was working, so I figured I could help by having my parents come to take care of her. But once they moved in, they refused to leave. My son's wife's family doesn't work, and with so many people, no one is taking care of the children. They insisted I, who was working, had to take care of the kids. She sighed and said, my oldest son has been working but never gave me a penny. Instead, he asked me to buy malt drinks, milk, and pay for his wife's nutrition. She wiped her tears as she spoke. In the past, she cared about her reputation and didn't like to talk about family troubles. But now, since Zhang Zhaodi was willing to show her true colors, no one else could pretend anymore. Seeing the two leaders' surprised faces, she continued to complain, leaders, I can handle my family matters. I have 3 sons and 1 daughter. I can't just focus on my oldest son's family. I still have 2 unmarried sons who need to get married, and a daughter who needs to marry. I don't work, so my other children's needs for food and clothing are a problem. Both leaders, who also had elderly parents and children, immediately sympathized with her after hearing this. Comrade Zhang Chunqin, you've had a hard time too. We understand. Just focus on your work and solve your family issues. The two leaders couldn't say anything more about her. They thought about Zhang Chuanqin's simple and honest style, and then about Zhang Zhaodi's fashionable appearance. Oh, they almost got used as pawns by that daughter-in-law. Zhang Chunqin took the opportunity to ask for a half-day leave. Director, I'll leave this afternoon early. I need to handle some things. The two leaders nodded and approved her leave immediately. After getting permission, Zhang Chunqin headed straight to her eldest son's workplace. Since her husband and she wanted to make a big fuss, she decided to go all out. Qin Wentao worked at the match factory. Originally, Zhang Chunqin spent over 200 yuan to buy him that job. At the factory gate, Zhang Chunqin started telling the security guards about her son's situation. After she finished her story vividly, the guards immediately asked, is this Qin Wentao from Workshop 3? He just had a baby 2 months ago. Zhang Chunqin nodded. Yes, that's him. Today, his wife came to my workplace, saying I don't take care of the baby. She then explained how she married her son and how she brought his wife's family to live with them. By the end, Zhang Chunqin was crying and speaking through tears. Today, I just want to find my son and clear things up. Hearing her gossip, the guards were eager to help. Comrade Zhang, I'll go call Qin Wentao. Zhang Chunqin waved her hand. No need. It's almost noon. He's probably cooking for his wife and her mother. I'll wait here. The guards thought to themselves, what kind of son is this? But Zhang Chunqin didn't care what they thought. She stood at the gate and waited. She waited less than 10 minutes. It was lunchtime. Everyone was going home to eat. When lunchtime arrived, people came out. Seeing more and more people gathering, Zhang Chunqin immediately started her act. She sat down suddenly, slapped her thigh, and began crying loudly. People love watching excitement, so they all gathered around to see what was happening. Seeing the crowd, Zhang Chunqin started talking about her son's marriage, the wedding house, the bride price, and how her daughter-in-law's family had come to live with them. Being a parent is really hard now. I have 3 children at home, but my eldest son insists I give his wife my job. Today, he even brought the baby to my workplace to cause trouble. He uses his salary to support his mother-in-law, and I don't say anything about it. He insisted that I take care of the children, even though his mother and her family are all unemployed. He demands that I, the only one with a job, look after the kids. I really can't handle this anymore. Zhang Chunqin used to care about her reputation, believing that family issues shouldn't be exposed or made fun of by outsiders. In this second life, she couldn't hide her embarrassing secrets anymore and ended up living as a joke. If it's going to be embarrassing, then let it all be known. Once a person loses their shame, no one can control them anymore. Everyone listening to Zhang Chuanchin's complaints and helplessness felt sorry for her. She was as thin as a bamboo pole, wearing patched clothes, looking exhausted and worn out, clearly worried sick about her children. She not only talked about her son's marriage, but also vividly described how her son forced her to buy a house and demanded bride price. When Qin Wentao arrived at the factory gate, he saw a crowd gathered. He was busy preparing a meal for his mother-in-law's family, so he only glanced at the crowd and then quickly walked around to leave. But before he could get away, someone stopped him. "Wentao, is your wife at your mom's workplace today?" asked a worker, who was on good terms with him. Qin Wentao was surprised and instinctively shook his head.
"No.
My wife wouldn't do such a thing." He was a gentle, honest person at the factory and wouldn't admit that his wife was causing trouble at his mother's workplace. The worker looked at Qin Wentao hesitantly and said, "But did you also bring your family to the city?" Hearing this, Qin Wentao became even more upset.
Who said that?
"Don't listen to their nonsense." He pushed the person's hand away. "My wife just had a baby not long ago. She's at home waiting for me to cook. I need to go back and make dinner." Seeing Qin Wentao pretending to be innocent, the worker finally couldn't hold back and said, "Qin Wentao, look inside. Isn't that your mother?" Qin Wentao looked toward the crowd, confused. Then he saw his mother's familiar face. His mind went blank, and he couldn't think straight. He heard Zhang Chunchin and others talking about his marriage, buying a house, getting a job, and even how he supported his mother-in-law's family with his salary. For a moment, he was stunned, but then he snapped out of it and rushed over wildly. "Mom, are you crazy? Coming to make trouble at my factory gate?" Was his mother trying to push him to the edge? She was making him look bad at work in the future. When Zhang Chunchin heard her son's voice, she took a deep breath, her eyes filling with tears. She was very thin, pale, and looked very unfortunate. Now her face was full of tears, making her look very pitiful. "Wentao, do you know that today Xiaodi came to my workplace?"
She
said. She didn't finish her sentence and covered her face to cry. After crying for a while, she continued, "Mom has done nothing wrong to you and your wife. Yet you treat me like this. When you got married, I agreed to the big bride price and even a bicycle. I even agreed when you wanted to move out and live alone. We went into debt to prepare for your wedding. How can we manage the family without jobs? What about these debts? And your 2 brothers and 1 sister." As she spoke, she cried loudly and heartbreakingly. People around, listening to Zhang Chuanchin's complaints, looked at Qin Wentao with strange expressions. Qin Wentao was a kind person at work. He loved his wife and was happy to help others.
He was well-liked.
Who would have thought he was actually this kind of selfish person? Hearing his mother crying and complaining, Qin Wentao felt a shiver down his spine. He couldn't yell at his mother in public. If he showed a bad attitude, he would be seen as unfilial. Now, he deeply regretted letting his wife cause trouble at his mother's workplace. His mother had always loved him. He should have just moved in with her and dealt with things slowly. "Mom, let's talk about this at home. It's dinner time now." Qin Wentao hurriedly reached out to pull Zhang Chunchin. Zhang Chunchin looked at her anxious, sweating eldest son with a mocking expression. She realized how worried he was when he came to her workplace to cause trouble. This person must have forgotten that she paid for his job. Qin Wentao felt ashamed and angry. He reached out to pull Zhang Chunchin, but Zhang Chunchin wouldn't give up easily. Since she had caused trouble, she wanted to see it through. She struggled and pulled his hand, stepped back, and suddenly sat down on the ground. "Wentao, I really did my best. What else do you want me to do?" She looked very wronged. Seeing her fall to the ground, everyone immediately stepped in front of Qin Wentao. "Comrade Qin, how can you hit your mother? She's your mother." Qin Wentao felt like he was being stung by bees, wishing he could find a in the ground to hide in. All he could think about was quickly get his mother back home. If Mom doesn't leave soon, he won't be able to live with dignity. "Mom, please, let's talk at home," Qin Wentao begged as someone stopped him, urgently calling out to Zhang Chunchin. Zhang Chunqing looked coldly at her son, who was full of shame and anger, and slowly said, Wentao, tell everyone. Am I talking nonsense? Qin Wentao closed his eyes tightly. He knew that if he didn't admit it today, his mother would make him look even worse. To get her to leave quickly, he had to admit to these things. He took a deep breath and said, Mom, no matter what you want, I agree. Let's go home first. Zhang Chunqing nodded. I have not only you but also your 2 brothers and sisters. I can't give everything to you and your wife. So don't worry about my work. I will retire when the time comes. Then she looked steadily at Qin Wentao's face. You brought your mother-in-law's family here. I don't care if you are willing to support them with your salary. But I won't help you raise the children. I want to make this clear today. I won't raise your children, and I won't raise your brothers and sisters' children in the future. Lastly, she took a deep breath and continued, the house you live in was bought with my money. Since you agreed to let your wife's family move in, I will also bring your grandparents to live with us. If you and your wife like a lively household, then let's all live together happily. After finishing, Zhang Chunqing looked at Qin Wentao. If you have any objections, say it in front of everyone. Qin Wentao's face burned with anger, and he hated Zhang Chunqing deeply, but he could only agree. His mother made valid points. If he disagreed, he would not only be looked down upon, but his mother wouldn't give up either. He took a deep breath, clenched his teeth, and said, Fine. Seeing that his son nodded, Zhang Chunqing wiped her tears and said to everyone, Sorry for bothering you all today. She then turned and walked away. Seeing her leave like that, Qin Wentao was furious and immediately chased after her. Mom, wait for me. But Zhang Chunqing ignored him and walked faster. Qin Wentao quickened his steps to catch up. He angrily asked, Mom, why are you doing this? Do you know that if you say things like that, I won't be able to keep my dignity at work? Zhang Chunqing sneered and looked at Qin Wentao. Do you need to be a good person? You're not even human, so what kind of person do you want to be? After speaking, she reached out and pushed away Qin Wentao, who was blocking her. Qin Wentao refused to give up and again blocked her. Mom, even if you don't want to have children for us, you can't leave the baby at the door. He's your grandson and he's a boy. What if someone takes him? Also, why are you causing trouble today? You promised to wait until Zhaodi had a son and then give her the job. Zhang Chunqing looked at Qin Wentao with a cold, indifferent gaze and sneered mockingly. Who gives birth? Who takes care of the child? Do you think that if I leave the baby here and then you and your wife move in, I will raise the child and you'll just use your money to support Zhang Zhaodi's family? Qin Wentao was annoyed and angry at his mother's words and argued. Mom, I am your son. Why are you thinking like this about me? Zhang Chunqing mocked him and said, You know best what you're thinking. Qin Wentao, I tell you, if you dare to think about interfering with my work again, I will go to your boss's office tomorrow. I have no job, so you shouldn't work either. Qin Wentao looked at his mother in disbelief. Mom, am I your enemy? Is this how you want to treat me? But Zhang Chunqing didn't want to look at her son anymore and turned to leave. Qin Wentao wanted to chase her and ask more, but he saw the time and knew he couldn't, so he had to go home to cook for his mother-in-law's family. When he got home, his mother-in-law and younger brother looked unhappy. Brother-in-law, why are you so late today? Our little Nyo is starving. Don't cook today, go buy some food for us. He was like a servant, ordering Qin Wentao around. Qin Wentao, upset from the fight with his mother, and hearing his brother-in-law's words, replied impatiently, You don't even have a job. What are you talking about? Zhaodi's younger brother, who had been spoiled like a prince since childhood, looked angry when he heard Qin Wentao. Qin Wentao, what do you mean by that? If my sister didn't think you were obedient, she wouldn't have married you. Do you know there are people waiting outside the city gate to pursue my sister? If you don't want to take care of us, then divorce my sister. Qin Wentao turned his head and looked at Zhang Yaozu. Zhang Yaozu, say that again. Zhang Yaozu's gaze at Qin Wentao grew angry. Qin Wentao, you. Before he could finish speaking, Zhang Zhaodi came back holding the child. Yaozu, what are you guys arguing about? Ultimately, Zhang Yaozu couldn't say what he wanted to. He ordered Zhang Zhaodi, Zhaodi, go buy some food for us. Qin Wentao was half an hour late tonight to cook for us. Nyo Nyo cried from hunger. If he doesn't want to cook, then find the nanny. Qin Wentao remembered his mother complaining at the factory gate. Hearing Zhang Yaozu's unreasonable orders, he took off his apron. Yaozu, listen to me. This is my house. I let you stay here because I want to. I take care of you all, and you spend my money. I even act as a nanny for you. You better get this straight. After saying that, he told Zhang Zhaodi, do you know what you did at my mom's workplace? Do you know my mom caused trouble at my factory? I lost a lot of face today. How can I keep my reputation at work? He glared fiercely at Zhang Zhaodi's family and then turned to leave. Zhang Zhaodi thought that if she caused a fuss at Zhang Chunjin's workplace, she would get her job back in a few days. She never expected Zhang Chunjin to come to Qin Wentao's factory and cause trouble. She pushed the child into her brother's arms and chased after him, shouting, Wentao, what happened? Yaozu looked at the child with disdain and then threw him onto the sofa. At this moment, Zhang Zhaodi's parents came out. They softly comforted their son. Yaozu, your sister is still helping you find a job. Be patient. And this apartment will soon be ours. Qin Wentao is just a fool. Don't be angry with him. After we get the house and the job, your sister will deal with him. Hearing this, Yaozu sneered coldly. If he wasn't so easy to control, I would have already made my sister divorce him. After saying that, he slammed the door shut. The apartment had only 2 rooms. One for Yaozu, one for Zhaodi's parents, and Qin Wentao, his wife, and their child slept on the living room floor. Honestly, Zhaodi's parents were right. Qin Wentao was just a fool, drinking his parents' blood and licking Zhang Zhaodi's family. Zhaodi ran after him, reaching the gate of the residential compound, and finally caught up with Qin Wentao. Wentao, what happened? Why are you so angry? Yao Zhu is just a child. Don't argue with him. Qin Wentao impatiently said to Zhang Zhaodi, the son is already born, but he's still a child? I've never seen a 20-something-year-old kid. Zhang Zhaodi's face changed when she heard Qin Wentao's words. She then gently took his hand and comforted him. Wentao, what's wrong? I didn't say anything when I went to Mom's workplace. I only mentioned wanting Mom to take care of the child. Qin Wentao's face darkened as he listened. This noon, my mom caused a scene at the factory gate. I was so embarrassed I wanted to hide underground. He looked up at Zhang Zhaodi and said, my mom's attitude towards me has changed. I don't know what her second son told her, but she's treating me like this now. Zhang Zhaodi immediately put on eye drops and said, I've always said your mom favors the second. Look at what she's doing now. Not only refusing to help us take care of the child, but she also won't give us the job she promised. Now she's even causing trouble at your factory. She exaggeratedly covered her mouth and said, could she be trying to make you give up your job for your brother? She's always favored the second, and it seems she still does. Qin Wentao clenched his teeth and said, she's dreaming. Starting today, as long as the second stays at home, we stay at home too. Zhang Zhaodi nodded. Yes. As long as we live at home, we can slowly work things out. Qin Wentao nodded, not caring about Zhang Chunqin's plan to bring his grandparents over. He still believed Zhang Chunqin would always help him get what he wanted. As long as he caused a fuss, he could get his way in the end. I'm going back now. Starting today, we'll live in the big courtyard. Zhang Zhaodi, feeling she had succeeded in persuading him, immediately continued, the house was meant for my brother, but we have to move out first. Once enough time passes, her brother's family will live inside, and naturally, the house will belong to them. Qin Wentao nodded. Okay. After leaving Qin Wentao's factory, Zhang Chunqin didn't go straight home. Instead, she went to Panjiayuan. In her previous life, after giving her work to Zhang Zhaodi, she started collecting trash and scrap. Due to life's hardships, she learned to repair various things and even fix some old antiques. She remembers very clearly that recently, a vintage bottle appeared at Panjiayuan. She remembers it so well because the first person who wanted to sell it to her was turned down. Soon after, she heard that the bottle was a treasure belonging to Empress Dowager Cixi. This time, she was determined to get the bottle. When she arrived at Panjiayuan, just like in her previous life, a poor man stumbled over and said, "Would you like a bottle? It's been passed down from my ancestors." Zhang Chunqin wasn't really someone who bought such things, but this man looked very desperate for money, so she asked around. She paused and looked at him, then glanced at the bottle in his hand. "May I take a look?" The man, hearing her words, sized her up and asked, "Are you interested in buying it?" Zhang Chunqin smiled and replied, "Are you asking if I want to buy it?" The man hesitated for a moment and then handed her the bottle. She examined it carefully. She had experience with old antiques and had found valuable items in the past, so she recognized some old objects. After inspecting it closely, she was sure this was the same bottle she had found valuable in her previous life. She looked at the man and asked, "How much do you want for it?" The man didn't expect her serious interest, paused, and then offered a price with a gesture of one finger. 100 yuan. It was left to me by my great-grandfather, a family heirloom. My son has tuberculosis and needs money, or I wouldn't sell it. Zhang Chunqin nodded.
All right.
I'll buy it, as if I'm helping you. She didn't haggle with him and took the money out of her pocket, wrapped in a handkerchief. She had come to Panjiayuan today and had money with her. She took out 120 yuan. 20 yuan is for your son. I know 100 yuan isn't enough for your medical expenses. In her previous life, she had overheard discussions about this matter and knew the man was truly desperate. The man stared blankly at the money in her hand, then suddenly squatted down and started crying loudly, repeatedly saying, "Thank you. Really, thank you. I was truly at my wit's end, so I came here to sell it. I have only this one son, and I just want to save him." Zhang Chunqin looked at the man in front of her and sighed. He was also a father who would do anything for his child. After crying for a while, the man wiped his tears, stood up, thanked her, and then turned to leave. Zhang Chunqin looked at the bottle in her hand and headed toward the familiar place in Panjiayuan. In her past life, Zhang Chunqin spent her whole life collecting scrap. She managed to find valuable items to help her children settle down and build their futures. She knew there was an old man named Zhang at Panjiayuan who specialized in collecting antique items. Carrying a bottle, she went directly to see him. This place was very secretive, and collecting these items was done quietly. It was like an underground market. Ordinary people didn't know about this place. Only experts and insiders understood it. When she entered, Zhang the old man saw that she was a newcomer and looked her over with a dismissive glance. He said coldly, "I only collect rare items here. I don't take common things." Zhang Chunqin didn't bother explaining. She took out the bottle and said, "I have a bottle. I wonder if you're interested in buying it." Zhang the old man reached out and took the bottle, examining it carefully. His expression turned serious. He turned around to get his glasses and used a magnifying glass to look at it closely. After half an hour, he finally took off his glasses. "How much do you want for it?" Zhang Chunqin held up 5 fingers. Zhang the old man sighed in relief and smiled. 500 isn't good enough. I'll give you 600. Zhang Chunqin slowly said, 5,000. Hearing this, Zhang the old man frowned. He handed the item back to her. "Comrade, you're really bold. This is a small business for me. I can't afford that. Take it back." He was about to send her away. Zhang Chunqin took back the bottle and said calmly, "This is an item from the palace during Empress Dowager Cixi's time. I'll give you 5,000. If you sell it in Hong Kong, you could get 4 or 5 times that amount." Zhang the old man had already guessed this, or he wouldn't have looked at it for so long. He looked at her carefully, then sneered.
Fake.
Zhang Chunqin smiled. "This belonged to my ancestors. If I weren't desperate, I wouldn't sell it. I know whether it's real or fake. If you don't want it, Wang the dealer probably will." Hearing this, Zhang the old man immediately realized she was knowledgeable. He fell silent, clenched his teeth, and said, 3,800. "No more." Zhang Chunqin turned to leave. Just as she reached the door, Zhang the old man spoke, 5,000. "That's it. I see you're an expert. Let's be friends." Zhang Chunqin smiled and handed him the bottle. Zhang the old man turned and went inside to get the money for her. After counting the money and tidying up, Zhang Chunqin greeted old Zhang and left. As she left, she pointed to a painting hanging in old Zhang's hall. "Old Zhang, have someone check that painting. It's fake." She finished speaking without caring about old Zhang's expression and simply walked away. When she returned to the big courtyard, she was stopped by a plump woman at the entrance. This woman was a neighbor in the courtyard. Because she was fat and had a big chest, everyone called her Fat Mama. Seeing Zhang Chunqin return, she immediately stepped forward. "Chunqin, your eldest son and his wife moved back? Didn't you buy a house for your eldest son? Why did they come back? Are you giving your work to your daughter-in-law? Are they taking care of the children?" Hearing Fat Mama's words, Zhang Chunqin frowned. "How do you know they moved back?" Fat Mama shrugged. "This morning, your son and his wife brought their things back. I don't know what happened, but they haven't moved in. All their stuff is still outside the door." Hearing this, Zhang Chunqin nodded. "Maybe because I changed the lock." Fat Mama was surprised and opened her mouth but didn't say anything for a while. Everyone in the courtyard knew that Zhang Chunqin loved her eldest son. She had previously said she wanted to give her work to her daughter-in-law. The neighbors advised her, "You have 2 sons and a daughter. They all need to start their own families. You can't just focus on your eldest son." She had replied that her eldest son was filial and would take care of his younger siblings. "Oh, you're also unlucky. Your children are all burdens." Fat Mama also worried for Zhang Chunqin. Her husband was outside, sending most of his money to his family, leaving only a little for her. Her sons were not reliable. Zhang Chunqin rolled her eyes and whispered to Fat Mama, "Fat Mama, can you help me with something? What's wrong?" Zhang Chunqin leaned closer and whispered a few words in her ear. Hearing this, Fat Mama looked suspicious. "Are you really willing?" Zhang Chunqin smiled. "What's there to be unwilling about? They're grown up now, not babies in open crotch pants."
All right.
"I'll help you." After talking to Fat Mama, Zhang Chunqin went to borrow a tricycle. She glared at the tricycle and left the courtyard. What was she going to do? Nature is about to bring the biased mother-in-law and the paralyzed father-in-law to live in the eldest son's house. That house was bought with her money. Honestly, it is truly hers. She wants to bring her parents-in-law to enjoy life, which is natural. This pair of parents-in-law has always been harsh on Zhang Chunqin. When she was young, her mother-in-law favored her younger brother and sister-in-law, demanding her husband give 20 yuan to the family. Qin Guohua earned only 25 yuan a month, 20 of which went to his parents, and 5 to her for living expenses. If she didn't have her own salary, their family wouldn't survive. Later, when the children grew up and her workplace moved to a big courtyard, they moved out, and her life became easier. Qin Guohua, the eldest son, had to hand over his salary before moving out. She also had to take care of her parents-in-law and younger siblings. Life was very hard then. Thinking of those young days, she clenched her teeth in anger. As Zhang Chunqin thought about these things, her tricycle sped up even more. She must use her capable parents-in-law to deal with Zhang Zhaodi's family. It took her more than half an hour to reach her in-laws' house. Her in-laws live in the countryside. There is a young sister-in-law who has never married, and a younger brother-in-law who can be like her son. When she arrived, she took several deep breaths before walking into the house. The shadows from her past still haunted her, making her afraid of her parents-in-law. As she entered, her mother-in-law saw Zhang Chunqin and sneered, "Oh, what wind blew our city daughter-in-law back? Are you here to borrow money or to complain?" Having endured 20 years of her mother-in-law's harsh words and criticism, Zhang Chunqin felt her scalp tingle at her words. It's not that she has lived a longer life than others. Her deep-seated fear is instinctive and cannot be changed just because she has lived an extra lifetime. Zhang Chunqin called out to her mother-in-law, "Mom, I came to take your dad to the city. You always said that Guohua and I are unfilial. Now I am here to take you both to the city." Her mother-in-law's name is Sun Ermiai. Hearing this, she looked at Zhang Chunqin with suspicion and asked, "Zhang Chunqin, are you serious? Before, when we wanted to go to the city with you, you said there was no room. Zhang Chunqin immediately smiled brightly and said, we couldn't fit in before, but now we can. I bought 2 rooms for the eldest. If you want to move back, you can stay in those 2 rooms. This is the money I and Guohua paid, which is actually yours. Sun Ermiai immediately got up to call the old man. In less than 10 minutes, Sun Ermiai pushed the old man out, holding a snakeskin bag. Let's go. Zhang Chunqin sighed in relief, still smiling. Mom and Dad, let's go. I borrowed a tricycle from the neighbors in the big courtyard to carry you. Seeing that Zhang Chunqin arrived on a tricycle, Sun Ermiai was very pleased. This time, her daughter-in-law finally did something right. Neither of them told their daughter and son, afraid that Zhang Chunqin would regret it. Once on the tricycle, they urged her, let's go. Zhang Chunqin hesitated. Should we tell my little uncle and little aunt? Sun Ermiai shook her head. No need. The neighbors will talk when we leave. Seeing that it was getting late, Zhang Chunqin also stepped onto the tricycle and left. She rode the tricycle with the 2 elders straight to the old family compound. When they arrived, Zhang Chunqin turned to the old couple and said, Mom and Dad, Zhang Zhaodi brought your parents here. They are now living in the family compound. Hearing this, Sun Ermiai's face changed. Surprisingly, she didn't scold Zhang Chunqin for lying, but became excited. Shameless. When they asked us for the bride price and 3 big items, whose daughter married out, and they still dare to come live at our daughter's house. The paralyzed old man also gritted his teeth. They want to take our house. If we let them stay long enough, they won't leave, and the house will be theirs. Although the 2 elders weren't very good people, they had seen many tricks like this in the village. Sun Ermiai also patted her thigh. Shameless family. They dared to try to take our house. They don't know what our ancestors did. Seeing that both of them were focused on the house, Zhang Chunqin felt relieved. She took down her father-in-law's wheelchair and led the 2 elders to the old family house. She didn't knock, but directly took out a spare key. This house was bought by her. At that time, she had an extra key made, thinking she could come over sometimes to bring vegetables from her own land and save some money. Now, the key was useful. She opened the door and pushed the 2 elders inside. Zhang Zhaodi's parents, brother, sister-in-law, and children were all watching TV. The TV was something Zhang Zhaodi had requested when she got married. At that time, to buy the black and white TV, Zhang Chunqin begged many people before finally getting the ticket and purchasing the TV. When Zhang Zhaodi's parents heard the door open, they thought it was Zhang Zhaodi and her husband. But when they looked up, they saw it was Zhang Chunqin and 2 old people. Zhang Yaozu had a bad temper. Seeing them, he immediately got angry and shouted, Who let you into our house? Who gave you the keys? Get out. Zhang Yaozu knew Zhang Chunqin, but he didn't like her. That's why he said this on purpose. Before Zhang Chunqin could speak, Sun Ermiai pushed her aside and pointed at Zhang Yaozu, scolding, You little brat, who are you yelling at? This TV was bought with my son's money. From your family?
How dare you?
The people who should leave are you. Shameless family. You want a bride price and a house? Are you trying to trick us into giving you a house? Sun Ermiai was known as a tough woman in the village. She didn't wait for Zhang Zhaodi's parents to reply and started scolding them. Shameless. Do you think your son is dead? You can't take care of your own old age, so you come looking for your daughter and son-in-law to take care of you. Once a daughter is married, she's gone. No family keeps their married daughter at home. She then pointed at Nyo and said, Your family is probably doomed to have no children coming to my son's house. Let my family take care of you? You want to be our grandchildren? Sun Ermiai scolded the entire Zhang Zhaodi family. The Zhang family couldn't even get a word in. Hearing Sun Ermiai's words, Zhang Yaozu stormed over and started hitting her. Before his fist could land, Sun Ermiai sat down on the ground, slapped her thigh, and cried out loud, Help. Someone save me. That brat hit me. I might die. Help. Chunqin, are you blind? Hurry and call the police. My wife is going to be killed. She kept crying and rolled on the ground a few times before sitting up and continuing to slap her thigh and cry. Zhang Chunqin watched the scene, almost unable to hold back her smile. It seemed that bringing her parents-in-law here was the right decision. After hearing Sun Ermiai's words, she turned around and went to find the police. When Zhang Chunqin arrived with the police, Sun Ermiai had already been crying loudly on the ground for a long time. Old Qin's wheelchair had fallen over, and he was sobbing softly, looking very distressed. Zhang Yazu's face was flushed with anger as he cursed, "You two old fools, stop pretending. You all get up, shameless things." The neighbors, afraid something serious might happen, kept the two elders behind them. Actually, the neighbors wanted to help the elders up, but they didn't want to get involved. When Sun Ermiai saw the police arrive, she elbowed her husband and immediately started shouting, "It hurts so much. I hurt all over. Comrades in uniform, please arrest them. This is my son's family, and these rude people told us to get out." As she spoke, she began to cry loudly, "My life is so hard. Why did I end up with such a family?" Anyone with common sense could see who was the weaker side in this scene. Zhang Yazu was arrogant at home, but now that the police arrived, he immediately lost his bravado. He hurriedly argued, "Comrade police, these two old folks started it first. This is our house, and they just came in without saying a word. We definitely tried to chase them away." Sun Ermiai sneered, "Did you pay for this house? Shameless.
This house was bought by my son and daughter-in-law.
Is it under your name?" The police helped the elders up and asked elderly folks, "Do you need to go to the hospital?" Old Qin and Sun Ermiai spoke in unison, "We were hit. Of course we need to go to the hospital." Zhang Yazu wanted to argue, but seeing the police's gaze, he immediately became timid and didn't dare say another word. Zhang Jiadi's family are rural folks. The highest official is the village head. Seeing the police suddenly, they trembled with fear. Zhang Chunqin also spoke, "This house was bought by me and my husband as a wedding home for our son and daughter-in-law. They are my daughter-in-law's family. I just think, since I bought this house, I want my parents-in-law to enjoy life. My father-in-law is paralyzed, and now that he's in the city, I can take better care of him." Zhang Chunqin's words were reasonable and clear. Everyone in the family compound knew about this family's reputation. Rumors had been spreading behind their backs for a long time. Even the rumors about Qin Wentao's shameless behavior had been cursed many times behind their backs. They had seen shameless people before, but never a family so brazen as this one, moving directly into their daughter's house. When the police heard this, they planned to take Zhang Yazu to the police station. Suddenly, a small figure ran out from the door, excitedly hugging Zhang Yazu's leg. "This is my house. Why are you taking my dad away? My aunt said that this house will be ours sooner or later. We just moved in early.
My aunt also said that even my job belongs to my dad."
"I don't believe you. Ask my aunt. Don't arrest my dad. If anyone should be taken, it should be my aunt." When the child said this, everyone around fell silent. Adults can speak carefully and hide their feelings, but children's words can't be hidden. Little Zhang Yonyo is only 5 years old. Unless an adult teaches him, a child wouldn't say such things. Zhang Chunqin looked at Zhang Jiadi's family with mockery. "Look at this. The beads of the abacus are bouncing onto her face." In her past life, Zhang Yazu didn't get a job because Qin Wentao sent him to work at the matchstick factory. Her job was always done by Zhang Jiadi. Back then, she was foolish, just wanting to please her son and daughter-in-law, never thinking about these issues. When Zhang Yazu heard this, he didn't feel ashamed. Because these are all facts. It has been like this since childhood. His sister's things are his. My son and daughter-in-law bought a house for the child. You married a daughter, and the house becomes yours. Not only do you covet my family's house, but you also want our jobs, Sun Ermiai said, trembling with anger after hearing the child's words. She hasn't even gained much advantage from her son. All the benefits went to Zhang Jiadi's family. When the child said this, the neighbors around were both sighing and shocked. They had seen shameless people before, but never someone this shameless. The police also looked disdainful and took Zhang Yazu away. The two elders were taken to the hospital by 2 other police officers. Zhang Chunqin naturally had to go along to take care of the two elders. Next, her eldest son's life is likely to become even more colorful. Zhang Chunqin was fighting a legal battle with Zhang Zhaidi's family. Qin Wentao and his wife and children were guarding at the door. The lock had been changed and they couldn't get in. The residents of the old neighborhood were all neighbors. They couldn't just break the lock without shame. Qin Wentao and his wife still had some sense of shame. After all, they still hoped to live peacefully with Zhang Chunqin. When Qin Qinghe arrived at the door with a big bag, he saw his older brother Qin also there. He sneered at Qin Wentao. Qin Wentao, don't you have any shame? Your parents bought you a house, and you still have the nerve to come back. You think your mom is biased. The house goes to your wife's family, and you come back to live off her. Before Qin Wentao could speak, sister-in-law Zhang Zhaodi couldn't hold back and sneered. If you have the ability, ask your mother to buy you a house and get married. We got married and bought a house because our parents willingly helped us. We only moved back with their approval. Hearing Zhang Zhaodi's words, Qin Qinghe's face turned cold. He gritted his teeth and said, "No wonder Mom wanted to kick me out. Turns out she really wanted to make space for you." He stomped his foot and sneered at the two of them. "Our parents didn't just have you as their only son. I can't live at home, and I won't let you live there either, unless they cut ties with me." Qin Wentao looked at Qin Qinghe and sneered. "Qin Qinghe, I am your older brother. Talking to me like that shows no manners." Qin Qinghe sneered back. "Do you act like an older brother? Our parents borrowed a lot of money to buy you a house. That house of yours, none of us have ever lived in. Why don't you bring your wife's family here? To get married, our parents went into debt. Mom works during the day and collects trash and recycled materials at night. You shameless person, using your salary to support your mother-in-law's family." Qin Wentao was speechless after being criticized by his brother. Because everything Qin Qinghe said was true. He always thought his mother favored him. As the eldest, he believed his parents should give him the best. "You two are really shameless. Knowing the family is in debt, Dad's money is to be used for the grandparents, and you want to take Mom's job away. Then you want her to raise your children. Do you want us all to stay single?" Qin Qinghe poured out all his frustrations today. Qin Wentao's face turned dark. He stormed over to Qin Qinghe. "You brat, I am your older brother. How dare you talk to me like that?" Qin Qinghe wasn't afraid of him. Seeing him rush over, he also stepped forward and started fighting with Qin Wentao. When neighbors from the big courtyard heard the commotion and came to stop them, the two brothers were already battered and bruised. "Your brothers, why are you fighting like this? Chunqin has already suffered enough. Do you still want to do this?" Today, Fat Mama had just promised Zhang Chunqin to help her. Seeing the two brothers fighting like that, she couldn't stand it anymore and scolded them. As soon as he arrived at the door, he immediately encountered two sons who looked like they had been beaten and had black eyes. Zhang Zhaodi was supporting Qin Wentao and quietly crying. Qin Qinghe was much taller than Qin Wentao, and his larger size made him seem more intimidating. Qin Wentao was beaten even more badly and looked terrible. Neighbors from the big courtyard came over and saw Zhang Chunqin at the police station entrance. They looked surprised and said, "Qin Chunqin, have you already returned to the courtyard? Has someone told you that your two sons went to the police station?" Zhang Chunqin looked at her two sons and guessed what had happened. She glanced at Zhang Zhaodi and said, "Your brother hit the grandparents and went in. Do you want to go see him?" Zhang Zhaodi was stunned and confused. She asked, "Grandparents? Whose grandparents?" At this moment, Zhang Zhaodi's parents, along with her sister-in-law and children, arrived. After the incident, they went to find Zhang Zhaodi, but couldn't find her. They hurried to the police station. Seeing her parents, Zhang Zhaodi ignored Qin Wentao and quickly asked, "Mom, Dad, what happened?" Her mother was excited and shouted, "That scheming mother-in-law brought two old people to our house. She started hitting as soon as she entered. Your brother was angry and hit the two old people. No, he didn't even touch them. But she called the police, and your brother was taken away." Hearing her mother's words, Zhang Zhaodi couldn't think clearly. She immediately rushed forward to scratch Zhang Chunqin. You old dead thing, are you trying to hurt my brother? I'll fight you. At the police station entrance, the police wouldn't let Zhang Zhaodi hit anyone. Before she could scratch Zhang Chunchin's face, two female police officers grab her. The neighbors around were stunned to see Zhang Zhaodi's wild behavior. They said to Qin Wentao, "Old Qin, are you still a man? Your wife is hitting your mother, and you just watch?" Because Qin Wentao's mother caused trouble at his workplace today and held a grudge against Zhang Chunqin, he didn't try to stop Zhang Zhaodi when she rushed forward. When the neighbors started criticizing him, he finally reacted and said, "Zhaodi, are you crazy? Your brother hit my grandparents and you're fighting my mother?" Zhang Zhaodi was very protective of her brother. When she heard they had taken him away, she lost her reason. "Qin Wentao, I tell you, if anything happens to my brother, you can forget about our marriage." She clenched her teeth and said. Qin Wentao looked at his wife's back and stepped forward to pull Zhang Chunqin aside. "Mom, we are all family. Why fight like this? Grandpa and Grandma are still in the hospital. You can't just ignore that. Don't cause more trouble. If this keeps up, Zhaodi might really want to divorce me." Zhang Chunqin looked at Zhang Zhaodi, who was angrily shouting, then at her son. "Your grandparents are still in the hospital. I don't have the final say. Old Qin's family isn't just your father, there are many others." After saying this, she didn't look at her eldest son again. Qin Qinghe also reacted and rushed forward, punching Qin Wentao. "Qin Wentao, you shameless person. You're about to hit my mom and you still want to make peace? I'll beat you, you ungrateful person." They started fighting again outside the police station. Zhang Chunqin didn't care how they fought or who got hurt. She wasn't willing to go through the same painful experience again. After Zhang Chunqin entered the police station, Zhang Zhaodi had already figured out what was happening. She hurried over to question Zhang Chunqin again. "Zhang Chunqin, that's my house. Who do you think you are to bring those two old people here? Are you deliberately trying to force my parents' and brother's family to leave? Listen, if you dare to make my mom leave, I will divorce Qin Wentao." Zhang Chunqin looked at Zhang Zhaodi with a half-smile.
Fine.
"Divorce quickly. That way, I can free up the house for his grandparents to live in. I paid for this house, and I can let whoever I want live here. As for you and your family, that has nothing to do with me." After saying this, she turned to the police and said, "Officer, my in-laws are very unwell. They are in the hospital holding my hand and saying they refuse to reconcile. You can't let them go. Releasing such troublemakers into society will only cause more harm." She then turned her head again to look at Zhang Zhaodi and said clearly, "Zhaodi, if you have the guts, divorce Qin Wentao. If you don't, I look down on you." With that, she walked away. Zhang Zhaodi stared in disbelief at her mother's back. In the past, Zhang Chunqin was most afraid of her talking about divorce. Whenever she mentioned it, she would agree to anything. But now, she seemed to want her and Qin Wentao to divorce. At this moment, Zhang Zhaodi's parents and sister-in-law rushed in, pointing at her nose and shouting, "Zhaodi, if your brother ends up in jail because of you, you'll have no family to go back to." Her sister-in-law angrily said, "Zhang Zhaodi, you keep saying you'll give us the house and job, but there's no sign of it. You just can't stand to see us do well. Zhang Zhaodi, if your brother ends up in jail, I will divorce him and remarry with Nyo. After she finished speaking, she turned and pulled the child to leave. At this moment, Zhang Zhaodi hated Zhang Chunqin even more. In her mind, the house had long belonged to her. She wanted to give it to her brother, but taking it back was impossible. After being scolded by her family, she chased after Zhang Chunqin. She ran to the police station entrance. Just as she looked up, she saw Zhang Chunqin suddenly stumble forward and fall to the ground. Then Zhang Chunqin looked at Zhang Zhaodi in fear. "You. Zhaodi, your brother hit me. How could you hit me?" She said this and started crying with her face covered. The people in the big courtyard immediately angrily pointed at Zhang Zhaodi and scolded her. "Zhaodi, no matter what, she's your mother-in-law. Your brother put the elderly in the hospital. How is that your mother-in-law's fault? We've seen unreasonable people, but never like this, like a mad dog. No wonder you married out and brought your family to live with you." Fat Mama spat at Qin Wentao. Ungrateful wolf, your mother only gave birth to you. You little beast. You actually allow your wife to hit her own mother. Aren't you afraid of heaven punishing you? Qin Wentao looked at Zhang Chunqin on the ground and finally reacted. He rushed over to help his mother. Mom, are you okay? Zhang Chunqin shouted desperately at Qin Wentao. Get lost. I don't want to see you and your wife. From now on, I won't acknowledge that I ever had you as a son. After saying this, Zhang Chunqin was helped away by others. Qin Wentao watched the scene, turned angrily, and raised his hand to slap Zhang Zhaodi. Zhaodi, I've been too good to you these years. How dare you hit my mom? Zhang Zhaodi, in disbelief, covered her face. Qin Wentao, you dare hit me. I want a divorce. In the past, whenever Zhang Zhaodi frowned, Qin Wentao would go over to comfort her. But this time, he didn't bother to soothe her. He said coldly, you hit my mom, and your brother put my grandparents in the hospital. This isn't over. After speaking, Qin Wentao turned and left. Zhang Zhaodi covered her face and started to sob. It's all that old thing's fault. Previously, she said something, and Qin Wentao didn't dare to argue because of her. Because of her, Qin Wentao even hurt himself. At this moment, her parents and sister-in-law came out again. Before Zhang Zhaodi could speak, her mother slapped her on the other side. Zhang Zhaodi, I tell you, if your brother has any trouble, you just go die. Zhang Zhaodi felt wronged and helpless, but she still comforted her parents. Mom and Dad, unless Qin Wentao really divorces me, the Qin family won't dare to blame me. They married me with so much money. They won't divorce easily. Her mother gritted her teeth and said, You've been married to Qin Wentao for so long, but you still can't control the Qin family. You're useless. Hurry up and think of a way for your brother. Tell the police that as long as those two old folks don't understand, he can only stay in jail. Your brother has never suffered like this. Zhang Zhaodi nodded. I'll go to the hospital to see those two old folks. Her mother was excited. Yaozu, even if he really hit them, it wasn't hard. They did it on purpose to drive us away. Zhang Zhaodi nodded. Mom, I understand. After leaving the police station, Zhang Chunqin went to the hospital. Qin Qinghe followed her. On the way, he asked, Mom, why did you bring the grandparents here? The house is already full. Why did you bring them? They favor my younger uncle and younger aunt. Zhang Chunqin shot him a cold look. None of your business. Qin Qinghe choked. Mom, my older brother and his wife have already moved back. Is this your decision? You put my things at the gatekeeper's house. Are you trying to kick me out? How can you be so biased? I just want to go to college. Why won't you support me? Zhang Chunqin didn't want to listen to Qin Qinghe and impatiently interrupted. Qin Qinghe, with your grades, even retaking several times, you won't get into college. Hearing this, Qin Qinghe's eyes turned red with anger. He clenched his teeth and stared at his mother. Mom, you just don't like me. In your eyes, only my older brother matters. Zhang Chunqin sneered. Don't say that. I don't just dislike you. I dislike all my children. After she finished, she kicked Qin Qinghe off the tricycle and rode away on her own. Qin Qinghe looked at her back, clenched his fists. He must retake the exam. He wants to go to high school with Anqin. He needs to watch over her, because she's so beautiful. What if someone tricks his Anqin away? As Zhang Chunqin knows, Qin Qinghe isn't truly interested in college. He just wants to stay with his beloved girl and repeat the year. He's afraid that if he doesn't stay close, the girl might be taken by someone else. Qin Qinghe doesn't care about his family's money. He just wants to be with Anqin all the time. He gets up from the ground and pats his pants. His grandparents come over. They don't like his mother. If she doesn't agree, he will go to his grandparents instead. He's repeating school, not doing anything wrong. The Qin family is poor. He will be the only university student in the family. In the hospital, both elderly people are lying in beds. Seeing Zhang Chunqin arrive, Sun Ermiai says to her, Call Guohua and tell him to come back. Say that we might be beaten to death by his eldest son's family. Old Chin also chimes in, he only earns a few dollars a month. It took him a lot of effort to save enough for a house. Hurry and come back. Our Chin Guobao still needs this house to get married. Initially, Zhang Chunqin felt a little better about her in-laws because of today's events. But hearing this, she secretly sneered. Sure enough, favoritism is familiar and taken for granted. The house she bought for her eldest son was paid for with her savings from eating cheaply and collecting trash and scrap metal at night. At that time, she didn't have enough money, so she borrowed from her in-laws. But they just kicked her out, saying her sister-in-law and brother-in-law weren't married yet, and she was just after their money. She then said that these two old people were working so hard for the house because they wanted her younger son to get married. Zhang Chunqin looked at the two elderly people and said slowly, Mom, I still owe my family 300 yuan for this house. If you want to get your younger son married, you could help me pay off this debt, and the house can go to him. As soon as she said this, son Ermiai got angry. This house was bought with my son Guohua's money. Guohua's house belongs to Guobao. What nonsense are you talking about? Zhang Chunqin scoffed mockingly and interrupted coldly. Qin Guohua earns only 30 yuan a month. He gives you 25 and keeps 5 for household expenses. How are you supposed to come up with over 1,000 yuan? The two elders stared angrily at Zhang Chunqin. Zhang Chunqin, why are we fighting over this as a family? You are just earning for my Qin family. Look at what you've done to the children. Because of you, your daughter-in-law can boss you around and treat you badly. They didn't let Zhang Chunqin speak further and pointed at her saying, bring Guohua back so we can discuss this house properly. Also, tell Wentao that the house was bought by his father. We only let him live there if he wants to. If he doesn't want to, he can leave. And we don't want his wife and her family to keep bossing us around. Hearing their words, Zhang Chunqin stopped talking. She originally just wanted to bring someone to deal with Zhang Zhaodi's family. Now she also wanted to use these two old people to take revenge on Zhang Zhaodi's family. So she took a deep breath and said to son Ermiai, Mom, what should we do next? Zhang Yaozu is in jail, and the doctor said your injuries aren't serious. Son Ermiai and old Qin looked at each other, and then said to Zhang Chunqin, Chunqin, if you let Guobao get married, we will help you deal with your daughter-in-law's family. But if you're just using us as a tool, we won't do such bad things. Zhang Chunqin had already decided. Once she got the house back, she would sell it directly and use her own money to buy a courtyard house. She wouldn't tell anyone about her plans to buy a house. Okay, as long as you make Zhang Zhaodi's family move out. Zhang Chunqin nodded in agreement. Son Ermiai was pleased and nodded. Then don't worry about this. Just make sure Guohua comes back. We will handle everything else. Zhang Chunqin agreed, all right. I'll go home and cook for you, then come to see you later. The two elders nodded. Go ahead. After Zhang Chunqin left, old Qin asked son Ermiai, do you believe what the old daughter-in-law said about giving the house to Guobao? Son Ermiai sneered, I have a plan. She then jumped off the bed, leaned close to old Qin's ear, and whispered a few words. Old Qin's brows relaxed, and his eyes sparkled with excitement. Good. Let's do it that way. After Zhang Chunqin left, Qin Wentao carried some things and went to the hospital. Since his grandparents were beaten, even if he wasn't very filial, he had to come and visit. At the hospital, son Ermiai saw Qin Wentao and immediately started crying out loud. Wentao, your wife's family beat your grandparents like this. I can't live anymore. Old Mr. Qin also scolded, Qin Wentao, I can't take this beating anymore. This isn't over. Son Ermiai saw that her husband's words had little impact, so she quickly added, Qin Wentao, you're the eldest son and grandson of the Qin family. I love you the most. But look at the daughter-in-law you found for us. Why are your parents' house and your wife's family living together? Qin Wentao hesitated and said, Zhaodi loves her brother, so she brought him here. It's not for long, just a little while. Hearing this, son Ermiai slowly said, Can they stay? What about grandpa and grandma? Qin Wentao's face stiffened. After a moment, he gritted his teeth and said, Of course. This is the house my parents bought for me. Why can't you stay? He then placed the malted milk and red dates he bought on the table. Grandpa and Grandma, Zhang Yaozu is just a kid. We're all family. There's no need to make such a fuss. If you sign a peace agreement, and if anything happens to Zhang Yaozu, Zhaodi won't be able to live with me anymore. The two elders stared at Qin Wentao. Wentao, do you mean that after we got beaten like this, it's just okay? Qin Wentao's expression froze. He quickly continued. What are your demands? I can pass your message to Zhaodi. Sun Ermiai glanced at her husband. Myself and your grandpa have lived in the village all our lives. We want to stay in the city for a while. We'll stay in your house. Do you have any objections? Qin Wentao didn't dare to object and nodded naturally. Sun Ermiai continued. When I was hospitalized, your wife's family paid for it. You have no objections, right? They are the ones who made us like this. Qin Wentao nodded again. Sun Ermiai kept talking. During this time in the city, your wife will take care of us. You have no objections, right? Qin Wentao was silent for a moment. Okay. As long as you sign the peace agreement, Zhaodi will be grateful and will definitely take care of you. Sun Ermiai nodded happily. Then there are no other demands. We're all family. No need to make such a fuss. Qin Wentao let out a sigh of relief. I'll go back and tell Zhaodi. Sun Ermiai nodded. Tonight we want to eat braised pork knuckles. Go buy some for us. Qin Wentao's face stiffened. Grandpa and Grandma, I've spent all my salary this month. I don't have any money. As soon as he received his paycheck, Zhang Zhaodi would start to be kind and caring. He would spend all his money on his wife without leaving anything behind. The money for the malted milk powder was borrowed from his colleagues at work. When old Qin heard this, his face darkened. Wentao, how can we let you take care of us if you do this? Hearing this, Qin Wentao immediately nodded. Okay, I'll go buy it right now. After leaving the hospital, he happened to meet Qin Qinghe, who was about to rush forward to fight. Qin Qinghe sneered and said to Qin Wentao, Big brother, if you can't beat me, don't embarrass yourself. He then snorted coldly and headed straight to the hospital. When Zhang Chunqing got home, she saw the things at the door. She sneered and turned to throw everything at the security guard. This house was assigned to her work unit. Her daughters, even the youngest, were already over 18. She no longer had the obligation to support them. From now on, no one would be allowed into her home. In a past life, this house was given to her third son's family to live in. They used the excuse of buying a wedding house to kick her out, and she never entered that home again. In this life, she wouldn't let any ungrateful people take advantage of her. She would get back what she had given before. She casually cooked some dishes and packed them into lunchboxes to take to the hospital. At the hospital, the two elders were already very hungry. When Zhang Chunqing entered the ward and walked between the two beds, she said, Dad and Mom, I didn't have time to buy vegetables today. Please bear with this meal. Before she finished speaking, old Qin hit her with his cane. Zhang Chunqing, we are patients. If it weren't for you bringing us here to fight over the house, would we be hospitalized? And now you want us to just make do? Zhang Chunqing took a deep breath, reminding herself to be patient. She still had to deal with Zhang Zhaodi's parents and family. She patiently continued, Dad and Mom, I'll serve you some rice. After serving rice to Sun Ermei, she handed her the bowl and chopsticks. Sun Ermei took a bite of eggplant and started to complain, Are you trying to make us salt dead? Also, we're like this, and you put so little oil. And this egg. Listening to Sun Ermei still finding 10 faults with each dish, Zhang Chunqing felt tired. She and Qin Guohua had no house from their work unit during the first 10 years of marriage. They still lived in the countryside with her parents-in-law. When she married in, old Qin was already paralyzed. He doesn't just expect people to serve him. Whenever something displeases him, he hits Zhang Chunqing with a cane. She is beaten every day and ends up covered in injuries. Sun Ermiai waits eagerly every day for Zhang Chunqing to serve her. No matter what she does, she always finds countless faults. She endured until the very end, until she could no longer bear it and asked her workplace for a house. Only then did her life become peaceful. A picture of her being mistreated and tormented by them flashed through Zhang Chunqing's mind. She almost lost her temper and wanted to smash her lunchbox over their heads. She kept smiling and said nothing, following the principle: if you like to eat, eat. If not, don't. Even though she was disliked and considered useless, the two old people still finished all the food and dishes. After old Qin finished eating, he said to Zhang Chunqin with disdain, "If it weren't for Wen Tao bringing us sauce pork later, we wouldn't let you off so easily today." Zhang Chunqin was surprised and asked, "Does he have money?" The two old people looked at her with a foolish expression and said, "Whether he has money or not has nothing to do with us. As long as we get to eat the sauce pork, that's enough." Then Sun Ermiai continued, "I've already agreed to sign with Wen Tao. I think we're all family, so there's no need to cause trouble. The child has been born, and the young couple can't get divorced. As long as they pay for the medical and nutritional expenses, we won't pursue it anymore. We're temporarily staying at Wen Tao's place. He said his wife feels guilty about us, and in the future, she will come to take care of us," Sun Ermiai told Zhang Chunqin. Hearing this, Zhang Chunqin almost couldn't hold back her laughter. No one knew better than her how good Sun Ermiai was at finding fault. And no one knew better than her how bad old Qin's temper was. Zhang Zhaodi's good days have begun. Next, her days at home will be quite lively. "Okay, Mom and Dad, I'll listen to you," Zhang Chunqin said obediently. The two old people asked again, "Has Guohua been notified to come back?" Zhang Chunqin nodded, "Yes, he should arrive home tomorrow night." Zhang Chunqin came out of the hospital and met Qin Wentao and his wife, who were carrying a braised pork knuckle, at the hospital entrance. Zhang Zhaodi had already calmed Qin Wentao down. She always knew how to handle Qin Wentao. As long as she played dumb and acted silly, Qin Wentao couldn't resist. She saw Zhang Chunqin and felt deep hatred for her. But now she still had to live with Qin Wentao. She immediately stepped forward to apologize. "Mom, please don't be angry about today. I really didn't push you, Before Zhang Zhaodi finished speaking, Zhang Chunqin had already walked past them without even looking at them. When there were many people, she was willing to act polite, but now she didn't want to bother with them at all. Zhang Zhaodi looked at Zhang Chunqin's attitude and gritted her teeth as she said to her husband, "Wentao, look at this. I already apologized to her, but see how your mom treats me. I really didn't push her. Do you believe me?" Hearing this, Qin Wentao sighed. "You even argued with Mom. It's not wrong for her to act like a mother-in-law." He hesitated for a moment and then added, "Zhaodi, you only met my grandparents when we got married and didn't have much contact. Don't see them as ordinary elders. They are much harder to deal with than my parents. Be careful with your words." Zhaodi felt unhappy inside, but she had to please the two elders now. She forced a smile and said, "Okay." At the hospital, the two elders saw Qin Wentao's smiling face, but when they saw Zhang Zhaodi, their faces stiffened. "Wentao, what is she doing here?" Hearing this, Zhaodi immediately greeted them with a bright smile. "Grandpa and Grandma, you're hospitalized. I came to take care of you. You were accidentally hit by my younger brother, so I naturally came to look after you until you leave the hospital." Sun Ermiai looked at Zhang Zhaodi and muttered in her mind, "No wonder he can make his eldest grandson spend all his salary to support her family." She hadn't looked closely before, just thought she looked okay. Now, looking carefully, her face was quite nice. Having a house in the city was enough to marry such a beautiful wife. Her youngest son would surely marry a wife even more beautiful than Zhang Zhaodi. When that time comes, she must hold on to her tightly. Qin Wentao didn't know what his grandmother was thinking. He just wanted to please his grandparents and quickly get his brother-in-law out. "Grandpa and Grandma, I brought you some braised pork knuckles. How would you like to eat them?" Qin Wentao took out chopsticks and wanted to serve them. Old Qin saw the braised pork knuckles in the thermos and his face darkened. "Wentao, are you reluctant to give us some braised pork knuckles? For the two of us, is one enough?" Qin Wentao was caught off guard when Zhang Zhaodi couldn't hold back and said, "You two are old and still want to eat some braised pork hocks." Hearing this, old Qin grabbed his cane and scolded Zhang Zhaodi. "You've gone too far. We haven't even taken care of you, and you're shouting at us like this. With your behavior, if we lived with you, we'd be mistreated and possibly die. He then said to Qin Wentao, Wentao, your grandma and I wouldn't dare live at your place. We're afraid we'd be driven crazy by you. As they spoke, they started to chase Qin Wentao out. Qin Wentao quickly forced a smile and said, Grandma and Grandpa, I'll ask someone to borrow a tricycle tomorrow to take you home from the hospital. Zhaodi is just impatient. She means no harm. Please don't be mad at her. He then tried to cheer them up. I'll go buy some more braised pork hocks now. Zhaodi patiently nodded. Grandma and Grandpa, don't be angry. I just have a quick temper. The two elders shot sideways glances at Zhaodi and ignored her. Soon after, Qin Wentao bought another braised pork hock and returned. The old couple was satisfied and said, All right. Come pick us up tomorrow. Qin Wentao finally relaxed after hearing this. Zhaodi held back her temper several times to avoid losing her patience with the two elders. After Qin Wentao calmed the elders down, he took Zhaodi and left. As Zhaodi was leaving, old Qin suddenly said, Wentao, you can go back first. Your wife can stay and take care of us. Zhaodi's face turned pale, and she was about to refuse, but old Qin slowly added, Is that all the sincerity you have? Thinking of her younger brother, Zhaodi clenched her teeth and decided to stay. Qin Wentao hesitated for a moment and said to Zhaodi before leaving, Zhaodi, I'll stay at my mom's place with the baby tonight. I want to have a good talk with her. There are some things I can't say when you're around. Hearing this, Zhaodi felt much calmer. As long as she could help her brother get a house and a job, a little hardship was okay. She took a deep breath, turned around, and went back to the hospital room. Qin Wentao left the hospital and went straight to the old courtyard where Zhang Chunqin lived. When he arrived, Qin Qinghe was there too. Their belongings were placed at the gatekeeper. Qin Qinghe was originally angry and wanted to confront his brother with something. However, when he saw that his older brother's family's belongings had also been thrown outside, his anger lessened. Qin Qinghe, what are you doing? Qin Wentao saw that his and Zhang Zhaodi's things were thrown outside the yard. He was so angry his eyes turned red. He thought Qin Qinghe was the one who threw their things out. He still didn't know what kind of person his second brother was. He thought just because he finished high school he was now a college student. If their mother hadn't refused to pay for his high school, he would already be in college. Qin Qinghe sneered, Qin Wentao, I tell you, I can't get into our house, and you can't either. My mom won't let me live there, so don't think you can take advantage. Qin Wentao sneered back, Qin Qinghe, this family doesn't belong to you. Move aside, I want to go in. Since returning home, Qin Qinghe had been knocking on the door for a long time. This time, their mother was really determined. She changed the locks and added a lock from inside. She was worried they might try to pick the lock, so the lock inside couldn't be opened from outside. Qin Wentao was holding his son and pushed his second brother. But he couldn't move as quickly as Qin Qinghe, who was more agile. In the end, probably because Zhang Zhaodi wasn't there, they didn't fight. Qin Qinghe carried his belongings, and Qin Wentao took his son to find Zhang Chunqin. At the door, Qin Wentao knocked and said, Mom, open the door. We need to talk clearly. Why did you suddenly change the lock? There was no response from inside. Qin Wentao kept knocking. Mom, please open the door. Seeing no response, Qin Wentao urged Qin Qinghe, It's too cold outside. Hurry up and knock. Qin Qinghe sneered, I've been knocking for a long time. If I hadn't seen with my own eyes that Mom went inside, I would think she wasn't home. Hearing this, Qin Wentao asked Qin Qinghe, What did you say to Mom? Why is she treating me like this? Qin Qinghe sneered, What can I do? I just want to repeat my studies. Mom started acting strange after you and your wife asked her to work. To protect her brother, Zhang Zhaodi could only endure silently. She was raised believing her younger brother was her greatest support. Even now, after marrying Qin Wentao, she still thought her family of origin was more important than her husband's family. She could divorce Qin Wentao, but she couldn't be without her family. Zhaodi, I'm still not full. Go buy me some food outside. And get me some candied fruit too. Son Ermiai said again. Zhang Zhaodi clenched her teeth and agreed, secretly cursing. Old thing, I won't let you get the better of me. After the two elders finished talking about her, they said, "No, just bossing her around isn't enough." Sun Ermiai frowned and said, "Bring out your old skills of dealing with Zhang Chunqin. Are you just jealous because this daughter-in-law is young and pretty? Can't you use your cane on her?" Old Qin glared at his wife and said, "Nonsense. What does her appearance matter? When Zhang Chunqin was young, she was much prettier. I still hit her just the same." Zhang Chunqin was famous for her beauty when she was young. But she was born into a poor family. She was the oldest of 6 sisters. To escape her home, she looked at Qin Guohua and married him directly because he seemed honest. Over the years, she grew old and shriveled, worn down by life. She knew how hard her life had been better than anyone. Sun Ermiai sneered, "Keep at it. Qin and his wife can't train the daughter-in-law, so we will." Later, when Zhang Zhaodi returned with candied fruit and cakes, old Qin spoke up. "Zhaodi, bring me the pot. I need to." Hearing this, Zhang Zhaodi's face turned red. "Sir, I can't do that." Old Qin immediately gritted his teeth and cursed it. "I'm not afraid of you watching, so why are you uncomfortable? I think you just don't want to serve me." Zhang Zhaodi's face flushed as she looked at old Qin. "Maybe I should find a man to come over." "No, I'll have Wen Tao come to take care of you." Sun Ermiai said expressionlessly, "Zhaodi, your grandpa has been paralyzed for decades. When your mother-in-law Chunqin married in, she was already paralyzed too. She used to serve him just like this. If she could manage, why can't you? Look at your behavior. Thought you were some rich lady. You're just a country girl. How did you end up like a spoiled young lady?" But before Zhang Zhaodi could refuse again, she saw water dripping from old Qin's bed. Old Qin had wet himself. Old Qin immediately grabbed his cane and shouted at Zhang Zhaodi, "Hurry up and change my clothes and bed sheets. If you weren't so useless and picky, would I be wetting the bed?" Zhang Zhaodi looked at the water-soaked bed sheet, felt sick, and turned to run away. Behind her, old Qin softly said, "If you leave tonight, don't expect your brother to help you out." Zhang Zhaodi stopped, turned around, and came back. She went out, asked the hospital for a hospital gown, and, holding back her anger and nausea, changed the clothes for old Qin. In her mind, she cursed Zhang Chunqin and the 2 old people countless times. "Just you wait. Once I get the house and a job, I will divorce Qin Wen Tao. All of you are so disgusting." Things were very tense at the hospital. At the door, the 2 brothers finally calmed down. After fighting earlier in the day, they sat down to think about their mother's strange behavior. They discussed, and older Qin firmly believed it was because Qin Qinghe wanted to repeat a grade, which upset Zhang Chunqin. The younger Qin thought it was because their parents wanted to take Zhang Chunqin's job, which also upset her. Both of them believed their mother was just angry and would soon agree to their wishes. "No, it's too cold outside. I'll go stay at the guest house first." Qin Wen Tao was worried about the children and was about to leave with the child. Qin Qinghe had also planned to stay at a friend's house for the night, but seeing Qin Wen Tao come back, he decided not to leave. In the end, they couldn't get their mother to open the door, so they had to leave feeling disappointed. Actually, Zhang Chunqin knew what was happening outside. She had a moment of softness, but when she remembered her smile when she saw herself dead in her past life, she hardened her heart. After her 2 sons were no longer outside, Zhang Chunqin took out the money she earned from selling nose spray bottles today. She didn't want to deposit it in the bank because she was afraid Qin Guohua would find out and end up with her eccentric in-laws. She wanted to change what happened to Qin Guohua's death, but living happily with Qin Guohua without any grudges was impossible. She endured the cold violence and complaints from Qin Guohua over the years, and she couldn't forgive him. She hid the money inside a few pieces of her usual clothes. Before she had the 5,000 yuan, she had already thought about what she would use it for. She knew the origins of many antiques behind her, giving her an advantage over others. She could earn more money in the future. She also understood that old antiques would become more valuable over time. In her past life, to make her recovered items more valuable, she learned how to repair cultural relics and paintings. This skill also helped her make money. After planning her future life, Zhang Chunqin peacefully went to sleep. The next morning, she reluctantly got up to deliver soy milk and fried dough sticks to the two elderly people at the hospital. As she reached the door of the ward, she heard Sun Ermiai scolding someone and old Qin shouting angrily. Zhang Chunqin was a bit surprised. Oh, is there a big fool coming to show filial piety for her? She didn't go inside but peeked through the door. She saw that the two elders had already set out breakfast on the table. Sun Ermiai was picking faults, and old Qin was hitting with his cane. Zhang Zhaodi had dark circles under her eyes and looked like a ghost emerging from a haunted house. Zhang Zhaodi had just given birth and was changing her baby's milk and diapers, but she had never been so exhausted or distressed. Zhang Chunqin, having experienced this before, knew very well how capable these two elders were. She stood outside the ward for a long time before finally carrying the thermos inside. Hearing the noise, Sun Ermiai's scolding paused, and she looked up at Zhang Chunqin, frowning.
Chunqin.
Today I'm moving out with Wentao to live in their new house after we leave the hospital. Don't come here anymore. Wives are filial. She needs to take care of us. I've discussed with the old man, and after we recover, we'll sign and settle everything. Sun Ermiai's words implied, take good care of us, and your brother can come out. Fail to do so, and he'll end up in jail. Hearing this, Zhang Chunqin breathed a sigh of relief. She had taken care of these two difficult elders for 10 years and didn't want to do it anymore. Now that someone else was taking over, she couldn't help but smile. She looked at Zhang Zhaodi and said meaningfully, it's really hard for the daughter-in-law. Taking care of the kids and the two elders will be very tiring. Zhang Zhaodi, hearing this, suddenly lost her temper. She stared at Zhang Chunqin and asked sharply, aren't you going to take care of the kids? Zhang Chunqin replied coldly, Zhaodi, whoever gave birth takes care of them. And I need to work. Zhang Zhaodi's emotions, exhausted from a whole night of being worn down by these two elders, finally snapped. She stared with red eyes at Zhang Chunqin and asked, didn't you give me the work? Before Zhang Chunqin could speak, old Qin lazily said, I gave you the work, but you gave it to your brother. Our whole family's plans are all on my face. Second sister's son also sneered, Zhang Zhaodi, do you think our Qin family is fools? You want to give the house to your brother and you want to give the work from the big family to him too. Do you think I, a member of the Qin family, am dead? These words were harsh and direct. Zhang Zhaodi didn't know that during the fight yesterday, her nephew had already revealed all their family's schemes. Hearing Sun's second sister's words, she immediately became angry and argued, you think everyone is as sneaky as you?
We.
Before she finished, Sun's second sister said softly, yesterday, your little nephew not only told everyone your family's plans but also revealed your own thoughts. Zhang Zhaodi suddenly fell silent. It's all children's nonsense. Why are you arguing with children? Old Qin picked up his cane and gestured towards Zhang Zhaodi, saying, we don't argue with children, but we argue with you. Zhang Zhaodi, I tell you, the big family's things belong to my family's treasure. Then he said to Zhang Chunqin, aren't you going to work? Hurry up, Wentao will be here soon. They were afraid that Zhang Chunqin's soft heart would give the work to Zhang Zhaodi. Zhang Chunqin knew all about their personalities. If Zhang Zhaodi and Wentao said a few nice words, she would open her heart completely. Originally, Zhang Chunqin didn't want to get involved, but hearing the elders say this, she put down the thermos and was about to leave. But Zhang Zhaodi was not willing to give up now. She had already decided to give up everything. Let me serve grandma and grandpa, but you have to give me the work. You promised before. Zhang Yazu had just been to the police station, and she had to get a job back. Otherwise, her family wouldn't care about her anymore. Zhang Zhaodi knew very well what kind of people her family was. They had long been used to taking from her. If their demands weren't met, they wouldn't let her go. Zhang Chunqin was pulled back by Zhang Zhaodi. Seeing this, the two elders cursed Zhang Zhaodi. Zhang Zhaodi, you're really going against the heavens. You even fought with your mother-in-law. As they spoke, Sun's second sister started crying and shouting, everyone come and see. The daughter-in-law hit the mother-in-law. She encouraged her brother to push us old folks into the hospital, and now she's hitting the mother-in-law again. Everyone, come see this shameless daughter-in-law. Her voice was sharp and loud, and the people in the nearby ward immediately came over to see what was happening. At this moment, Zhang Zhaodi no longer cared about her shame. She ignored Sun Ermiai's crying and curses and tightly grabbed Zhang Chunqin, gritting her teeth as she said, "Zhang Chunqin, if you don't want her son to be without a wife and your grandson to be without a mother, then leave. Today, you must transfer your work to me. Otherwise, I will divorce your son today." Zhang Chunqin looked at the fierce Zhang Zhaodi coldly and indifferently. "Isn't your family just aiming to take my house and do my work? If you haven't achieved your goal, are you willing to divorce?" As she spoke, her expression grew colder. "I told you long ago. If you really have the ability, go ahead and divorce." Zhang Zhaodi was used to threatening with divorce, but she found that these times, it didn't seem to work anymore. Men like Qin Wentao were the best conditions she could marry. It wasn't that she didn't want to marry well, but with a family like this, only a man like Qin Wentao wouldn't dislike her. Seeing that Zhang Chunqin was no longer afraid of her divorce threats, Zhang Zhaodi clenched her teeth and tried to force her to go to work at the unit. Today, she had to settle the work matter. Just as she was pulling Zhang Chunqin, a furious figure rushed over. "What are you doing?" The person rushing over was Qin Guohua. Qin Guohua had just returned and was informed by the people in the courtyard about his parents being hospitalized. He was naturally filial and, upon hearing the news, immediately stormed over to the hospital. He asked the front desk for his parents' ward and, upon arriving, saw this scene. Qin Guohua was tall and strong, with a dark complexion. His expression was serious, enough to intimidate others. Qin Guohua pushed Zhang Zhaodi forcefully, causing her to fall to the ground. Zhang Chunqin looked at Qin Guohua with a dazed expression. In her past life, Qin Guohua had died too early. She couldn't even remember his face without looking at photos. Now, seeing her husband, who had 3 sons and a daughter with her, she felt as if she was in a different world. She didn't have deep feelings for Qin Guohua either. Back then, she married him just to escape her oppressive original family. After Qin Guohua pushed Zhang Zhaodi aside, he rushed to his parents' bed. "Mom, Dad, I am unfilial. I have hurt you so much." When he reached the bedside, he knelt down heavily. His simple and silly look made people both sad and amused. Zhang Chunqin didn't bother about Zhang Zhaodi, who was pushed to the ground. Instead, she looked at Qin Guohua thoughtfully. At this moment, Qin Wentao, holding the baby, also arrived at the hospital. He had been tired all night taking care of the child and was full of frustration. When he saw many people at the door of the ward, his heart sank. He quickly moved forward. He pushed through the crowd and saw his wife sitting on the ground wiping tears. His anger immediately flared up. He shouted at Zhang Chunqin, "Mom, what are you doing? The house lock has been changed. I can't get in. I can't take care of the kids. And now you're hitting my wife. Are you trying to force me to divorce her?" He said this while holding the baby with one arm and trying to pull Zhang Zhaodi with the other. Zhang Chunqin looked at her son coldly, sneering mockingly, without arguing. "See, this is her son. No matter what happens, he questions and insults her without understanding the full story. Anyway, whenever something goes wrong, it's always her fault." Yesterday, he was locked outside by Zhang Chunqin, already full of anger. Now he was just looking for an excuse to vent. "Mom, what dissatisfaction do you have with us? Why do you have to make the house chaotic? Our family was fine before. Why are you causing such trouble now? Grandpa and Grandma are happily living in the countryside. Why do you insist on bringing them here?" he said, glancing at Zhang Chunqin's face. Today, he definitely wanted to blame everything on his mother. Only by shifting the blame onto her could he expect her to do more for him in the future. Seeing that Zhang Chunqin didn't argue back, he continued, "Our home is small, and you insisted on bringing Grandpa and Grandma here. They got hurt because of your selfishness. How can you be so selfish?" Before Qin Wentao finished speaking, Zhang Chunqin raised her hand and slapped him. "Qin Wentao, I might as well have given birth to a piece of roast pork. You ungrateful thing. She scolded him word by word. Qin Wentao was slapped so hard that his face twisted. He covered his face in disbelief and said, Mom, why did you hit me? Zhang Chunqin snorted coldly, saying, Do I need to ask permission to hit you? Am I not qualified to hit you? Or can I not hit you now? After she spoke, the onlookers behind her also started to criticize. How can there be such a son? As soon as someone arrives, he blames his own mother. His wife bullies his mother, and he can't see it. When he sees his wife suffering, he starts insulting his own mother. Exactly. If I had a son like that, I would cut all ties. Young man, your wife was the first to make a move. I just saw her grabbing you. Why do you only see your wife? Can't you see your mother is suffering? The people watching the scene around them criticized Qin Wentao harshly. Qin Wentao's face burned hot, not just because of Zhang Chunqin's slap, but also because of everyone's blame. He reached out and handed the child to Zhang Zhaodi, lowering his voice to ask, What's going on? Yaozu is still inside. Can't you be patient? Zhang Zhaodi pointed at herself and said, I just want my mom to finish her work today. Hearing this, Qin Wentao looked at her with a puzzled expression, as if she were a fool. You're asking my mom for work now? Do you not want your brother to come out? Qin Wentao had always praised his wife, thinking she was smart, beautiful, caring, and likable. But now, he felt she had become so foolish and naive. Qin Guohua, who was kneeling, finally reacted and suddenly stood up. Wentao, what's happening? Qin Wentao then noticed that his father was also there. He asked in surprise, Dad, why are you back? Qin Guohua ignored Qin Wentao. He walked up to Zhang Zhaodi, expressionless, and said, Your brother beat my parents like this? Zhang Zhaodi didn't have much contact with her father-in-law, but he was tall and muscular, and just standing there was intimidating. Qin Guohua was tall and looked like he was ready to fight. Usually, he was stern and serious. Zhang Zhaodi didn't like him much, but luckily, he was rarely at home. My brother didn't do it on purpose. He's still a kid, Zhang Zhaodi said, feeling a bit unsure. But when it came to her brother, she immediately protected him fiercely, like a mother hen guarding her chicks. Qin Guohua looked at his eldest son and asked, Are you just going to watch your wife's family hit your grandparents? Qin Wentao was also afraid of his father. He felt he could ask his mother for anything, but with his father, he was always cautious.
Why?
Maybe because this father has been indifferent to his children since they were young. He is different from Zhang Chunqin. Zhang Chunqin wants to treat all her children fairly, afraid they will say she favors some. But Qin Guohua is indifferent and treats all the children equally without caring. Dad, I didn't. Before Qin Wentao could finish speaking, he was slapped on the other side of his face. This slap was much harder than Zhang Chunqin's, leaving 5 finger marks on his face. Qin Wentao covered his face, but didn't dare to argue back. Zhang Chunqin watched this scene with a cold expression. I'm going to work now. She turned and left. Outside the hospital, she recalled her youth when her in-laws were harsh to her and the hardships after Qin Guohua's death in her past life. When she was reborn, her first thought was to change Qin Guohua's ending. She believed her suffering started after his death. But after rebirth, when she reconnected with her in-laws and saw Qin Guohua again, she suddenly felt confused and lost. She wanted to change everything, including her marriage and life. At her workplace, she still looked dazed. She thought all day, but couldn't decide whether to stay with Qin Guohua or not. Their marriage was unhappy, but Qin Guohua hadn't done anything wrong to her. After work, she didn't go back to the hospital. Instead, she went to Panjiayuan. At Panjiayuan, she headed straight to old Zhang's courtyard. On the way, she unexpectedly met the man from yesterday. This man's expression was even more anxious today. He was holding calligraphy and paintings. Seeing Zhang Chunqin, he hurried over, tears in his eyes, and said, Big sister, do you still want antiques? These are calligraphy and paintings.
My son.
He looked much older overnight. Zhang Chunqin glanced at him and asked quietly, How much money do you still need? The man held up 5 fingers. 500. The doctor said if I can get 500 more, there's a special medicine imported from abroad that can help my son wait another 6 months. Maybe then. The man wiped his tears and couldn't speak further. Zhang Chunqin sighed, took out 500 yuan, and handed it to him. I want this painting. Take this money and get your son treated. The man stared at her blankly, bowed in thanks, and took the money to leave. Zhang Chunqin glanced at the man's back and sighed softly. Only after he left did she open the painting. Immediately, she recognized that this was also a rare treasure from the last era, but it was badly damaged and no longer valuable. She had just felt sympathy for the parents' hard work, which is why she didn't even look at the painting and simply took it. She didn't know that her kind act would open a big door in her future life. She carried the painting and headed toward Old Zhang's courtyard. Old Zhang was originally feeding birds. When he heard the noise, he looked up and saw Zhang Chunqin. He suddenly stood up. Big sister, I finally waited for you. Without waiting for her to speak, he turned to call someone. Comrade Fu.
Comrade Fu, come out.
The girl who saw through that painting yesterday is here. As soon as he finished speaking, a middle-aged man in military uniform came out from inside the house. From his build and stance, Zhang Chunqin knew he was definitely a soldier, and his demeanor was impressive, so his background must be quite special. The man saw Zhang Chunqin and immediately spoke. Comrade, Old Zhang said you could tell at a glance that the painting in his hall was fake. You must have a good knowledge of antiques and calligraphy. Zhang Chunqin didn't know what this man wanted from her. She shook her head. I collect scrap to make ends meet. The more I collect, the more experience I get. Being able to tell that the painting in Old Zhang's hall was fake was not just based on her experience, but because she remembered how Old Zhang was embarrassed about it in her previous life. Later, she was laughed at for years at Panjiayuan Market. Yesterday, seeing how happily Old Zhang accepted the price, she just wanted to help by giving a friendly reminder. Hearing her words, the man directly said, Comrade, I need your help with something. One man took out 2 large tokens and said, This is your payment. Zhang Chunqin saw that this man was important, and the 2 people carrying the box looked like soldiers. So she didn't refuse and said, Comrade, I can only tell you what I think based on my experience. I can't guarantee whether it's accurate or not. I'm not a professional antique appraiser. Zhang Chunqin reached into the box and picked up the antiques. Inside the box were various jewelry, a vase, and old small items. Comrade, this one and that hairpin are real. The others show signs of aging. Look at this. This vase is probably from the Tang dynasty. Check the marks at the bottom. It clearly was unearthed a few years ago. And this one has rough edges. It's too fake to be real. Zhang Chunqin showed the man a few obviously fake items. The man didn't show much emotion, only slightly frowned when she spoke. After Zhang Chunqin finished, the man thanked her and then directly picked up the box and left. He didn't say much to Zhang Chunqin, just nodded to Old Zhang and left with his people. After they left, Old Zhang gave Zhang Chunqin a thumbs up. Comrade, you're really talented. You saw through many things I couldn't tell. The painting hanging in my hall is his. I couldn't tell it was fake, but you did. Hearing this, Zhang Chunqin tentatively asked, He must be someone important. With so many antiques, why not find a professional to appraise them? Old Zhang looked at her with a subtle gaze. They have their own plans. Zhang Chunqin didn't press further. She took out the calligraphy and painting she bought earlier for 500 yuan from the man's hand and opened it. Look at this. Do you think it's worth keeping? Old Zhang was only an amateur at appraisal and couldn't see everything clearly. He had experts behind him. He looked at the painting Zhang Chunqin showed and frowned. It's in bad shape. Even if it's real, it's not worth much. Zhang Chunqin smiled. I can fix it. Old Zhang was surprised. You can repair paintings too? Zhang Chunqin said, I can reframe the painting, patch it up, and clean it. I don't have good tools at home, but you probably do. I just want to borrow a place to repair and reframe it. When I'm done, I'd like you to take my painting in exchange. At this point, Old Zhang finally examined Zhang Chunqin carefully. Are you very knowledgeable about these antiques and relics? Do you also know Wang the broker? Why didn't you find him? Zhang Chunqing looked at old Zhang and smiled. I don't trust his character.
He's not as honest as you.
In her past life, many of her sudden fortunes came after old Zhang warned her about opportunities. Seeing her struggling alone to raise several children, old Zhang didn't hide good things from her. Actually, according to the rules, he didn't need to remind her since she didn't understand, but he did. His help in the past allowed her to get through tough times. Old Zhang was silent for a moment.
All right.
This shop was opened by me and my old friend. I need to ask him. If he says it's okay, then it's fine. Zhang Chunqing pointed at a painting. Let's keep that conversation for now. Old Zhang frowned. You trust me so much? Zhang Chunqing smiled. Honestly, I can't bring this home. That's why I had to come up with this plan. Old Zhang nodded silently. Okay. Since you trust me, I have no reason not to trust you. After discussing, Zhang Chunqing left. When she was gone, an older man came out of the house. He asked so. Was the bottle brought by her? Old Zhang nodded.
Yes.
I think she's an expert. Even the painting by Commander Fu, you didn't notice, but she saw through it. He then unfolded Zhang Chunqing's painting. Look at this one, do you think it's real? She said she can repair and restore damaged paintings. The man stared at the painting. Let her do the restoration. I want to see her skill. He then ordered, go find out more about her. Zhang Chunqing returned to the big courtyard. As she approached the door, she saw everyone gathered together. Before she could get closer, Fat Mama waved her excitedly. Chunqing, Guohua is back. She walked over and saw Qin Guohua surrounded by neighbors in the courtyard. Qin Guohua saw Zhang Chunqing and smiled. Chunqing is back. I brought some seafood for everyone. Go home and cook first. I'll come back after I finish dividing it. Zhang Chunqing didn't reply, just greeted everyone and then left. When she got home, she saw the house was cold and empty, with no food at all. She turned around, washed some rice, and then went out to find Qin Guohua. At this moment, Qin Guohua just returned. She asked Qin Guohua, where is the seafood you brought back? There are no vegetables at home. Qin Guohua frowned and ordered, I went out to buy vegetables. I already shared the seafood with the neighbors, and I still need to share some with relatives back home later. Zhang Chunqing looked at Qin Guohua with a blank expression. You even thought of the neighbors in the big courtyard, and know you should bring some seafood for them. Why didn't you leave some for the family? Take a little from what you brought to your hometown, and we can eat it tonight. Hearing this, Qin Guohua immediately got angry. Those are for me to share. Don't think about them. You work all day. Isn't your small salary enough to buy vegetables and food? You're always thinking about my little things. After saying this, Qin Guohua turned and left. Zhang Chunqing looked at his back with extreme tiredness. This is how outsiders see an honest person. Every time he comes back, he remembers the neighbors, but he never thinks of her and the children. She wanted to get some money or things from Qin Guohua, but it felt like asking for her life. She took a deep breath, and the idea of divorce finally formed in her mind. Before, she wanted to change Qin Guohua's tragic ending and had hoped to live a good life with him. Qin Guohua had been gone for so long that he forgot his own face. Now she finally remembered everything. She made up her mind. She would divorce him. If she wanted to live a good life, she had to divorce this man. Otherwise, she would never have a happy life. Zhang Chunqing ultimately did not cook. She went out to buy a pancake, ate it herself, and then returned home. When she arrived, Qin Guohua saw her and said with a gloomy face, Zhang Chunqing, I asked you to cook. Why didn't you? Just because of some seafood. You're throwing a tantrum again. Are you so greedy that missing one meal of seafood will kill you? Zhang Chunqing replied calmly, yes. Not eating will kill me. Qin Guohua looked into her cold eyes and got annoyed. He stood up irritably. Wen Tao is right. You just don't want peace at home. If you hadn't brought your parents here, they wouldn't have fought with the eldest daughter-in-law's family like this. Zhang Chunqing mocked. You and your parents already agreed to give the house to Gubao for his marriage, right? If they don't come, Gubao won't get the house either. Qin Guohua heard this and looked guilty, saying, "This is for my son. How could I think otherwise?" Zhang Chunqi nodded. "You really shouldn't think that way. After all, I bought this house by working several jobs every day. The 5 yuan salary you give isn't enough for my 4 children to eat and live on, let alone buy a house." Qin Guohua was suddenly angry and embarrassed. "Zhang Chunqin, I am the eldest son in the family. Isn't it normal for me to support the family? You've been saying that all your life. Are you done yet?" After speaking, he took some seafood and left. "I really can't stay in this home even for a minute. There's no point for us to keep living like this." He then slammed the door and left. Zhang Chunqin looked coldly at the back of Qin Guohua slamming the door. There was no need for them to keep living like this anymore. She turned around and tiredly went back to her room. She didn't want to worry about whether the 2 elders had been taken back by Qin Wentao, nor did she want to think about anything else. After returning to her room, she lay down and fell asleep. Let's sleep now and think about divorce from Qin Guohua tomorrow. The 2 elders were brought to Qin Wentao's house by Qin Guohua. Originally, Qin Guohua, who is filial, wanted to bring his parents home so Zhang Chunqin could take care of them. But the 2 elders were still thinking about their house, and they refused to go back. They also hoped to bother Zhang Zhaodi's family and force them to leave. Qin Guohua was worried, so he personally brought them over. Qin Wentao initially planned to bring them back to continue working with her mother. Now, with the grandparents at home, he knew his wife's temper well. He was afraid that if he wasn't there, they might fight again. Inside the house, Zhang Zhaodi was holding the baby and feeding him, her face grim as she asked, "Qin Wentao, what do your grandparents really want?" Qin Wentao sighed helplessly. "First, we need to calm them down and get them to sign a reconciliation agreement, and let Yaozu come out. Even for Yaozu's sake, you have to endure a few days. They want to stay here, and I can't just send them back." Zhang Zhaodi looked very upset, clenched her fists, and said, "There are only 2 rooms. How can so many people live here?" Qin Wentao paused for a moment, then took out 50 yuan that had been advanced to him. "You take your parents to a guest house for now. When my grandparents leave, you can come back." Zhang Zhaodi heard this, took the money, and was immediately excited. "No. My parents definitely won't agree. They're not afraid of hardship. We can squeeze in." Initially, Zhang Zhaodi planned to move out first, so her parents could stay in the house. Over time, the house became theirs. Now Qin Wentao wants her parents to move out, which is almost like forcing them to leave. Zhang Zhaodi rolled her eyes and said, "Wentao, is your mother listening to your father? You should talk to your father about work and taking care of the kids. You're the oldest in the family. If you speak up, he probably won't refuse." Qin Wentao was silent for a moment and replied, "My father doesn't love us. He only listens to my grandparents. If you want to persuade my father, you should take good care of my grandparents." Hearing this, Zhang Zhaodi frowned and said, "Your grandfather often pulls his pants down. How am I supposed to take care of him?" Qin Wentao's eyebrows furrowed as he listened and said, "My mother went through the same. When she married my father, she managed to take care of everything. Why can't you?" His face looked unhappy as he added, "Zhaodi, you can't want everything. You want our parents to stay here but don't want to make any effort. Now things have become like this, and you still don't want to help." Seeing Qin Wentao's bad expression, Zhang Zhaodi didn't dare to say more. She lowered her voice and said, "All right, I will take care of them. I will treat them like my own grandparents." While the couple was whispering in the room, outside, the 2 elders were already calling out, "Wentao, your grandfather wants to eat peach cookies." Hearing his grandmother call him, Qin Wentao quickly pushed open the door and ran out. "Grandma, what's wrong?" he asked kindly. Sun Ermiai pointed at Zhang Nyonyo's hand holding the peach cookies and said sadly, "Grandma and Grandpa have lived almost 70 years and have never tasted peach cookies. Please let us try. Your mother-in-law's family is too strict. We dare not take anything." Before Sun Ermiai finished speaking, Nyonyo started crying and shouting, "Mine. This is all mine. Nobody else can have it." Then she pointed at the 2 elders and scolded, "You are bad people.
Not only did you cause my dad to go to jail, but you also want to take my dad's house and job. I will beat you. She tried to rush over and hit Grandpa Qin. Zhang Zhaoti's parents also hated these two old people very much. When the children started fighting, they didn't stop them. Qin Wentao saw the fight this time. His face turned very serious. He grabbed his children and said, "Mom and Dad, how can you watch the children fight? Grandpa and Grandma are almost 70. They just got out of the hospital." Zhang Zhaoti's mother was cracking sunflower seeds and sneered, "How much strength can a child have? He might even have caused your grandfather to go to the hospital. Why are you arguing with a kid? Two old folks fighting over food. Aren't you ashamed?" At this moment, Sun Ermiai spoke sadly. "Wentao, are you unable to make decisions? Forget it, Grandpa and Grandma won't eat anymore. Once they recover, you can send us back. We won't come again." Old Qin immediately responded, "This house was bought by my Qin family. Do you think we'll let the Zhang family ride over us and do as they please?" He then looked at Wentao and said, "Wentao, if you're still part of the Qin family, then get those people out. We've been beaten so badly, and they still look down on us. Do they think our Qin family has no one left?" He turned to Sun Ermiai and said, "Go. Call the eldest over. I want to see who really makes the decisions in this family." Of course, the eldest old Qin meant Qin Guohua. Hearing this, Sun Ermiai looked uncomfortable and asked Wentao, "Wentao, we only have 2 rooms in this house. How did you two live before? Can you still be a couple? Did you marry a wife or a bunch of freeloaders?" She then pretended to be distressed, rubbing her eyes, and said, "Our Qin family's eldest son and grandson, all raised by the family, and now it's like this." Zhang Zhaoti's parents, listening to the sarcastic remarks from the 2 old folks, threw down their sunflower seeds, put their hands on their hips, and started scolding, "Old folks, who are you talking about? Do you think my family is afraid to do something about you? I've had enough of you." Zhang Zhaoti's mother, because her son was still inside, was always eager to tear apart these 2 old people. Now, incited by the elders, she rushed out again, ready to fight. Wentao watched all this and finally believed that his grandparents had been beaten before. Previously, Zhang Zhaoti kept insisting that the 2 old folks were lying. Her brother didn't hit anyone, and he believed her. Now, seeing his family bullying his grandparents, and even Nyo bullying them, he couldn't hold back anymore. "Enough. This is my home. I'm still here, and you dare to hit people in front of me. And you still say my grandparents are lying? Do you think I'm blind or stupid?" Zhang Zhaoti's mother has always been acting like a proud mother-in-law in front of Qin Wentao. Since moving here, Qin Wentao has been taking care of them. Now, being scolded directly, she feels very angry. "Qin Wentao, what do you mean by that? Do you think our family is bullying your grandparents?" Zhang Zhaoti's mother shouted. Qin Wentao sneered, "I saw it with my own eyes. You're not just bullying. You even try to hit them. I tell you, this is my house. Anyone from my Qin family can live here, but the ones who shouldn't be here are you. Don't you have a son? Why are you living in your daughter's house?" Qin Wentao had been unhappy for a long time, but was holding back because Zhang Zhaoti had calmed him down. But these days, with Zhang Yaozu in trouble and Zhang Zhaoti losing her temper, she no longer wanted to bother soothing Qin Wentao. So, Qin Wentao finally exploded. Zhang Zhaoti's mother was stunned when she heard this, looking at Qin Wentao in disbelief. "Qin Wentao, even you are saying these things to us?" She then shouted into the house, "Zhaoti, come out here." Zhaoti was feeding her baby inside. She heard the argument outside. She originally thought Qin Wentao wouldn't dare to argue with her parents, but unexpectedly, he had turned against them. She quickly pulled down her clothes, placed the baby on the bed, and came out. "Wentao, how can you speak to my mother like that? You're hurting her. Didn't you tell me that my family is just my brother's family? Are they yours? Hurry up and apologize to my mother." Zhang Zhaoti pulled Qin Wentao and kept signaling him to calm the situation. She wanted to smooth things over quietly. However, at this moment, Sun Ermiai softly said, "Sister-in-law, what did Wentao say wrong?" Afraid the fire wouldn't burn enough, Sun Ermiai kept stirring the pot. Your family just treats my eldest grandson like a tool, treats our Qin family as fools, and looks down on us old folks. Sun Ermiai said, then covered her mouth in shock. Look at how scared my husband is. He's even wet his pants. Before everyone could react, Qin Laoda's wheelchair started dripping water, and a smell of filled the air. Qin Wentao saw this and turned away in disgust, shouting at Zhang Zhaodi, Zhaodi, hurry up and change Grandpa's pants. Zhaodi was shocked to hear this, unwilling to believe her husband could say such a thing. You want me to change his pants? I am your wife, and I have never changed your pants. At this moment, Sun Ermiai spoke again. Oh, isn't this what women are supposed to do? Sister Zhaodi, you're not a rich lady, so why can't you do anything? Men shouldn't wash pants, or they'll have bad luck forever. Then she said to Zhang Zhaodi's family, your son is still inside, causing trouble outside. People might think your whole family doesn't want him to come back. Otherwise, why haven't you found a way to bring him out? Zhang Zhaodi's mother suddenly understood what was happening. She reached out and pushed her daughter. Go. Change your grandfather's pants. Zhang Zhaodi looked around for help at Qin Wentao. Usually gentle and caring, Qin Wentao was busy comforting his grandparents and didn't see her distress. Finally, Zhang Zhaodi couldn't take it anymore. She gritted her teeth, turned around, and pushed Qin Laoda's wheelchair inside. She reached out to take off Qin Laoda's pants, turned her head to avoid looking, but Qin Laotu grabbed his cane and swung it at Zhang Zhaodi. What are you doing? Where are your hands going? Embarrassed and angry, Zhang Zhaodi ran out in frustration. Her mother saw her leave and cursed through clenched teeth. You can't even change your pants. Go back in and do it. Do you want your brother to come out? Feeling wronged, Zhang Zhaodi went back inside. She endured her nausea and changed Qin Laoda's pants again. Outside, Sun Ermiai was instructing her grandson. Wentao, this kid eats so well. You can't tell he's from the countryside. These snacks are expensive. Even rich families don't buy them. They don't work, so how can they afford such pricey candies and pastries? Sun Ermiai continued to stir trouble. She was hinting to Qin Wentao, your family is living well off your money. You're just being taken advantage of. Qin Wentao used to give his salary to Zhang Zhaodi without caring where she spent it. Now, seeing the things on the coffee table, his face turned cold. Their family situation is average, but Nyo is eating so well. It's all his money. In that moment, he felt a twinge of resentment. Sun Ermiai saw the change in Qin Wentao's expression and knew her words had worked. She stopped talking. Some things can't be said all at once. It's better to take it slow. That's how she once subtly persuaded Qin Guohua to value their family. Soon after, Zhang Zhaodi calmly pushed old Qin out of the house. After pushing him out, she slammed the door and went back to her room. Qin Wentao talked briefly with the two elders, then went to comfort his wife. There are 2 rooms and a living room in total. The cooking area is connected to the living room. The house is small, and with so many people crowded inside, there's hardly any space left to move. Before the 2 elders arrived, one room was for Zhang Zhaodi's parents and the other for Zhang Yaozu, his wife, and children. Zhang Zhaodi and her husband slept on the floor in the living room. Now that Qin Wentao's grandparents are here, there's no room for everyone. So, Sun Ermiai took her husband to another room before anyone else thought of it. Now, Zhang Zhaodi stayed in one room, and they naturally went to the other. After Sun Ermiai closed the door, Zhang Zhaodi's family finally realized what was happening. Sun's mother started shouting again. Zhaodi, come out here. Zhang Zhaodi felt wronged inside the room. Hearing her mother's voice, she was scared and quickly came out. When she stepped out, her mother's face was twisted as she pointed at the room and said, "They're staying in that room. What do we do?" Zhang Zhaodi immediately felt more headache. Mom and Dad, you and your sister-in-law squeeze together. Your sister-in-law and Nyo can sleep on the bed, and you sleep on the floor. At this moment, her sister-in-law, who had been silent, finally spoke. Zhaodi, are you crazy? You want me to sleep in the same bed as my father-in-law? Do I have no shame? Zhang Zhaodi was also angry. There are only 2 rooms. What am I supposed to do? I went out, and the kids have nowhere to go. Her mother looked at the closed door, then a sly smile appeared on her face. Zhaodi, I have a plan. After hearing her mother's plan, Zhang Zhaodi hesitated and went to find Qin Wentao. He was holding the child. When he saw her come in, he handed the child back to her. I'll go buy some vegetables. There's not enough food for so many people. Zhang Zhaodi looked at Qin Wentao and suddenly felt shy. She climbed into his arms and said, Wentao, we only have 2 rooms. With so many people now, we can't fit everyone. She drew circles on his chest like she used to when teasing him, her hands wandering restlessly. In the past, whenever she made unreasonable demands, as long as she rolled around in bed with Qin Wentao a couple of times, he would do anything she asked. This time, her mother's request was truly unreasonable. Zhang Zhaodi decided to first calm Qin Wentao before discussing anything else. Seeing Zhang Zhaodi's expression, Qin Wentao immediately said in a serious tone, Zhaodi, stop messing around. There are people outside. Zhang Zhaodi hesitated and gently tugged at Qin Wentao, saying, Wentao, I've thought about it. Don't you want to do something too? Qin Wentao looked at his wife and stayed silent for a moment before saying, just tell me what you want. Zhang Zhaodi's face changed slightly. She reached out to hold Qin Wentao's hand and said, Wentao, I want to talk to you about something. Qin Wentao frowned and urged her, hurry up. I need to go buy groceries. After a brief pause, Zhang Zhaodi finally spoke, with so many people at home. Maybe your parents can come stay with us. Your grandparents are injured, and your mother can take care of them nearby. Your father is so caring. He must be worried about them. Hearing this, Qin Wentao guessed what Zhang Zhaodi was about to say and sneered coldly. Are you suggesting your parents and sister-in-law go back to their hometown? Zhang Zhaodi's face changed again, and she continued, we could move to the big courtyard. We can swap places with your parents. From now on, that house will be for your parents, and we want that other house. Before Zhang Zhaodi finished, Qin Wentao couldn't help but laugh bitterly. Your mother came up with this idea. Are you all treating me like a fool to be played? Zhang Zhaodi didn't expect Qin Wentao to refuse outright. Her face darkened as she said, Qin Wentao, what do you mean? If it weren't for your grandparents coming, would we even think of this plan? Qin Wentao took a deep breath and said, Zhang Zhaodi, I just want to spoil you. I'm not stupid. Do you really think I don't know what your parents are planning? Your mother's house in the big courtyard is big, and you all have your eyes on that house too. Trying to use tricks again, living there, and refusing to leave. Zhang Zhaodi was upset after her plans were exposed and said emotionally, Qin Wentao, I married you to enjoy life, not to suffer like this. You should know, there were many people chasing me back then. I only married you because I liked how you treated me. Before she finished, Qin Wentao impatiently interrupted, have I not been good to you these past few years? Who allows family members who drain you to live in the husband's house? We can't live like this anymore. Either divorce or get out. Take your family and your freeloaders and leave. Recent events had already overwhelmed Qin Wentao. He no longer had the energy to soothe Zhang Zhaodi. In his eyes, all these problems started when Zhang Zhaodi's parents moved in. If it weren't for this matter making her mother unhappy, grandparents wouldn't have come. Her mother's work is their responsibility, and her child's mother would also help take care of the child. Qin Wentao, with so many people at home, how will we sleep tonight? Do you want my sister-in-law and my dad to sleep in the same bed? Or you can send your grandparents to your mother's place, Zhang Zhaodi said, pulling Qin Wentao's collar and crying. Just as Qin Wentao was about to speak, they heard a loud scream outside. Hearing the noise, Qin Wentao and Zhang Zhaodi immediately rushed out. They saw Zhang Zhaodi's sister-in-law pulling up her pants and pointing at old Qin, shouting, shameless. You peeked at me while I was using the bathroom. Old Qin, hearing this, grabbed his cane and swung it toward her face. How can your mouth be so foul? I can't even control my own bathroom habits. Why would I peek at you? Look at yourself in the mirror. Your face is as long as a donkey's. I've seen women before. Zhang Zhaodi's sister-in-law cried out in pain, shouting, I can't take this anymore. I want a divorce. Zhang Zhaodi looked at her sister-in-law pulling up her pants and probably understood what was happening. It was likely that she was in the bathroom when old Qin pushed the door open. She quickly closed the door behind her sister-in-law. "Grandpa, someone is inside using the bathroom. Why did you push the door without knocking?" Old Qin snorted coldly. "I'm in my own son's house. Why should I knock?" He then turned to Qin Wentao and said, "Qin Wentao, can you please keep things quiet? Does her backside have gold embroidery? Seeing it isn't a big deal. Everyone has a backside. Why make such a fuss, like a young girl losing her virginity?" Old Qin's words were very rude, and Qin Wentao couldn't stand it anymore. "Grandpa, next time you need to use the bathroom, knock first." At this moment, Zhang Zhaodi's sister-in-law came out, angrily pointing at old Qin. "Old man, I think you're doing this on purpose. You can't control your bathroom habits, so why do you come to use the bathroom? You just want to humiliate me, when you know I'm inside." Old Qin sneered. "You're all skin and bones. What do I see? Just a bunch of bones, with a chest flatter than my farmland." All along, Zhang Zhaodi's sister-in-law had been proud because she had a son and was showing off in the old Zhang family. But she had never been so humiliated before. She stomped her foot, grabbed her son, and said, "Nyo Nyo, let's go. I can't live like this anymore." When Zhang Zhaodi's parents saw their daughter-in-law wanting to take Nyo Nyo away, they immediately became anxious. "Ahom, you can't leave. Nyo Nyo is my family's only grandson." Zhang Zhaodi's sister-in-law left a message for the parents-in-law. "When you have a house in the city and Yaozu has a job, come find me. I am taking Nyo Nyo back to my parents' home first." She said this and left with the child. Zhang Zhaodi, Qin Wentao, and Zhang Zhaodi's parents all rushed outside after her. Old Qin looked at their leaving figures and sneered proudly. Sun Ermiai came out of her room and gave her husband a thumbs up. "Old man, you're really something." Old Qin sneered mockingly. "Dealing with the Zhang family is easy. I don't need to put much effort in." Sun Ermiai smiled proudly. They've all been driven away. First, their daughter-in-law and grandson are gone. When their son comes out, he'll leave too. Once the son leaves, the two old folks will definitely go as well. Old Qin nodded. "By then, we'll also deal with Qin Wentao and his ungrateful wife, and send them away. We'll bring our treasure to the city, along with Oxiang." Talking about his daughter, old Qin said to Sun Ermiai, "Oxiang is not young anymore. She's served us all her life. When should we tell the eldest daughter-in-law about her?" Sun Ermiai hesitated when she heard this. Will the eldest daughter-in-law accept it? Old Qin replied coldly, "She's just a coward. She's already 40. At her age, where can she go? If she dares to cause trouble, I'll hit her to death with my cane." The couple happily discussed their plans. After Qin Guohua argued with Zhang Chunqin, he went back to the countryside and didn't return that night. When Zhang Chunqin closed the door and was about to sleep, her second son seized the chance and rushed into the house. He didn't wait for her to react and went straight into his own room. After closing the door, he shouted inside, "Mom, even if you want to kick me out, you have to wait until I find a place." Zhang Chunqin looked coldly at her second son's room, paused for a moment, then called out to him, "I give you 10 days to move out. I won't care about your food or drink during this time. You'll have to take care of yourself." After saying this, she went back to her own room. The sneaky Qin Qinghe didn't dare to make a sound. He was afraid that if he spoke out, his mother would kick him out again. He has already repeated the year twice and has always been supported by his mother. He has no job and little money. His pockets are emptier than his face. If he gets kicked out, he will have to sleep on the street. Today he entered the house, and there are 10 days left. His mother loves it when he acts spoiled. As long as he flirts with her, she always lets him repeat the year. Yesterday, his grandparents were in the hospital. He wanted to ask them for help, but when he arrived, his sister-in-law was already there. He knew his sister-in-law would stay overnight to take care of them. Having seen how his mother was mistreated by his grandparents, he decided not to cause trouble. He stayed at a friend's house overnight. Today, he couldn't find anyone, so he happily came back home. Lying on his bed, he felt very comfortable. The next day, Zhang Chunqing got up and left immediately. She kept her word and didn't make breakfast for Qin Qinghe. When Qin Qinghe woke up and saw the cold stove and empty kitchen, he felt very cold inside. Why did his mother suddenly treat him this way? She used to be very kind and obedient to him, but now she treated him like an outsider. He felt wronged inside but was afraid of being kicked out again. After drinking a little water, he went back to his room. He doesn't dare to go outside now, afraid that if he does, his mother will come in, pack his things, and throw him out. Zhang Chunqing went straight to the company cafeteria for breakfast. Since yesterday, she had been thinking about divorce. Having died once already, she didn't want to live for others anymore. Taking a deep breath, she made up her mind. She decided to divorce Qin Guohua. But she knew what kind of people the Qin family were, so she couldn't just ask for a divorce directly. She needed to find a way to make the two elders of the Qin family agree to let Qin Guohua divorce her. Once she made up her mind, her pain and suffering eased. She felt more energetic at work. By noon, the security guard came out and called her. "Comrade Zhang Chunqing, your son is here to see you." She was about to go to the cafeteria for lunch when she heard this. After thanking him, she went to the entrance. Seeing the haggard face of Qin Wentao, Zhang Chunqing sneered mockingly. "Your good days are still ahead." When Qin Wentao saw his mother come out, he looked like a savior. "Mom, please bring Grandpa and Grandma here to stay with you. Zhaodi really can't take care of both of them. She has to look after the children, and at night her parents-in-law don't let her sleep. Sometimes they order her around, sometimes they have accidents and need help." When Zhang Chunqing heard her son's words, she coldly said, "If your wife can't take care of it, I can. You care about your wife, but I, as a mother, am just supposed to work like a beast." Qin Wentao, hearing his mother's words, clenched his teeth and said, "Zhaodi can't be compared to you. You've taken care of the grandparents for 10 years. And isn't it your duty as the eldest daughter-in-law to look after them?" Zhang Chunqing looked at Qin Wentao with a strange look and said, "It's my duty to take care of my in-laws. Your wife has no obligation to do that. She can hit me or disobey me. Qin Wentao, how did I give birth to someone like you?" She turned around and walked away. Qin Wentao knew his mother was different from before, so when he saw her turn, he quickly grabbed her. "Mom, please just listen to me. Let the grandparents go. Yesterday, Grandpa already upset Zhaodi's nephew. My mother-in-law now looks at me like I'm not her son. If the grandparents stay any longer, Zhaodi will want to divorce me. Are you trying to force me to divorce?" Qin Wentao used his last card. Anyway, whenever he mentioned divorce to Zhang Zhaodi, his mother would get anxious. Zhang Chunqing raised her hand and slapped Qin Wentao. "If you want to leave, just go. Who wants a wife who drags the whole family down? If you want to support Zhaodi's family, go ahead. Don't involve me." This was the second time Zhang Chunqing hit Qin Wentao. Qin Wentao, in disbelief, covered his face. "Mom, you hit me again. What's wrong with you now?" Zhang Chunqing, with a fierce look, pointed at Qin Wentao's nose. "Qin Wentao, I tell you, if you keep bothering me, I'll beat you to death. You ungrateful wolf. You good-for-nothing." She turned around to find something to hit Qin Wentao with. Seeing his mother's attitude, Qin Wentao didn't dare stay. He turned and ran away. It's not that he was afraid of pain, he was afraid of losing face. In the past 2 days, he had already lost all his dignity. He couldn't embarrass himself yesterday at his factory gate, and he didn't want to embarrass himself again today at his mother's workplace. Zhang Chunqing watched Qin Wentao's back and let out a long sigh. These ungrateful wolves. Qin Wentao couldn't send the two elders away, so he sadly went home. When he reached his house gate, Zhang Zhaodi was waiting there, holding the child. She was afraid her words with Qin Wentao would be overheard by the two elders, so she waited outside with the child. Seeing Qin Wentao, she hurried overexcitedly. "Wentao, how is it?" Qin Wentao pointed to his face, which was covered with slap marks. "Look for yourself." Zhang Zhaodi saw the new slap marks on his face and suddenly lost control. "Qin Wentao, what does your mother want? Does she really want us to divorce just to be happy?"
Because of your grandparents, I cried and left. My parents warned me yesterday. They said if we don't send the two elders away, they will make us divorce. She hugged the child and cried. I married you for nothing special, just to live a good life with you. I truly like you, which is why I married you. I know my family is a burden, but I told you that before I married you. Zhang Zhaodi knew how to handle Qin Wentao. Qin Wentao was a bit of a romantic at heart. As long as she kept saying she loved him, Qin Wentao couldn't resist. Seeing his wife crying like that, he felt heartbroken and hugged her. He looked down at his wife, then at the son in her arms. He was silent for a moment, then spoke. I took the afternoon off. I will go find my dad. If he agrees, my grandparents will definitely go back. Zhang Zhaodi's eyes lit up. Really? Will Dad be angry? Qin Wentao gritted his teeth. Even if I kneel and beg my dad, I will make him send the grandparents away. Hearing this, Zhang Zhaodi finally relaxed. She looked at Qin Wentao and pushed him gently. Then hurry and find your dad. He hasn't seen little Bao many times. Take the baby with you. When your dad sees his grandson, he will surely soften. Qin Wentao shook his head. I'll find my dad first. No need to bring the child. Riding a bike isn't convenient. After saying that, he pushed his bike and left. Zhang Zhaodi watched his back, her eyes full of disgust. Then she took a deep breath and turned to go home. But just as she reached the door, she heard the sound of things being smashed inside. She was startled and immediately pushed the door open. Inside, Zhang Zhaodi's parents were arguing again with the two elders from the Qin family. Sun Ermiai crossed her arms and scolded Zhang's mother. Shameless family. No wonder your son can come in. Are you trying to end the family line? Hoping your daughter will make the Qin family bleed dry. Shameless people. Zhang's mother pointed at Sun Ermiai and retorted, old and useless thing. My son-in-law told me to stay here, and I won't leave. If you have the guts, you can kick us out. Old Qin's wheelchair was tipped over nearby. Zhang's father never joined the fights. He sat silently on the side, unaffected. Seeing old Qin fall to the ground again, Zhang Zhaodi stomped her foot and asked, Mom, what are you fighting about? Do you not want my brother to come out? Zhang's mother suddenly froze, pointing at Sun Ermiai's nose. At this moment, old Qin started acting. Oh, it hurts. Take me to the hospital. I can't take it. They're going to hurt me to death. Hearing this, Zhang Zhaodi's face turned pale. She set the child aside and bent down to help. Grandpa, are you okay? Call the police. This family is trying to kill me. Old Qin shouted. Zhang's mother, who had been very aggressive earlier, was now frightened after her son was taken away last time. Hearing about calling the police, she shrank back and said nothing. I didn't hit you. I just knocked over the wheelchair. Don't talk nonsense. Sun Ermiai quickly sat on the ground and wailed loudly. Life is impossible. Grandpa, they're trying to force us to death. The soundproofing in the apartment building was poor. Their loud quarrel was heard upstairs and downstairs. Gossip was in their nature. Hearing the noise, neighbors came over to watch the fun. Now, everyone in the courtyard knew that Qin Wentao's salary supported his wife's family, and his wife had moved her entire family into the house bought by her parents. People passing by would point and whisper when Zhang Zhaodi went out. Hearing the argument, neighbors came over pretending to mediate. Zhaodi, what happened to your family again? Why are your grandparents on the ground? Is your brother still inside? Why are you hitting the elders? Exactly. What about Qin Wentao? His real grandparents. Does he have any conscience? These neighbors already had a poor impression of Zhang Zhaodi. She was dressed in flashy clothes every day, not working, and always wearing colorful dresses, coming and going. Someone just gave birth and dressed like that. Her eyes look like they are on top of her head. Everyone is from the countryside, but she acts like a wealthy young lady. Sun Ermiai heard that the rumors were on her side and her husband's side, so she immediately cried out, We didn't want to stay here permanently. It's because our daughter-in-law's brother's issue wasn't resolved that we stayed. Who knew they would? At this moment, Sun Ermiai thought she needed to work harder. She hoped that today's incident could help her drive away these two shameless old people. As long as Zhang Zhaodi's parents leave, they can handle Zhang Zhaodi easily. The neighbors saw son Ermiai crying so sadly and asked kindly, Annie, sir, should we call the police? Do you want to go to the hospital? When Zhang Zhaodi heard this, her face immediately changed. No need to call the police, it's just a family disagreement. She was afraid of involving the police. Her brother was still inside and hadn't come out. If the police came again, who knew what these two old people would say? Then her mother might also get involved. She quickly closed the door and kept the neighbors outside. Son Ermiai smiled proudly. She hugged her husband, who was still crying, and said, Old man, how are we going to get through this? Are you okay? Zhang Zhaodi looked at son Ermiai, who was crying without a single tear, and understood everything. She took a deep breath and asked son Ermiai, Grandma, just tell me, what do you want us to do? Son Ermiai pointed at Zhang Zhaodi's parents. Tell your parents to leave quickly. They keep hitting people. We want to stay in the house to rest. If they don't leave, we will have to call the police. She then said softly, If this keeps happening, we won't dare to sign any papers. What if your brother comes out and fights us again? Hearing this, Zhang Zhaodi's face turned pale. She thought for a moment, then turned to her parents. Mom and Dad, what do you say? Zhang's mother looked at the two old people and then at her daughter. After a moment, she gritted her teeth and said, I'm not leaving. Your brother is still inside, and I want to wait for him to come out. Son Ermiai sighed softly, You won't leave, and your son won't come out. Just then, Qin Guohua kicked the door open. He didn't return to the big courtyard last night. Today, he bought some things to visit his parents. Qin Wentao had not gone far when he encountered Qin Guohua on the road. They talked about their grandparents, and Qin Wentao begged Qin Guohua to either bring the grandparents to the big courtyard or take them home. On the way, after much hesitation, Qin Guohua finally agreed to his son's request to bring the elderly to the big courtyard for Zhang Chunqin to take care of. As soon as he arrived, he saw the doorway crowded with people. Qin Wentao was very familiar with this scene. From the situation, he knew something had happened again. Before he could speak, the neighbors watching the commotion said to him, The old people were beaten again. Wentao, you should go inside and check. How can you let your wife's family come over and cause trouble again and again? The neighbors, eager to watch, exaggerated and spoke excitedly. Qin Guohua didn't wait for her to finish and rushed straight into the house. Zhang Zhaodi saw her father-in-law coming and looked worried. She knew today would be hard to handle. She hesitated for a moment and quickly said, Dad, it's just a small disagreement. Listen to me. My parents didn't hit the grandparents. They just pushed them over. Qin Guohua was the most filial in the Qin family, and Qin Wentao inherited some of that trait. But now he couldn't listen to her words. He pushed her aside and went straight to Zhang's mother. He was strong and tall, about 1.85 meters, and easily lifted Zhang Zhaodi's mother with one hand. Seeing his wife being lifted, Zhang's father, who had been silent, rushed over and grabbed Qin Guohua.
Put my mother down.
You're a grown man hitting a woman. Do you have no shame? Zhang's father was a timid man at heart, and now, with his wife being attacked, he dared not argue with Qin Guohua. The two elderly people on the ground saw their eldest son angry and immediately exchanged glances. They couldn't let their son ruin the good situation they had built by fighting. Old Qin shouted immediately, Big brother, what are you doing? We're all family. I'm fine, let go. Son Ermiai also quickly got up from the ground, dusted herself off, and hurried to her eldest son. Let go. Don't cause trouble. Qin Guohua's face turned red.
No.
If they don't give me an explanation today, I won't let them go. Zhang Zhaodi was truly afraid of her father-in-law. She also pulled Qin Guohua aside and said, Dad, I want my parents to go back today. As long as Grandma stays with us, my parents won't come. Is that okay? Son Ermiai's eyes lit up when she heard Zhang Zhaodi's words. She excitedly patted her thighs twice. She had successfully driven the people away. Realizing her happiness was too obvious, son Ermiai looked a bit embarrassed. She quickly pulled her eldest son aside and said, Guohua, let go. Can't you listen to Mom? The whole family is here. What are you doing? The Qin family is leaving. Qin Guohua was simply obedient out of filial piety, not foolish. As soon as he entered, he saw that his parents' faces no longer showed tears. He knew exactly what his parents were thinking about. Yesterday at the hospital, the elderly had already told him, holding his hand, "You owe Guobao a lot. This house must be left to Guobao." Last night, Qin Guohua returned to his hometown and finally understood. This house must go to Guobao. He wasn't slow-witted, he was just acting with the elderly to play along. Now he finally let go. "Mom and Dad, your family is too unreasonable," he said coldly to Qin Wentao. "Qin Wentao, your grandparents are being bullied at your house. Are you a dead person?" Over and over again. Qin Wentao didn't expect things to escalate so quickly. He felt truly tired and sleep-deprived these days, almost drained. He turned to Zhang Zhaodi and shouted, "Since you're going back to your hometown and there's still time, pack up your parents' things and send them back." Seeing Qin Guohua no longer dared to be aggressive, Zhang Zhaodi's parents looked relieved. Qin Guohua was tall and strong, but Zhang Zhaodi's parents were both not as sturdy as him. Zhang Zhaodi still hoped to gain benefits from the Qin family. She hadn't yet secured a job or a house for her younger brother. She pulled her parents into a room. Inside, she whispered softly, "Mom and Dad, you should go back first. Your younger brother's wife has already left, so why are you still here? I'll handle my brother's matters. Because you live here, I can't lift my head in the Qin family. Once you leave, my weak mother-in-law will give me her work. When those two old folks pass away, I'll take the kids and move to a big alley to give my brother a place." Zhang Zhaodi's parents clearly understand what kind of person they have raised. After hearing their daughter's promise, they paused silently, then gritted their teeth and said, "Zhaodi, your parents are counting on you." Zhang Zhaodi nodded. "I only have this younger brother. He's more important than my own son. I will make sure he can stand firm in the city." Her parents nodded in agreement. After comforting her parents, Zhang Zhaodi finally relaxed a little. Since she got married, she hadn't slept well. She knew Qin Wentao had been holding back all along, and now that he's gone, it's for the best. Sun Ermiai watched Zhang Zhaodi leave with her parents, unable to hide her smile. Once they were out of sight, old Qin sneered mockingly, "It's always been my Qin family taking advantage of others. No one can take advantage of us." He then said to Qin Guohua, "Your wife is just a good-for-nothing. She's so submissive that she dares not say a word when her daughter-in-law walks all over her. Over the years, if she hadn't been easy to control, I would have divorced her long ago." Sun Ermiai also boasted proudly, "If I let those dogs take our house, our ancestors' coffins wouldn't be able to hold the shame." After cursing, she looked at Qin Wentao and sneered. Qin Wentao lowered his head, afraid to speak.
He softly said, "Grandpa, I
don't want a divorce." Zhaodi said they would only stay a few days, and once they find jobs, they'll move out. "I'm already helping them find work." Before he finished, Qin Guohua slapped him across the face. "You're helping your wife's brother find a job, but have you thought about helping your little uncle or your little aunt? I raised you to support Zhang Zhaodi's family." Qin Wentao was hit again. These past few days, he had been beaten by Qin Qinghe, then by Zhang Chunqin, and now by Qin Guohua. This slap made him bleed from his nose. He felt dizzy and muttered, "Dad, I won't do this anymore." Qin Guohua wanted to hit him again, but Sun Ermiai pulled him back. "Big brother, you need to control your temper. What's wrong with you? The kids are grown up now. Why are you still hitting them?" Qin Guohua ignored his eldest son and barked, "Hurry up and buy something for your grandparents. What are you standing around for?" Qin Wentao felt resentful inside, but he dared not argue with his father. He covered his face and left. In their home, all the children knew that their father did not love them. So, whenever they had any requests, they would go to Zhang Chunqin. Zhang Chunqin was a proud and stubborn woman who cared about her reputation. If she could fulfill their needs, she would do everything she could to satisfy her children. Her children understood her temper, so they tried their best to get what they wanted from her. The children who asked for favors could see who loved them the most, and they would try to get the most from that person. After Qin Wentao left, son Ermiai asked, "Did you see Ah Xiang? Ah Xiang has taken good care of us these past few years. Please treat her well. And Guobao. He's your son too. He suffered a lot over the years. Zhang Chuanqin's children all have their father, but Guobao only gets your money." Qin Guohua remembered the tenderness they shared last night and nodded immediately. "I have wronged their mother and children so much over the years. I can only give them money, but I haven't taken good care of them. Dad and Mom, I listen to you. Whatever you say, I will do." The two elders nodded happily upon hearing Qin Guohua's words. "Then we will decide to give the house to Guobao. Zhang Chunqin has been with a man for 20 years. Ah Xiang and Guobao can only be protected by us. Although Zhang Chunqin bought this house, she has taken away Ah Xiang's husband and Guobao's biological father. She already has enough." Son Ermiai spoke confidently. Qin Guohua nodded. "Yes. I haven't wronged Zhang Chunqin and her children all these years." While Qin Guohua and the elders talked inside, they didn't notice that Qin Wentao had left without closing the door. The door was slightly ajar. At this moment, Zhang Chunqin was standing at the door. She had come specifically to see the elders, mainly to test their opinions and prepare to divorce Qin Guohua. She never expected to hear these words. It was like being struck by lightning. She was shocked to learn that her little sister-in-law, who was always scolded and beaten at home, was actually Qin Guohua's woman, and that her father's younger brother, who had been favored all his life, was actually Qin Guohua's son. This truth hit her so hard, she almost couldn't stand. She clenched her fists and stood there, her eyes red with anger. No wonder Qin Guohua always took big bags and small packages back to the countryside, staying away for days. No wonder he had given all his salary to the family all these years. No wonder he never cares about himself or his children's lives. It turns out he has more than one wife, and there is another woman at home. She is so foolish. After living for 2 lifetimes, she still hasn't seen through this family's ugliness and lies. At that moment, Qin Wentao came back with some cooked food behind her. "Mom, why are you standing at the door?" The mother and son inside the house turned around in shock when they heard the sound. All 3 looked guilty. Qin Guohua's face was very unhappy. He quickly went over and grabbed Zhang Chunqin, angrily scolding her. "Zhang Chunqin, when did you come? Were you secretly eavesdropping outside? What are you planning?" Zhang Chunqin took a deep breath, then calmly placed her things on the table and asked, "Is there something I can't hear? I just arrived and didn't hear anything." The 3 of them looked at her expression but couldn't find any signs of guilt. They all breathed a sigh of relief. "Wentao, where are Zhaodi and the others?" Zhang Chuanqin's mood and mind hadn't recovered yet, so she changed the subject to hide her discomfort. Before Qin Wentao could speak, Qin Guohua immediately said harshly, "Zhang Chunqin, your parents live here. You didn't visit after they were discharged. As a daughter-in-law, you don't come to take care of them. If I hadn't come today, your parents would have been taken back to the hospital." Zhang Chunqin took a deep breath, looked at Qin Wentao with a blank face and said, "Qin Wentao, are you dead? Your grandparents live at your house, and you can just watch them be bullied? You don't care about your parents' lives, but you should care about your grandparents' lives." She then looked at Qin Guohua and said, "You, this filial son, why don't you live here? I know you're filial. Later, I'll help you pack your things. I'll come over to get your stuff. You stay here with your parents these days." After speaking, Zhang Chunqin stood up directly and said to them, "I was worried and came to check on them at noon. I still have to go to work, so I'm leaving now." She finished speaking and, before they could react, she walked away without looking back. The few people watched her back, feeling different emotions. The 2 elders felt guilty and worried. They wondered how much Zhang Chunqin had heard just now. Qin Guohua felt even more disgusted with Zhang Chunqin. Men are like that, always looking at what's in the bowl while eating from the pot. The second elder of the Qin family actually had only one son. During that time, everyone was poor and suffering from famine. Qin Baoxiang ran away from her home and came to their house. As a child, Qin Baoxiang was clever and hardworking, so the Qin family decided to keep her, hoping to marry her off as a child bride to Qin Guohua. However, later, Qin Guohua looked down on Qin Baoxiang because she was dark and ugly, and he was interested in Zhang Chunqin. Zhang Chunqin was very beautiful when she was young, tall, slim, and graceful, with a refined air that made men unable to look away. But over the past 20 years, Zhang Chunqin had been worn down and turned into a middle-aged woman. Qin Baoxiang didn't have to worry about children or earn money to support the family. She only needed to take care of the two elderly people at home. Her son's matters were handled by the two elders, and she seemed to become younger and more lively. Qin Guohua started to dislike Zhang Chunqin again, saying she lacked understanding of romance and was just a bone. Looking at the three of them, Qin Wentao frowned and said, "Grandpa and Grandma, are you afraid I'll get mad if I hear what you're saying?" The two elders of the Qin family and Qin Guohua told Qin Wentao, "Go cook. What are you interfering for?" Qin Wentao didn't dare to say anything more. He picked up some things and went to cook. After sending Qin Wentao away, Sun Ermiai was still worried. "Guohua, did Chunqin hear something just now? I feel like she's acting strange." Sun Ermiai frowned. Old Qin sneered. "Someone like Zhang Chunqin can't hide her feelings. If she heard something, she heard it. Can she still divorce Guohua?" Qin Guohua was silent for a moment and lowered his voice, saying, "She doesn't want a divorce. But I do. I owe Xiang and her son too much. I want to give them a proper home." Sun Ermiai didn't wait for Qin Guohua to finish and slapped him on the head. "You fool. Zhang Chunqin is a worker. Your children are all grown up and can soon earn money to support the family. If you divorce now, what are you thinking? When your children start working, have them give half their earnings to the family. You can use that money to support Xiang and Gubao. Isn't life better that way? Why divorce? You're just a fool." Old Qin also spoke up. "If you really feel guilty about Xiang, then don't go sailing anymore. Have Zhang Chunqin find you a job in the city. When Gubao comes after you, you'll be running between two places. Won't that make life easier?" Zhang Chunqin held back all her tears and ran out of the courtyard. She squatted on the ground and cried loudly. She thought she had already suffered enough in her past life. "I didn't realize there was so much I didn't know. My foolishness is not only about my children, but also about Qin Guohua." Qin Guohua's favoritism towards the national treasure was always thought to be because he loved his younger brother. But it turns out he's not a brother at all, he's a son. When I first married Qin Guohua, Qin Baoxiang often bullied me. I thought she was just a difficult sister-in-law, but it was actually because she was jealous of me. All these years, Qin Baoxiang never married. It wasn't because she couldn't find a husband, but because she was helping Qin Guohua. I am truly a foolish person who was born stupid and rose to greatness. I was completely unaware of all this. After crying for a while and releasing all my grievances, I slowly stood up. I took a few deep breaths, then lifted my head and walked forward. Since the Qin family considers me a fool, I might as well act like one. Initially, I thought that after being reborn, Qin Guohua hadn't done anything wrong to me, and even if I wanted a divorce, I could change his fate. But now I don't need that anymore. His life or death has nothing to do with me. Having understood this, I quickened my pace to go to work. Unknowingly, behind me, a car was following from afar. Inside the car was the man who had shown Zhang Chunqin antiques at old Zhang's house that day. He had just passed by and saw a familiar figure crouched on the ground crying. Thinking something had happened, he ordered the security guard to get out and check. But when they saw Zhang Chunqin crying for a while and then wiping her tears before standing up and going to work as if nothing had happened, they realized everything was fine. In the car, the driver hesitated and asked, "Leader, should we keep following?" The man watched as Zhang Chunqin entered her workplace, then told the guard, "Go home." After the car left, the man turned to glance at the library. "So, she works here." In the car, the driver looked into the rear-view mirror again, hesitant to speak. "Just say what you mean," the man said to the guard. The guard hesitated and replied, The embassy called and said the lady has completed her immigration. Should we try to stop her? The man smiled coldly and said, just exchange the antiques you stole back for her. Let them go abroad if they want. Those fakes belong to them, so return the items to them. This man's surname is Fu, and his name is Jania. The day he asked Zhang Chunqin to examine the antique was because he had sent out a painting. That painting was a gift to his old friend, Lao Zhangtu. When someone pointed out that it was a fake, he noticed something was wrong. So, he had the security guard bring out the antiques from his home for Zhang Chunqin to identify. This was embarrassing, and because of his status, he couldn't let acquaintances recognize the fake. So he secretly asked Lao Zhangtu to find Zhang Chunqin. Old son, go find out about that officer just now. What's his situation? Can we help in any way? Yes, sir. After returning to work, Zhang Chunqin started planning her divorce from Qin Guohua. She had been married to Qin Guohua for 20 years and knew well the kind of person he was. If they wanted a divorce, they wouldn't keep pretending forever. They all saw her as a soft target to bully, but she was going to show them that she could fight back fiercely. After work, Zhang Chunqin went straight to Panjiayuan. She went to Lao Zhangtu's shop. Lao Zhangtu had prepared the tools, knowing her schedule. Seeing her arrive, he smiled and said, I thought you'd finish work at this time. The tools are ready. Zhang Chunqin saw a room full of tools and was surprised. But she didn't say much. She asked Lao Zhangtu for an apron and lowered her head to start repairing the damaged painting. In her previous life, she had learned antique restoration from a master in cultural relics. At that time, her second son had repeated his studies 4 times, and she knew he wasn't cut out for school. She wanted to get her son into the engineering institute as a temporary worker. The master's son was the director of the institute. She persistently worked as a cleaner around him for 3 years. Later, he saw that Zhang Chunqin, a widow, was not easy to deal with, and helped her get her second son in. She learned a lot from the master. To prove herself, she even did many chores and gained valuable experience. After removing the core of the painting, Zhang Chunqin clapped her hands and said, There's no time today. This is all I can do. I'll come back tomorrow afternoon. I might need several visits. Lao Zhangtu watched her restore the old painting and was deeply impressed. Repairing is really a tedious and complicated task. He was originally inexperienced, but now, after seeing Zhang Chunqin restore the artwork, his understanding of cultural relics has improved. When leaving, old Zhang and Zhang Chunqin promised. My brother said, as long as you restore this ancient painting this time, he will buy it from you for 10,000 yuan. Hearing this, Zhang Chunqin's eyes lit up. Really? Old Zhang smiled and said, Of course. Not only does my brother want to buy this painting, but he also hopes you'll help restore antiques in the future. Zhang Chunqin smiled and said, Let's finish restoring this painting first. I'm not a professional. She exchanged a few polite words with old Zhang before leaving. By the time Zhang Chunqin left, it was already around 7 or 8 in the evening. She hurried back home. She is frugal and doesn't even own a bicycle. When she needs to go somewhere, she asks people in the courtyard to lend her one. When she got home, it was already past 9 o'clock. As soon as she opened the door, objects were thrown at her. Zhang Chunqin, where have you been? She quickly dodged. Qin Guohua saw her look of exhaustion and his face grew even darker. You a woman, don't come home after work to cook, and now you're back? What's going on outside? Zhang Chunqin slowly spoke. Qin Guohua, you give me 5 yuan a month. If I don't work another job, where will I get the money to buy a house for my son's wedding? Do I rely on the 5 yuan you give? Wen Tao still owes money on that house. If I don't work, do you think I can wait for you to come back? Hearing this, Qin Guohua felt guilty. Zhang Chunqin, do you think I earn too little? I'm the head of the family. Isn't it right to give some money to my parents? It's always this excuse. Thinking about the dirty things in Qin's family, Zhang Chunqin didn't want to say a word to Qin Guohua and turned to leave. Qin Guohua ordered her. Go cook. I haven't eaten yet. Zhang Chunqin replied expressionlessly. There's no rice at home. After saying that, she tiredly went inside. Once in her room, Before Qin Guohua came in, she locked the door from the inside. She had never had much feelings for Qin Guohua, and now, knowing about his sordid affairs, she felt disgusted even sleeping in the same bed with him. These days, I really can't get through a single day. After saying that, he turned and left. In recent years, he mostly went to the countryside or sneaked into Qin Baoxiang's bed. Today, he was supposed to go back to the countryside. His parents forced him to come back to check on things. They wanted to see if Zhang Chunqin had heard what they said. He waited all night, starving and pressed against his back, until he finally saw Zhang Chunqin. When she returned, she looked miserable, as if she owed her something. Inside the house, Zhang Chunqin didn't want to worry about whether Qin Guohua had left or not. Tomorrow, she had to visit Qin's village again. In another room, Qin Lao Er heard his father had come back, but he was too scared to come out. He was afraid Qin Guohua would also kick him out. So, when he heard the argument outside, he didn't dare to come out. When he heard his father leave, he finally came out and looked at the stove. He had been hungry all day and had no money at all. The rice was gone, and he had nothing to eat. He was waiting for his mother to buy rice tonight. But to his surprise, she hadn't bought any rice. He clutched his hungry stomach, took a big sip of water, and went back to his room. Qin Lao Er told himself, "Just hold on. Today is Thursday. On Friday, Old 3 and Old 4 will come back from school. Then my mom definitely won't forget to cook. Old 3 is in high school, and Old 4 is in the second year of high school. Both stay at school and only come back on Friday night." That night, Zhang Chunqin still slept very well. The next morning, she left the house directly. Qin Lao Er, who had been hungry all night, heard her leaving and immediately went to check the kitchen, but there was nothing there. He was so hungry, he couldn't stand it. He thought to himself, "Hey, Grandpa and Grandma are at Big Brother's house. I can go see them and maybe get something to eat." He patted his head in frustration. Why didn't I think of that yesterday? If I had thought of it, I wouldn't have gone hungry all night. He opened a window in his room, planning to climb out if he couldn't come back later. Zhang Chunqin left the house and borrowed a bicycle from a neighbor in the big courtyard, then rode to Qin's village. Today, she took a day off to visit Qin Baoxiang. She had taken care of her sister-in-law for over 10 years and knew exactly what kind of person she was. Since the Qin family has planned against her, she can only turn to her younger sister-in-law. The two elders of the Qin family are determined to drain her completely, so they definitely won't allow her to divorce Qin Guohua. If she wants Qin family to agree to a divorce, she must cause trouble herself. Over the years, Qin Baoxiang hasn't caused any trouble, which means the Qin family has made promises to her. This time, she is going to expose the false promises the Qin family has made to her. Zhang Chunqin arrived at Qin village just as Qin Guohua left. As soon as she arrived, Qin Guohua went back to the city to visit his parents. He is very filial. He rides his bike for over an hour each way, worried that his parents might be upset at his older brother's place. He pedals quickly, worried about them. When Zhang Chunqin reached Qin's house, Qin Baoxiang was striking a pose. In recent years, she's been cared for by Qin Guohua, so she doesn't need to work. She spends her time taking care of the elderly, and her son is very good at comforting them, making the older couple very happy and often giving them extra support. Qin Baoxiang's life has been very comfortable. When she was young, she was thin and dark, but now she is plump and smooth. Seeing Zhang Chunqin return, her face looked unhappy. She said sarcastically, "My big brother went to the city to take care of our parents." Zhang Chunqin, you're really lucky. Your in-laws are hospitalized, and you don't even need to take care of them. She then got up and went inside, throwing her clothes to Zhang Chunqin. "Sister-in-law, since you're here, wash the clothes for me and Gubao. You've been living a good life in the city these years. It's really enviable." Zhang Chunqin looked at the clothes on the ground, not angry, and nodded with a smile. "Yes. A few days ago, I even thought about bringing you and Gubao to the city. Guohua said you're used to living in the countryside and don't want to leave." As she spoke, she subtly rolled up her sleeve, pretending to grab the clothes. Her wrist revealed a shiny, large gold bracelet. Qin Baoxiang was about to turn and go inside when she saw the big bracelet on Zhang Chuanqin's wrist. Her eyes lit up. Sister-in-law, is that a gold bracelet? Zhang Chunqin glanced at her wrist and said with a sweet smile, "Oh, this? Guohua hasn't come back in a long time,"
he said.
She hesitated, looking like she didn't want to say more. She pretended to pull at her sleeve and said to Qin Baoxiang, "Do you have any clothes? Sister-in-law will help you wash them." As she spoke, she bent down to pick up the clothes on the ground, casually revealing a large necklace around her neck. Qin Baoxiang saw it again. Her face twisted in anger. "Your necklace? Did Big Brother buy it for you too?" Zhang Chunqin just smiled shyly. "We're old married folks. My big brother is honest. I'll keep these for now. When the kids get married later, they'll have their own. Guohua said when he has money, he'll buy more for them. He plans to save everything for the children. We can't lose out on the children." Hearing this, Qin Baoxiang clenched her teeth and said bitterly, "Did Big Brother make any money this time he came back?" Zhang Chunqin smiled and said, "He brought back some money. That's why he bought gold jewelry." She then quickly added to Qin Baoxiang, "Little sister-in-law, this is for the kids. You can't tell anyone." Qin Baoxiang stared at the gold necklace and bracelet on Zhang Chuanqin's wrist and neck, her jealousy almost sparking fire. Zhang Chunqin continued to show off. "As long as Guohua goes out a few more times, the bride price for the second son's wedding will be enough. Then Guohua and I can enjoy a good life." Qin Baoxiang, who was always impatient, snatched her clothes from Zhang Chuanqin's hands and snapped, "Go away. You just irritate me." Zhang Chunqin looked at Qin Baoxiang's back and smiled. She didn't say anything else and turned around to ride her bicycle away. Today, she came back just to show off. The necklace and bracelet were bought at Panjiayuan for next to nothing. She had been married into the Qin family for 20 years, and Qin Baoxiang's jealousy was something she knew well. This person always wants something, but never says it out loud. She waits for you to take the initiative. So, after showing off this time, she was sure to cause trouble with Guohua. Guohua's salary was only 30 yuan in total, all of which he gave to their mother and daughter. There was no way he could buy gold bracelets. Qin Baoxiang was always calm and composed, so she definitely wouldn't tell Guohua to buy her jewelry just because Zhang Chunqin got some. She would find another way to get what she wanted. After achieving her goal, Zhang Chunqin rode her bicycle back home. In the next few days, she planned to find a way to keep Guohua in the city and make Qin Baoxiang feel miserable in Kanjiakan. If she couldn't stand it anymore, she would take Gubao to find Guohua. Throughout the journey, Zhang Chunqin kept thinking about this matter. After returning from Qin's village, she went to the supply and marketing cooperative to buy some meat and 2 fish before heading to Qin Wentao's place. When she arrived, Zhang Zhaodi was frowning and taking care of the 2 elderly people. Recently, Zhang Zhaodi had stayed up many nights caring for these 2 old folks. Zhang Chunqin knew well how much trouble these 2 could cause. When she saw Zhang Zhaodi washing the feet of Sun Ermiai, she immediately greeted her with a big smile, saying, "Let me do it." Zhang Zhaodi, who deeply resented Zhang Chunqin now, still pretended to be peaceful on her face. She smiled and shook her head, saying, "No need. I like washing the feet of Grandpa and Grandma. Their feet are rough like old tree bark." Zhang Chunqin looked at Zhang Zhaodi and raised the meat she was holding. "I bought meat and fish today, so I'll go cook first." In the past few days, Zhang Zhaodi had scolded everyone in the Qin family. After washing the feet of the 2 elders, they finally nodded in satisfaction. Just as Zhang Zhaodi was about to get up, the children in the house started crying again. She hurriedly picked them up to soothe them. Watching this, Zhang Chunqin already planned what to say to Zhang Zhaodi. She made a big bowl of braised pork, 2 fish, one turned into fish soup, the other braised. She specifically kept the fish soup and braised pork for Zhang Zhaodi. She wanted to show kindness by making friends with others. Carrying the braised pork and fish out, the 2 elders looked at them with greedy eyes. Zhang Chunqin pushed the meat toward the 2 elders, saying, "Mom and Dad, you eat first." The two elders quickly finished the braised pork and fish like a gust of wind, not leaving a single piece for Zhang Chunqing or Zhang Zhaodi. Only a bowl of vegetables remained on the table. Zhang Chunqing was used to this and simply sneered inwardly. Zhang Zhaodi's face darkened. She was also craving meat. She was still breastfeeding, and these two elders didn't leave her any. Zhang Chunqing cleared the dishes and pulled Zhang Zhaodi aside. Zhang Zhaodi reluctantly followed her into the kitchen. Zhaodi, I left this for you. You're breastfeeding now, so you need to eat well. Zhang Chunqing pointed to the braised pork and fish soup she had set aside for Zhang Zhaodi. For a moment, Zhang Zhaodi was stunned. Then she turned around without saying a word and started eating. Zhang Zhaodi and the two elders of the Qin family were quite similar in character. She left nothing for Zhang Zhaodi. Actually, Zhang Chunqing has always been kind to Zhang Zhaodi. But Zhang Zhaodi thought everything was just normal. When things were good, she never felt Zhang Chunqing was kind to her. Now that Zhang Chunqing no longer helps her with everything, she hates her like an enemy. After eating, she threw down her dishes and turned to leave. Suddenly, Zhang Chunqing called out, Zhaodi, wait.
I have something to talk to you about.
Zhang Zhaodi immediately became alert when she heard Zhang Chunqing. She instinctively asked, what do you want now? To Zhang Zhaodi, it was only right that Zhang Chunqing was kind to her. She was only helping her take care of her parents and the children. Zhang Chunqing frowned gently and said kindly, I've noticed you've been so tired taking care of the grandparents that you have dark circles under your eyes. You're still breastfeeding, and that's tiring. What will the baby drink if you're exhausted? Hearing this, Zhang Zhaodi's impatient expression faded. She asked, Are you here to help me take care of them? Zhang Chunqing shook her head and said, Your dad has been at home with nothing to do lately. He's always been a respectful son. You should ask Wen Tao to talk to your dad and have him take care of the grandparents at night. Zhang Zhaodi shook her head and asked, Would he really be willing? Zhang Chunqing smiled and said, If no one else cares for them, it has to be him. I have to go to work, and he's free at home these days. He's not busy. Zhang Zhaodi's eyes moved quickly. She had been exhausted these days being ordered around by those two old people. Her parents and sister-in-law didn't go back to their hometown. They refused to leave and were staying at the guest house. If she left with the children, no one would take care of the two elders at home. Her respectful father-in-law would definitely come to help. After Zhang Chunqing suggested this, she immediately understood. She pulled Zhang Chunqing and said, Mom, Wen Tao can't go alone. You should also talk to Dad. Zhang Chunqing nodded and said, Don't worry. When I go back, I will talk to your dad. Zhang Zhaodi kept nodding. She couldn't wait to leave tonight, so she wouldn't be ordered around by those two old people anymore. Zhang Chunqing specifically washed the dishes at Qin Wen Tao's place before leaving. Mom and Dad, I'll visit you again tomorrow. Tell Guohua and me what you want to eat, and I'll cook it for you. I can't come tonight. I have to go collect scrap metal. As you know, I still have debts to pay at home. Zhang Chunqing mentioned her debts specifically before leaving. The two elders enjoyed their braised pork and became a bit friendlier towards Zhang Chunqing.
All right.
I'll ask Guohua to come back and talk to you tonight, they said. Zhang Chunqing nodded with a smile. After leaving Qin Wen Tao's house, she went straight to Panjiayuan. She wanted to fix the painting quickly and then get the money. She was already thinking about divorcing Qin Guohua, so she needed to prepare early. She also had to find a way to deal with the house assigned by her work unit. She definitely wouldn't leave it to Qin Guohua and his ungrateful children. The house she borrowed money to buy for Qin Wen Tao would be sold once the two old men paid her back and cleared everything. No one in the Qin family could take advantage of her anymore. Qin Qinghe had already visited his older brother's house in the morning but was immediately turned away. At noon, he wandered over to the restaurant again. This time, he was smarter and knocked without saying a word. It was a coincidence that he arrived just as Zhang Chunqing was leaving. So, when she knocked, Zhang Zhaodi opened the door. Qin Qinghe didn't wait for Zhang Zhaodi's reaction and pushed into the house. Once inside, he loudly called out, Grandpa and Grandma. Qinghe is here to see you. He shouted towards the room, Grandpa and Grandma,
then turned to Zhang Zhaodi and said, "Sister-in-law, go cook. I'll stay with Grandpa and Grandma." Zhang Zhaodi already disliked Qin Qinghe, especially after seeing him hit her husband a few days ago. She didn't have a good attitude towards him. "We've already eaten," Zhang Zhaodi said coldly. Qin Qinghe looked up in disbelief and asked, "Already eaten? What did you eat?" At that moment, second sister Zhang came out of the room. "We ate braised pork and Christian carp. Your mom bought them." Hearing about the meat, Qin Qinghe's mouth watered, and he gritted his teeth, saying, "Why didn't you wait for me? I haven't eaten yet." He felt wronged inside. He had been drinking plain boiled water for 2 days. He sat heavily in the living room, rummaging through the table. He was starving. How could there be nothing to eat at his older brother's house? Actually, Qin Wentao had bought a lot of food for the 2 elders, but they were afraid others might eat it, so they hid it all in their rooms. "What cookies, candies, and biscuits?" Zhang Zhaodi sneered. "Second brother. Go ask mom." "I'm not your mom." Qin Qinghe searched around their house, but couldn't find anything to eat. Then he walked away feeling down. He was so hungry his eyes seemed to glow green. He thought for a moment and could only rub his stomach and go look for an Xian. His dear Xian would surely not want him to go hungry. Zhang Zhaodi looked at Qin Qinghe's back and snorted coldly. Sun Ermiai watched Qin Qinghe's back and muttered, "Second brother has always loved to eat. Look at how greedy he is. Luckily, I hid all the snacks in my room." She said this with a look of disgust and snorted again. None of Zhang Chuanqin's children please her. In the eyes of Sun Ermiai and old Qin, no one was as precious as the children they raised themselves. Zhang Chunqin spent an afternoon repairing that painting. Now she just needed to frame it. She stood up tiredly and said to old Zhang, "This will take a few more days. Let's stop here for today." She needed to go home early to take care of Qin Guohua. Old Zhang looked at the transformed painting and sincerely praised, "Big sister, you're amazing." Zhang Chunqin smiled at him and left to shop. At the entrance of Panjiayuan, she met that man again. Seeing her, he came over and bowed deeply. "Comrade, you saved my son. I will repay you someday." The old father's face finally showed a smile. Zhang Chunqin patted his shoulder and said kindly, "Take good care of your son." The man handed her an IOU. "Big sister, I know that painting wasn't worth much. It was already eaten up by moths. Just consider this a loan for me. When I have money, I will pay you back. My name is Wang Haiqing." When Zhang Chunqin heard the name Wang Haiqing, she looked up in disbelief. "What did you say your name was?" The man repeated, "Wang Haiqing. I live right behind Panjiayuan. Please give me your address. When I have money, I will pay you back." Zhang Chunqin stared at the man in front of her and examined him again. The first billionaire of China in the 1980s was also named Wang Haiqing. She wanted to see if she could find the image of that wealthy man in the tired face of the man before her. She only glanced at the newspaper while collecting scrap, and she couldn't remember what it looked like. Zhang Chunqin wasn't sure if they had the same name, but she smiled and said to him, "That's the money I used to buy your bottle and paintings." She said this without stopping. After returning from Panjiayuan, Qin Guohua hadn't come back yet.
She still didn't buy rice.
Instead, she ruffled her hair and sat on the kong, waiting for Qin Guohua. Today, she specifically talked to the 2 elders of the Qin family, asking them to tell Qin Guohua to come home and decide what to eat tomorrow. Given their personalities, they would definitely make Qin Guohua come back today. Sure enough, around 6 in the evening, the door was pushed open. Qin Guohua entered the house. Before Qin Guohua could react, Zhang Chunqin rushed straight at him. Qin Guohua was caught off guard and got scratched on his face by the rushing Zhang Chunqin. He was tall and immediately pushed away the thin and frail Zhang Chunqin with a fierce look. "Zhang Chunqin, what are you doing?" Qin Guohua pushed her to the ground and asked, touching his face. Zhang Chunqin sat on the ground, crying loudly. The courtyard's soundproofing was poor. The thin walls between neighbors meant even the snoring from the next yard could be heard. Hearing her crying, the neighbors quickly came out.
They knew Zhang Chunqing cared about her reputation and wouldn't usually make a scene or cry so loudly. Something serious must have happened. Qin Guohua, whose face was scratched unexpectedly, looked up angrily. Why are you crying? You're so unlucky. He was so angry he raised his hand to hit Zhang Chunqing. Before he could strike, several neighbors stepped in to stop him. Guohua, why are you hitting your wife? Qin Guohua had always been seen as a kind, honest man. Whatever people said, he always smiled kindly. Every time he returned from the riverboat, neighbors would bring him things. Now, seeing him hitting his wife, everyone was suspicious. This honest man might not be as simple as he seemed. Qin Guohua cared about his reputation. When the neighbors held him back, he blushed and explained, I didn't hit her. She scratched me. As soon as I came in, she rushed at me. The neighbors looked at Zhang Chunqing, who was still crying on the ground, and said nothing, only pulling Qin Guohua away. Qin Guohua earns 30 yuan a month from running a boat. He gives 25 yuan to his family and keeps 5 yuan for himself. The family has 4 children to support, and all the expenses rely on me. My eldest son is getting married, which costs a lot, bride price, a bicycle, a house. I've lost many hairs worrying about his wedding. Qin Guohua just said, I have no money. You know how much I earn, and then he dismissed me. Everyone was shocked to hear that Qin Guohua only gave 5 yuan for family expenses. Guohua, after so many years, you only give 5 yuan? With so many mouths to feed, how can you be so shameless? Fat Mama was the first to speak. Qin Guohua, being honest, immediately argued, my parents raised me. I am the eldest son. Shouldn't I give money to my parents? Zhang Chunqing patted her thigh and said, to buy a house, I borrowed a lot of debt from my family. Now, relatives from my family come asking for money, but I really have none. He still refuses to give a single penny. How can I go on living like this? Hearing this, Qin Guohua wanted to say something about why Zhang Chunqing didn't speak earlier. But he couldn't speak. He had no money, and if he spoke up, he'd have to pay. If Zhang Chunqing caused trouble again, he'd be even more embarrassed. He couldn't interrupt or reply about the debt Zhang Chunqing borrowed. Everyone listened and looked at Qin Guohua, understanding what was going on. Old Zhou, standing nearby, said sarcastically, Guohua, you don't go home all year. You don't take care of the kids or your wife, but you only give 5 yuan a month to the family. You're really living a comfortable life. We've all seen how hard Chunqing has worked over the years. She's a woman who wants to work 5 jobs a day, but you only give 5 yuan for family expenses. If your family is so big and you want to give money to your parents, why did you get married? Everyone in the courtyard felt sorry for Zhang Chunqing. Nowadays, everyone is struggling. No one is easy to deal with. Everyone cares deeply for their children. Everyone has seen how hard Zhang Chunqing has worked over the years. In the past, Zhang Chunqing never talked about these things, so no one knew. No one knew Qin Guohua only gave 5 yuan a month for family expenses. Qin Guohua was looked at with contempt and shame, wishing there was a in the ground to hide in. He knew very well that 5 yuan was not enough. But his parents said that Xiang and Zhang Chunqing were different. Zhang Chunqing was capable, a worker, and had 3 sons to support. Xiang is a rural woman who has nothing but her reputation. She deserves some money from her husband to support her life. Zhang Chunqing knows Qin Guohua's temper well. He is someone with no ability and cares a lot about his pride. Today, when his mistakes are exposed, he probably won't come to the big courtyard for a while. Qin Guohua, tell me, do you take responsibility for the debt my family owes? Zhang Chunqing directly questions Qin Guohua. Qin Guohua wants to speak, but he has no money and can't say anything. He clenches his teeth and stays silent. Zhang Chunqing speaks to Qin Guohua word by word. If you don't want to share the burden with me, then we should stop living together. I've had enough of this life. Get out. The neighbors in the big courtyard hear Zhang Chunqing's words and all quietly let go of Qin Guohua. Qin Guohua feels very embarrassed. He looks up at Zhang Chunqing for a moment, then turns around and walks away. Zhang Chunqing guesses he won't speak today, so she suddenly gets angry. Qin Guohua has no opinion of his own and always listens to his parents. He has no money. Even if he is willing to help pay back the debt, he dares not promise anything without asking his parents first. And Qin's parents would never agree to him paying the debt. They would definitely leave Qin Guohua to handle it alone. As for Qin Wentao, he's just waiting to see if Zhang Zhaodi still wants to serve those two old people. But from what she knows about Zhang Zhaodi, she probably is already fed up with those two old folks. Everyone watching Qin Guohua's back talk among themselves. What's wrong with Guohua? He looks honest, but he acts like this. Chunqin, how have you been living all these years? I always thought your family's Guohua had $30, but it turns out you work so hard for nothing. That money never even reached your hands. Chunqin, you've really suffered over the years. Zhang Chunqin is helped up, and everyone softly comforts her. She cries for a while, then apologizes. Sorry for disturbing everyone today. I was really pushed to the limit by my family and wanted him to ask my in-laws for some money. But he just lost his temper with me. I just can't live like this anymore. Zhang Chunqin wants a divorce, but she first needs everyone to understand what kind of person Qin Guohua is. If she divorces a good-natured man like Qin Guohua, it would be her fault. She and a man who hadn't cared for the family in 20 years, whose wages were handed over to his parents, are getting divorced. This isn't her fault. Today, she caused a scene to prepare for her future divorce. It's hard for her to get a divorce easily. With the skills of the two old people in the Qin family, she knows very well what marriage with them is like after 20 years. Everyone comforted Zhang Chunqin before she left. After everyone left, Zhang Chunqin turned around and went back to her room to sleep. She needs to rest well because tomorrow she has to go to Qin Wentao's place to ask for money. With so many debts, even if she doesn't get the money back, she wants Qin Wentao, his wife, Qin Guohua, and the two elders of the Qin family to see her staying away. Only when they stay away can she handle the house in the big courtyard. First, she needs to deal with them, then her second, third, and fourth brothers. Qin Guohua, with a face scratched and bitten, went to see the two elders of the Qin family. When he arrived, Qin Wentao had just argued with Zhang Zhaodi and rushed out. The two elders could hear the noise outside but pretended not to hear, eating the peach cookies bought by their grandson inside. When Qin Guohua entered, the two elders thought Qin Wentao had returned and kept the door closed. Mom and Dad. Qin Guohua called out to the closed door. Hearing the voice, the two elders immediately opened the door and saw the scratches on Qin Guohua's face. What happened? Who scratched you? Sun Ermiai saw the scratches on her son's face and pounded her thigh with worry. Qin Guohua was silent for a moment. Chunqin did it. Sun Ermiai and Qin Laotu looked as if they had heard a big joke. Zhang Chunqin, with her gentle personality. How could she do that? Did she find out about you and Xiang? Qin Guohua shook his head. She asked me for money. She said her family was in debt. Hearing this, Sun Ermiai sighed in relief. If she wants it, let her have it. Asking her for money isn't asking us. What's it to you? Qin Guohua hesitated. Mom and Dad, she's been alone all these years. Before he finished, Qin Laotu interrupted coldly. Being alone? It's a blessing that she married into our family. Giving birth and raising children isn't her responsibility as a mother? Every parent wants their children to get married and start a family. Sun Ermiai also chimed in. The house purchase was her own decision. She agreed to do what she could. Who asked her to promise to buy a house for her son? Over the years, she has managed to get through everything. The money from her family was used for her own needs.
She spoke confidently about this.
She even forgot that she was still thinking about that house. When Qin Guohua heard her parents' words, he nodded and said, yes. Zhang Chunqin argued with me today. I don't want to go back to the big courtyard lately. I will stay at my hometown for a few days. Sun Ermiai and Qin Laotu nodded as well. That's fine. Once we get the house ready for Guobao, we will bring you over. Qin Laotu added, Xiang has been raised at home since she was a child, unlike Zhang Chunqin. Xiang wants to run away, but she can't. No matter how much money is spent, it won't go into outsiders' pockets. The family clearly understood Zhang Chuanqin's plans. Qin Guohua, who was easily influenced, felt no guilt after hearing his parents' words. At this moment, Qin Wentao, who had just argued with Zhang Zhaodi, returned home. He pushed open the door and saw his father was there. His eyes lit up immediately.
Dad, you're just in time.
Zhaodi and I argued and went back to her parents' house. You should stay here and take care of the grandparents when you have time. Qin Guohua was about to refuse, but then Qin Wentao spoke softly. Dad, I have to work during the day. I can't take care of the grandparents all the time. My wife is about to divorce me. If you don't want to help, I really don't know what to do. Son Ermiai, hearing about the divorce, quickly agreed. All right.
Let your dad take care of me.
Qin Guohua frowned but didn't dare refuse because his wife had spoken. Qin Wentao nodded. I'll go buy some groceries. After Qin Wentao left, Son Ermiai pulled Qin Guohua aside. Zhaodi has also left. After a while, you should let Wentao go back to the big courtyard and bring Guobao here. This house will be Guobao's. Son Ermiai loved her son dearly. How could she not love him? Qin Guobao was raised by her herself. Over the years, she spoiled him and took care of him. Her own child was naturally different from Zhang Chuanqin's children, who didn't grow up with her. Qin Guohua nodded.
All right.
Once Guobao comes here, Mai and Axiong's issues will be out in the open, and Zhang Chunqin will figure it out too. Seeing that her parents agreed, Qin Wentao immediately ran out to find his wife. Their argument was real at first, but after Qin Wentao chased after her, he managed to comfort his wife. Zhang Zhaodi gave Qin Wentao an ultimatum, saying she would no longer take care of his grandparents and told him to find his own way. Qin Wentao was upset to see his wife suffering. Unlike Qin Guohua, he genuinely liked Zhang Zhaodi and felt sorry for her. On the way back, he was thinking about how to talk to his grandparents. Coincidentally, the solution was already there. No need to find an excuse. The answer had come naturally. Wife, my dad agreed to take care of the grandparents. You stay outside for a few days. Once I calm down my mom and grandparents, you can come back, Qin Wentao said, holding her. Hearing this, Zhang Zhaodi finally relaxed. She was extremely angry with everyone in the Qin family. But she had no other choice now. She still wanted to get benefits from the Qin family and couldn't let Qin Wentao cut ties for the moment. Later, once she no longer needed their help, she planned to make Qin Wentao end the relationship. Wentao, because of your grandparents, I haven't been able to produce milk for the baby. The child is hungry and skinny. Once the grandparents leave, you must compensate us properly. Also, you should work harder at your mom's job, Zhang Zhaodi started whispering again. In the past few days, Qin Wentao had been soothed by Zhang Zhaodi and agreed to everything she said. He took Zhang Zhaodi to a guest house, promising to stay there for a few days and assuring her he would get rid of her by the end of the month. As soon as they entered the guest house, he couldn't wait to say, Wife, it's been inconvenient at home. Now that we're at the guest house, we can be close again. Zhang Zhaodi still hoped to get Zhang Chuanqin's job and their house, and she was still coaxing him. You're so lazy. When Qin Wentao returned, it was already 9 at night. Qin Guohua saw his eldest son come back and gritted his teeth, saying, Qin Wentao, you finally came back. Do you know that your grandparents and I are still hungry? Hearing this, Qin Wentao immediately frowned. Dad, I was called back to work overtime. The factory needs to rush a batch of goods. I've been working late. Why don't you take care of the grandparents and buy some food? Why are you letting the 2 elders go hungry? Actually, the 2 elders weren't really hungry. The house was full of food, but only Qin Guohua was hungry. When he heard Qin Wentao's words, he reached out and said, Then give me the money to buy groceries. Qin Wentao was shocked when his father asked him for money. He said, Dad, you're old, and you're asking your son for money? What about your salary? Qin Guohua blushed and replied, I gave my money to your grandparents. Qin Wentao felt annoyed and said, Who did you give it to? Why are you asking me for money? I haven't received any from you. Then he turned and went into his room. Qin Guohua didn't dare ask his parents for money. He clutched his stomach and went to find something to eat. Like Qin Xinghe earlier that day, he looked around but couldn't find any food. He could only drink some water and then went to take care of his parents. After a good rest, Zhang Chunqin bought herself a bowl of wonton and took it home to eat. She even tore a piece of fried breadstick and put it inside the wonton, eating it quickly. Her second brother smelled the aroma from inside the house. He had sneaked in through the window yesterday afternoon. He had lied to get some food from Anshin before returning home. Anshin was pretty, and he had been her admirer for years. Why do I call him an admirer? Because there were many men around Anshin. She was beautiful, like a fairy, and all the boys liked her. She was also friendly to men. She didn't reject their kindness, but didn't agree to date any of them. She kept all the men hopeful. For example, now she was repeating her studies with 8 boys. Inside the house, Qin Xinghe smelled the food and came out, staring eagerly at Zhang Chunqin. Mom, do I have any? I haven't eaten in days. I'm really hungry. We have no rice or flour at home. Can you buy some today? Zhang Chunqin heard him and sneered mockingly. Smelling the food, and you come out? Yesterday, your dad and I argued, and you didn't come out. I thought you suddenly went deaf. Why didn't you starve to death inside? Qin Xinghe felt guilty and said softly, Mom, I don't know who to help when you and Dad argue. I was afraid to come out. Zhang Chunqin chuckled. Your dad has come home several times these days. Why didn't you let him cook? Why didn't you let him buy you food? Qin Xinghe lowered his head and whispered, He has no money. He gave all his money to Grandma and Grandpa. Zhang Chunqin finished the last sip of wonton soup, stood up, and slapped Qin Xinghe. Since you know your father hasn't given money to the family all these years, how dare you ask me to buy things? If you want to eat, go earn your own money. You're 20 years old. Are you missing an arm or a leg? You can't possibly starve. After saying that, she turned and left without looking back. Qin Xinghe wanted to talk to his mother, but Zhang Chunqin suddenly turned around and coldly looked at him. Don't forget you said you'd stay at home for a few days. When the time's up, don't blame me for throwing your stuff out. Hearing this, Qin Xinghe immediately dared not speak. Oh no, she's bringing this up again. What exactly is wrong with her? Why does she always want to kick him out? He rubbed his stomach, clenched his teeth, and turned back to his room to sleep. Today is Friday. His older brothers and sisters will come back from school, but his mother still wants the whole family to go hungry.
Hold on.
Just one more sleep. So, hungry and pressed against his back, Qin Xinghe had no choice but to crawl back into bed and continue sleeping. He was really hungry. During the famine before, when the family drank thin porridge, he had never been this hungry. Someone else just as hungry as him was Qin Guohua. Qin Guohua didn't get any money from his son, so he could only ask his parents if they were hungry. But the 2 elders said it was too late. Don't buy anything. They weren't hungry. Thus, Qin Guohua served the 2 elders all night, feeling dizzy and exhausted. The 2 old people took turns going to the bathroom, not only urinating frequently, but also drinking lots of water. One thing after another, he couldn't sleep all night. These elders weren't tormenting their son on purpose. They were just used to giving orders and couldn't stop themselves. Actually, they had already asked Qin Guohua to do a lot, and Zhang Zhaodi had it worse. As for their hometown, they naturally got up at night themselves, and usually Sun Ermiai took care of Qin Laotu. They shared a room with Qin Guobao, so they wouldn't dare to boss around their most beloved youngest son. Early in the morning, Qin Guohua got up, thinking Qin Wentao would have prepared breakfast before leaving. But Qin Wentao wasn't home at all. He went to check the kitchen again. Still nothing. He then asked his parents, Mom, Dad, what are you having for breakfast? I'll go buy some. The 2 elders thought for a moment and said, just eat something simple. You go buy some lamb noodle soup. I give all my wages to you. Sun Ermiai's face darkened as she looked at Qin Guohua. Go ask Zhang Chunqin for money. Zhang Chunqin has money, so go ask her now. You only give her 5 yuan a month for household expenses. How can a man have no money at all? Qin Guohua opened his mouth, but didn't know what to say. 5 yuan isn't enough for a family of 5 to eat and drink. He felt ashamed just saying it. Mom and Dad, I argued with Chunqin.
She won't give me money. Please lend me some. I'll have her pay you back later, Qin Guohua said. Sun Ermiai hesitated, then took out a handkerchief and gave Qin Guohua 5 yuan. Make sure Chunqin pays you back quickly. How can a wife ask her parents for money? What kind of wife is she? No man should be without money. When Zhang Chunqin came over, she saw the door wide open and overheard their words. She sneered and walked straight over. Mom and Dad. Zhang Chunqin shouted loudly, so loud that everyone in the courtyard could hear. Hearing this, the 3 of them stepped back in shock and looked at Zhang Chunqin with fear. Zhang Chunqin suddenly knelt down at the door. Mom and Dad, please lend me some money. My family doesn't like me, and I had to kneel to borrow money before. Now my family needs money again, and I really have no way out. Sun Ermiai's face changed when she saw Zhang Chunqin kneeling at the door. Guohua, hurry and bring her inside. It's so embarrassing. Letting her kneel like that makes people laugh. Qin Guohua tried to go out and pull Zhang Chunqin in, but she suddenly shouted, Qin Guohua, don't think about hitting me again. You tried yesterday and now you want to hit me again? She kept stepping back. Qin Guohua frowned and shouted anxiously, Zhang Chunqin, stop making trouble. Go inside. Haven't you embarrassed yourself enough yesterday? Are you trying to ruin my reputation? Zhang Chunqin yelled loudly, don't come near me. Even if you beat me to death, I will still pay back my family's money. As she shouted, neighbors around started to gather. Everyone loved to watch the excitement. Seeing so many people coming, Zhang Chunqin resumed her previous speech. Mom and Dad, I've been supporting the family alone these years, relying on my small salary from social media to raise 4 children. Qin Guohua only gives me 30 yuan a month, 5 yuan for household expenses, and the rest all goes to you. I have lived these 20 years feeling worse than bitter herbs. When I bought this house, Qin Guohua didn't give me a single cent. I begged you to lend me some money, and I even wrote an IOU, but you said no. She said this and sat on the ground crying loudly. I borrowed 300 yuan from my family to pay for the house. Now my family is coming to ask for the debt. I really have no way out, so I am here to ask you. She didn't want to ask the 2 elders of the Qin family and stared at Qin Guohua. Qin Guohua, if you still want to live with me, then we should pay the debt together. Even if you can't pay now, go with me to my family and promise to pay back someday. Before Zhang Chunqin finished speaking, Sun Ermiai interrupted. No. This debt wasn't borrowed by Guohua, so why should he guarantee it? Whoever borrowed the money should pay it back. Everyone looked at the Qin family with disdain. Their scheming was all over their faces. The whole family was scheming against the daughter-in-law alone. Spectators just watched quietly, sighing in their hearts, but no one spoke. Zhang Chunqin had already expected this and sneered inwardly. She looked more sorrowful on the outside. I borrowed money to buy a house for the children. Why is it only my problem? Over the years, Guohua only gives 5 yuan a month. All household expenses are covered by me alone. I never said anything. It was only when my family came to ask for money that I spoke up. How can you say such things? Qin Guohua still had some shame and looked around at the contemptuous gazes, feeling ashamed. Mom, maybe. Before he finished, Sun Ermiai coldly interrupted. Maybe what? Shut up. You can't even pay for our groceries. What nonsense are you talking? Qin Guohua shut his mouth and dared not speak, lowering his head. Zhang Chunqin watched the scene and felt it was ironic, not angry. She had seen all kinds of faces in this family and was already used to it. The more shameless this family was, the more confident she would be when they divorced and exposed their shameful deeds. Sun Ermiai looked at Zhang Chunqin with a cold expression. Zhang Chunqin, who is going to live in this house? You ask who wants it. You didn't buy this house for us. Who agreed to you borrowing money from your family? It was you who insisted on letting the children buy a house. Other families don't buy houses, so they won't marry their daughters. Life goes on, and if you can't handle it, you have the ability to divorce Guohua. She said this while pulling Qin Guohua. Go inside. What are you making a fuss about at the door? Aren't you ashamed? Then she turned and went straight into the house. She only sneered at Zhang Chunqin and slammed the door shut.
She knew well that Zhang Chuanqin's tricks were just to use gossip to pressure them, forcing them to pay back the 300 yuan from her family.
Dream on.
All that money was saved for Guobao. Zhang Chunqing glanced around and saw everyone looking at her with pity. She took a deep breath, squatted down, and cried loudly. The neighbors nearby saw her and came over to comfort her. Big sister, get up. Don't be foolish in the future. Don't borrow money from your family for your husband's sake. Some, feeling angry, said to her. They're so confident now because they know you're getting old and have no way out. None of them are good people. Big sister, you. Some wanted to call Zhang Chunqing foolish, but seeing her tears, no one dared to speak. Everyone felt sorry for her, but didn't know how to help. They all knew in their hearts that she could only pay back that money herself. Zhang Chunqing wiped her tears and forced a smile, saying, I've been married to my husband for over 20 years. When he wanted to respect his parents, I never said a word. I thought we were a family, but I never expected they never considered me one of their own. She then told the neighbors about how her in-laws favored one side, how Qin Guohua ignored the family, and how she raised the children on her own. After she finished, everyone in the courtyard knew about Qin Guohua's family affairs. Zhang Chunqing wiped her tears and left. She still had to go to work, so she stopped her story here. She deliberately chose a time when no one was working. Her goal wasn't to get Qin's family to give her money. She just wanted everyone to know what Qin's family had done. Inside the house, Qin Guohua sat nervously, watching the door. He felt anxious and angry. He was anxious because he was worried Zhang Chunqing might talk nonsense with others. He was angry because she really didn't care about her reputation. Just a little money, and it would ruin his reputation. Mom, is Zhang Chunqing really going to divorce me? Qin Guohua hesitated. Old Qin sneered. She's that age now. Does she dare to divorce? Besides, if she has the ability, she can divorce. She divorces first, and you can start living with Ah Xiang. You're not someone who hasn't lived with anyone. When she divorces, she can pay off her debts herself. From now on, you don't even need to give 5 yuan for household expenses. Son Ermiai nodded. Your children are grown up now, and not doing well in school. Just tell them to stop studying and go earn money. Each of them should give half of their wages. When Guobao gets married, you and Ah Xiang can help take care of your grandchildren.
Things will be good then.
Before, Qin Guohua thought Zhang Chunqing was not as gentle as Ah Xiang, but now that he really wants to divorce her, he feels uncomfortable inside. He hesitated and asked, Mom and Dad, if I get divorced now, won't the children blame me? If they find out I'm living with their little aunt, they might resent me. The villagers' gossip will be harsh. Guobao will have a hard time in the future. Listening to this, Sun Ermiai was silent for a moment, and then said, since you're angry with Zhang Chunqing, just pretend you're so upset that she makes you die. When that happens, we'll sell this house and move somewhere else to live. The villagers are all gossipers. We don't have to stay here. What's there to be afraid of? Hearing his mother's words, Qin Guohua was stunned and didn't respond for a long time.
But
what about my children with Chunqing? Old Qin looked at his son like he was a fool. Your son just died. Dad, not your wife. Can Zhang Chunqing let her son be single and her daughter grow old alone?
She'll worry about that.
You just need to take care of Guobao. Sun Ermiai quickly added, look at your eldest son. Look what Zhang Chunqing has made of him. The Qin family's house. He brought his mother-in-law and brother-in-law to live there. He didn't think about finding jobs for his siblings, but hurried to find work for his brother-in-law. He doesn't give wages to his parents, but gives them to his wife's family. And now, such a fool has been born. Do you expect him to support you in old age? Originally, Qin Guohua was unsure, but after hearing his parents' words and thinking about his son's actions, he nodded in agreement.
All right.
Since Zhang Chunqing is causing trouble, let her do it. When things get worse, you can throw yourself into the river and say she forced you to die. I'll also fight with her, sell both houses, and we'll all move away. Sun Ermiai was planning happily, feeling very pleased. Her favoritism had gone so far that it reached her armpits. The children born to Zhang Chunqing and Zhang Chunqing were not even considered by her.
Qin Guohua nodded and said, all right. Let her cause trouble. This time, she went too far. Since she refuses to live properly, then she shouldn't live at all. I've had enough of her. She's like a nagging woman all day long. This family of 3 directly included the house on the big courtyard side in their plans. They didn't want to leave a single penny for Zhang Chunqin. In the village, Qin Baoxiang felt uneasy whenever she saw Zhang Chunqin's gold bracelets and necklace. Thinking about how she and her son were living hard in the countryside, while Qin Guohua and Zhang Chunqin enjoyed a life of wealth and jewelry in the city, made her feel sad. Qin Guobao saw that his mother had been in a bad mood since yesterday and asked with a frown, Mom, what's wrong? Qin Baoxiang looked at her son and said through clenched teeth, Guobao, do you want to marry a girl from the city? He was surprised and nodded. Grandma and Grandpa said we should wait a bit longer. They care about us, so don't worry. Baoxiang frowned. No. We're all from the same family. Why should Zhang Chunqin and her children live well in the city, while we suffer here in the countryside? We should go to the city and find someone. Qin Guobao hesitated, but Grandma and Grandpa said. Before he could finish, Baoxiang cut him off. Your grandparents are old and don't understand anything. Listen to me. The mother and son packed their things and headed straight for the city. Baoxiang thought that even if she had to make Zhang Chunqin uncomfortable, she wouldn't let her life be better than hers. Over the years, she had no man, but Zhang Chunqin had a man with her. Although Qin Guohua gave all the money to them, she only got money, while Zhang Chunqin gained a person. The more she thought about it, the more she felt wronged inside. On the way to the city, she told her son, Guobao, you must ask your grandparents for a job. Get Zhang Chunqin's job too. She took your dad away, so you should take her job. And that house. Your dad paid for it, so why should it belong to Qin Wentao? You're also your dad's son, so that house should be ours. Listening to his mother, Qin Guobao felt something was wrong but couldn't quite put his finger on it. Anyway, he always listened to his mother and grandparents. They were never wrong. After leaving Qin Wentao's family compound, Zhang Chunqin walked to work while humming. At this moment, she didn't know that Qin Guohua's family had already figured out her plans clearly. When she arrived at her workplace, she stopped worrying about the Qin family matters. Whether it was about her children or her divorce, these things didn't happen overnight. They needed time. Now that she had money, she felt more confident. After work, she continued restoring the painting at Panjiayuan. As long as she worked late today and framed the painting, she would soon have the money from selling it. Inside the yard, she saw the man in military uniform from that day. She greeted him with a smile and then went back to her work. She could tell that this man was important, but she didn't want to try to get close to him. Having lived 2 lives, she just wanted to live a good life now, not be as helpless as before. She wasn't ambitious or eager to be someone important. She finished framing the painting, and it was already past 10 at night. Old Zhang looked at the refreshed painting and smiled, saying, Wow, young lady, your skills are amazing. Not many people today can do what you do. Fixing colors, retouching, and replacing paper all require patience and effort. Old Zhang handed the painting to the man in uniform and said, Comrade Fu, take a look. Fu Jianye took it and praised Comrade Zhang. Even those who restore cultural relics professionally might not have your skill. Zhang Chunqin smiled and said, Actually, restoring antiques isn't hard. It just takes patience. There's also something I want you to fix, Fu Jianye said, taking out a folding fan and a vase. These are treasures from my grandfather. I've asked many people to repair them, but no one could do it. Can you help? Seeing the folding fan, Zhang Chunqin knew the man was important. She carefully examined it and said, Comrade Fu, I can fix these, but it will take some effort and special tools. I don't have those here. Fu Jianye hesitated and asked, Tell me what tools you need. I can help you borrow them. I know some people who specialize in restoring relics. They should have the right tools. Fu Jianye smiled wryly, saying, They just can't fix it. That's why I came to see you. Zhang Chunqin nodded. All right. When you have the tools, just tell old Zhang. I'll come to repair it at your place, since mine isn't convenient. Fu Jianye agreed. Good. I'll have the car come to pick you up. Then he asked, and what about the price? Zhang Chunqing scratched her head. I don't know. Since you know someone who specializes in repairs, please find out the going rate. I only repair artifacts for fun, not professionally. Fu Jianya nodded. Got it. After Zhang Chunqing finished talking with Fu Jianya, old Zhang handed her a stack of money. Comrade Zhang, we've prepared this money for you a long time ago. Someone is already waiting for this painting. He handed the money to Zhang Chunqing and said to Fu Jianya, Comrade Fu, it's not safe to be out at night. Since Comrade Zhang has so much money, please see her home safely. This time, Zhang Chunqing didn't refuse. It really wasn't safe. Now, 10,000 yuan was a huge sum. 10,000 yuan bills were rare. Holding the money, she felt more confident. With money, she planned to buy a courtyard. In Beijing, land is precious. Buying a courtyard inside the Third Ring Road would make her old age very comfortable in 20 years. Courtyards like that aren't rare anymore. In later years, only well-off families owned them. Let's go, Fu Jianya said. Zhang Chunqing didn't bother with formalities. She greeted old Zhang and followed the man. Seeing a car driven by a professional driver, she knew this man held a high position. Having guards in uniform, along with a driver and a red flag car, definitely meant he was an important person. She was smart and didn't ask questions, quietly sitting in the car. Fu Jianya glanced at Zhang Chunqing, recalling how she had cried loudly on the ground that day, and frowned slightly. Comrade Zhang, if you ever have difficulties, you can come to me for help. You helped me a lot last time with the antique, Fu Jianya said. Zhang Chunqing looked up and smiled at him. No need. I'm doing fine now. Fu Jianya nodded and didn't say anything more. When they reached the big alley, Zhang Chunqing repeatedly thanked him before getting out of the car. After she got out, 3 figures approached from the side. Mom, where did you go today? Why did a small car bring you back? Did you meet some important person? The speaker is the younger daughter, her eyes bright as she watches the departing car. Zhang Chunqing glanced at her younger daughter calmly. Why are you all back so early? Qin Yuan, hearing her mother's words, frowned and said, Mom, today is Friday. We're not going home. We're going somewhere else. Before Zhang Chunqing could speak, Qin Yuan added, Mom, you know that my third brother and I are coming home. Why didn't you come back earlier to cook? We're all starving. Second son Qin Qinghe thought that today his older brothers and sisters would come back, and his mother would cook early. But she didn't. He felt both happy and sad. Happy because his mother wasn't showing favoritism, his older brothers and sister weren't treated better than him. Sad because it seemed like his mother had really changed. Third brother also spoke up. Mom, hurry and cook. We're starving. Zhang Chunqing didn't even lift her eyelids. Are you all missing hands and feet? Waiting to starve to death. Fourth sibling, hearing this, was unhappy. Mom, there's nothing at home. What can we eat? Zhang Chunqing sneered. Without me, you all would die? Haven't you finished nursing yet? After saying that, she turned and went into the house without another word, ignoring her 3 children, and slammed the door to sleep. The 3 children looked at each other in disbelief. In the past, when the older siblings came back, Zhang Chunqing would have already come home early to cook for them. Second son Qin Qinghe was used to his mother's attitude these days. He still felt resentful, thinking she only disliked him because he didn't get into college. Now, seeing her treat the older siblings the same way, he smiled slightly, went to the kitchen, scooped some water, drank his fill, and then turned to go to bed. The older brothers looked at each other, then finally knocked on Zhang Chunqing's door. Mom, we didn't do anything wrong. Why are you like this? But there was no response. The older brothers exchanged looks and then knocked on their second brother's door. Inside, Qin Qinghe sneered. Let's see how long you go hungry. I've been starving for 3 days. You two should try what I've been going through these past days. He planned to find work tomorrow. He couldn't rely on his mother anymore. He had to fill his stomach. The third son ignored his brothers and spoke to Qin Yuan. You're a woman. Check the kitchen and see what's there. Make some food. Just do something simple. Qin Yuanyuan shot him a cold look and snorted, then went into her own room. Although the house assigned to Zhang Chunqin was part of a large courtyard, it had 3 big rooms. Because she had many children, she cleared out the storage and firewood rooms to make bedrooms for her sons. Each of her 4 children had their own room. Compared to other families where 5 or 6 people squeezed into 2 rooms, their living situation was much better. However, these children never understood how hard she worked. Qin Yuanyuan's room was the smallest, and she felt her mother didn't love her enough. The 3rd son slept in the firewood room and thought his mother favored his older brother. The 2nd son believed that his mother spent so much money on his older brother's wedding and thought she loved him the most. Even though Zhang Chunqin had done everything she could to love her children, they always felt they didn't get enough. That night, 3 people went to bed hungry. The next morning, when Zhang Chunqin was about to leave without making breakfast, the youngest son grabbed her arm.
Mom, what are we going to eat this morning?
What's wrong with you? We've been at school for a week, and now we're back. Are you just upset with us? At that moment, the 3rd son also came out of his room and blocked Zhang Chunqin. Mom, I heard people in the courtyard say you argued with Dad yesterday. You asked him for money, right? If you argued with Dad, why are you taking your anger out on us? Hearing this, Zhang Chunqin looked at him and asked, You heard they said I asked your father for money. Did you hear that he raised his hand against me? The 3rd son nervously avoided her gaze. My dad is such an honest man. If he raised his hand, it must be because you pushed him too far. You know that all his money goes to Grandma and Grandpa. Why are you asking him for money? Zhang Chunqin was not surprised by his words. She scoffed softly. So, I don't ask him for money anymore. Just shut your mouths. No one will eat. We'll face the northwest and drink the northwest wind together. Hearing this, the 3rd son was even angrier. Mom, what about your salary? My dad used to be the same, but he never let things get this bad. Zhang Chunqin remained calm and said quietly, From today on, if you want to eat, you'll have to find a way yourself. Since you think I shouldn't ask your father for money, then everyone should earn their own. After saying that, she looked at the 3rd and 4th children. My salary is used to pay debts. I won't be responsible for the family's food and daily needs anymore. She finished speaking and walked away without looking back. Behind her, the 3rd child angrily said to Zhang Chunqin, No wonder Dad wants to hit you. Don't you think about why Dad only hits you and not others? Your attitude is annoying to all of us. Zhang Chunqin took a few steps, heard her son's words, and turned back. Before he could speak, she slapped him with her hand. Think about why I don't hit others, but only hit you. After that, she said, If you're all so annoying, then just get out. The house I got from my workplace is not for you to live in. Pack your things and leave today. The 3rd child covered his face in disbelief. Mom, what are you doing? Why are you hitting me? The 4th child also spoke up. Yeah, we haven't done anything wrong to you. Don't act like we owe you something. She impatiently said, Even if you're too lazy to make breakfast for us, just give us the money. Zhang Chunqin took a few more steps, heard what the 4th child said, and turned back to slap her again. This time, she couldn't hold back anymore. She pointed at the 3rd child's nose and said, You think I forced you to go to school? You don't want to go to school at all. Starting Monday, I will withdraw you from school. Go out and work to earn money. Do whatever you want. Then she pointed at the 4th child. You said you were in love? That guy is your true love. I will also withdraw you from school on Monday. Get married. I won't interfere with you anymore. You can do whatever you want in the future. I won't manage you anymore. Today, everyone must move out. The house I got for you is not for you to live in. After saying this, Zhang Chunqin didn't want to look at her children anymore and left without looking back. The 2nd child, Qin Qinghe, came out from inside. Mom, I didn't say anything. If you kick them out, you can't kick me out. I'm going to find a job today. He looked at the 3rd and 4th children and sneered. Serves you right. Feeling wronged after being scolded. Haha. Since his mother doesn't care about any of them, he feels much better inside. 2nd brother, what exactly did you do to upset Mom?
Why is she changed like this? Old fourth Qin Yuan looked at Qin Qinghe with anger and said through clenched teeth. Qin Qinghe shrugged. Ask Mom if you want to know. After saying that, he closed the door. Old third and old fourth exchanged confused looks. They had been away for just a week, and their mother had changed. Why has second brother also changed like this? Did something happen at home? Early in the morning, Qin Wentao opened the door and saw Qin Baoxiang and Qin Guobao carrying big and small bags. He was stunned. Then his face turned very grim. Why are they all here? They only have 2 rooms at home. How many people are coming? Little aunt, little uncle, why are you here? Qin Wentao looked at them with a dark face. Seeing their big and small bags, he knew they also wanted to stay permanently. It's fine if grandparents come, but little aunt and little uncle too? What do they think of this place? Before they could speak, Qin Wentao frowned and said, Little aunt, little uncle, there's no room at my house. Before he finished, Sun Ermiai pushed him aside. Just move to your mom's place. Your little uncle rarely comes here. He's over 20 and has never lived in the city. What's the problem? You can live in the city, but he's only fit for the countryside. Old head Qin also said coldly, This is your dad's house. Do you have the right to speak? Hearing his grandparents' words, Qin Wentao was so angry he couldn't say a word. He's tough in front of his own mother, but in front of his father and grandparents, he's timid. He felt annoyed but dared not argue with them. Go to work quickly, Sun Ermiai urged. Old head Qin immediately added, Come back at noon and cook for us. Buy more vegetables. Don't be stingy. Qin Wentao glared at them angrily and turned to leave. He had to get his mom to send people away. Is this how they treat others in their own home? After Qin Wentao left, the 2 elders carried Qin Guobao's things inside. Guobao, originally we planned to bring you here too. Since you're here now, don't leave. Look at this house. Your dad built it for you to marry a wife. Old head Qin nodded. Marrying a city girl will make us proud in the village. Qin Baoxiang was very pleased when she heard this. Zhang Chunqin wears big chains and bracelets, but so what? My parents gave the house to Guobao. Qin Baoxiang went behind old Qin and patted his back. Mom and Dad, after Guobao came to the city, he needs a job. You should let Zhang Chunqin give her job to Guobao. Over the years, I've been patient and never argued. I just want Guobao to be happy. The 2 elders of the Qin family nodded and said, We've been thinking about this too. Zhang Chunqin's job pays dozens of yuan a month. If Guobao gets that job, he'll really be a city person. Old Qin looked up and told Qin Guohua, You should go back tomorrow and talk to Zhang Chunqin. Qin Guohua was surprised and asked hesitantly, Dad and Mom, should I just say it directly? Old Qin's eyes twinkled. No, we can't say it straight. We need to think of a plan. He waved at a few people and said, Come here, I have a few words for you. A few people gathered around again. During lunch, Zhang Chunqin took the money from selling old Zhang's ancient paintings yesterday and put it away. 1,000 yuan was too much. She couldn't keep that much cash at home. She opened a bank account. After depositing the money, she planned to sew the passbook into her clothes tonight so Qin Guohua wouldn't get a single yuan from it. When she arrived at the office in the evening, she saw Qin Wentao. Qin Wentao looked pale and thin, with a beard on his face. Seeing Zhang Chunqin, he rushed over excitedly, almost crying. Mom, do you know that my sister-in-law brought her little brother here? When will Grandpa and Grandma leave? I can't live like this. They want to eat this and that all day long. I only earn a little, and I have to support the kids and Zhaodi. He hurriedly told Zhang Chunqin, Mom, you need to get Grandpa and Grandma to leave. If they don't go soon, they'll just stay at my house. Zhang Chunqin looked at Qin Wentao calmly and asked softly, Isn't your dad at your house? Qin Wentao's face froze when he heard this. My dad listens to my grandparents. I dare not tell my dad anything. You should talk to them. You brought them here, so you should be responsible for getting them to leave. Zhang Chunqin sneered mockingly. They don't even live at my house. It's none of my business. Whoever wants to send them away can just say so themselves. Qin Wentao immediately became angry and embarrassed. Mom, these problems are all caused by you. Now it's gotten so bad, and you tell me it's none of your business. I don't care. You need to go and make those people leave my house right now. Then he reached out to try to pull Zhang Chunqin. Zhang Chunqin kicked him away. Your last name is Qin, mine is Zhang. We're family. Since it's your home, can't you make the decisions? She then sighed softly. Did you ask your dad why he suddenly moved in when you visited? Didn't you hear I went to see you yesterday? How could he not have heard? Yesterday at noon, Qin Wentao brought food to his grandparents and father. He overheard everyone talking in the courtyard. His father had hit his mother. His mother's family came to ask for money. His father refused to help pay back the debt. After hearing this, he didn't want to get involved. This was the house bought for him. If he asked about the money, what would he do? Qin Wentao felt guilty. Dad isn't here to take care of the grandparents?
I didn't know about this.
Zhang Chunqin sneered. Since you don't know, let me tell you. When I bought the house, I owed your aunt and your older aunt 300 yuan. Now they need that money, so help me pay it back. Before she finished speaking, Qin Wentao said, Mom, I don't have time. I need to go home quickly and cook for my grandparents. Today, my younger sister and younger brother are coming, and there are more people to feed. He didn't bother to ask his mom to make the people leave. He ran off quickly. If his mom asked him to help pay back the debt and told him the house was bought for him, he couldn't refuse. But he and Zhaodi weren't well off. If they had to pay back the money together, life would be even harder. Zhaodi would definitely be upset with him. Zhang Chunqin guessed that as soon as she mentioned the debt, they would run away. She snorted and shrugged, then went to work at her office. Qin Baoxiang and Qin Guobao arrived, so she also planned to bring up the matter of catching her cheating husband. She started preparing other plans. She needed to quickly find a suitable courtyard house tomorrow and buy a house that the Qin family didn't know about. She was thinking this over as she continued to work. At Qin Wentao's home, when he got back, he saw everyone in the house and was stunned. He knew his younger sister and brother had come this morning. Right now, his 2 younger brothers and a sister are also at home. Big brother, you're finally back. Hurry up and cook. We're starving. Second Qin, seeing Qin Wentao standing at the door looking confused, hurriedly urged him. Qin Qinghe is really hungry. He knows that today their mother probably won't care about their meals, so he went straight to his older brother's place. This time, he was worried about missing the mealtime, so he came early. Qin Qinghe is glad he found a job carrying heavy loads at the dock. He doesn't care about anything else. He just wants to earn some money to fill his stomach, carrying heavy loads for a few days. Qin Wentao looked at everyone waiting for him to cook, and he was so angry his gums almost hurt. Why is everyone at home? At this moment, second sister's son also spoke up. Wentao, go cook first. We can talk about anything after we eat. Qin Wentao kept a serious face and went into the kitchen. He bought 3 dishes and a soup. When he brought out the food, the 2 elders of the Qin family looked very upset. Second sister's son pointed at the dishes on the table. Qin Wentao, I asked you this morning to buy more vegetables. With so many mouths to feed, these few dishes aren't enough for everyone to use 1 chopstick. Your little uncle came, go buy him some soy sauce pork. Qin Wentao clenched his lips tightly and said nothing. Old Qin looked at Qin Wentao not moving and urged again. Wentao, did you hear what your grandma said? Qin Wentao stared at them with bloodshot eyes, threw his apron on the table, and suddenly snapped. There's a house full of idlers, and I'm the only one working. Don't you have hands? If I don't come back to cook, does the whole family have to starve? His face was very fierce. Then he looked at old Qin. Grandpa, you care about your little brother. If you want him to eat soy sauce pork, why don't you go buy it? My dad's entire monthly salary goes to you guys. Where's the money? Before anyone could react, he turned around and slammed the door, leaving. He was fed up with how each day was going. Old Qin watched Qin Wentao's back as he slammed the door and was so angry he was trembling. Guohua, look at the good son you've raised. We haven't even eaten his money, and he's already throwing a fit. We've wasted all these years raising him. Second sister's son also gritted her teeth and said, his mother-in-law's family eats happily, and he's willing. Now we've only been eating his food for a few days, and he's already turning against us." As they spoke, the two older members of the Qin family looked at Zhang Chunqin and her other three children with disdain. The third and fourth children had only gone hungry for 2 meals and hadn't yet developed greedy expressions. Seeing the looks in their grandparents' eyes, they didn't dare to stay and eat. They simply greeted everyone and left. Qin Qinghe had been hungry for several days.
He didn't want to go on starving.
Before his grandparents could speak, he took the initiative to say, "Grandma, Grandpa, I'll serve the food. Eat first, get mad after." He quickly started serving the rice. He was very filial and served everyone. Before the elderly couple in the Qin family could pick up their chopsticks, he had already started eating from his bowl. In no time, his bowl was empty. Then he turned around and served himself another bowl. After eating 5 bowls, he finally felt satisfied and stood up politely, saying, "I'll wash the dishes." He hummed a little tune while washing the dishes, thinking about coming back for dinner later. A piece of flatbread was worth a few coins, as long as there was rice to eat. The elderly couple looked at Qin Qinghe's back and muttered again, "I told you, among the kids, he's the most greedy. Just look at how he eats, like he hasn't eaten in days." Second sister's son continued to complain, "Look at what Zhang Chunqin has turned these kids into. The oldest is a simpleton, the second is greedy, the third is useless, and the youngest is a money loser. None of them are good." Old Qin took 5 yuan from his pocket and said, "Gubao, go buy a jar of soy sauce and some pork knuckles to eat secretly. I see you haven't eaten much, probably not full." At this moment, Qin Guohua looked at the money in Qin Baobao's hand, his eyes wide with surprise. He had already eaten the food given to the second child and still wasn't full. Now, Qin Baoxiang looked at Qin Guohua and remembered Zhang Chunqin's big gold chain. She walked over to him and said, "Guohua, I brought some things from the countryside for you. Come and take a look." Qin Guohua didn't understand and went into the room. Qin Baoxiang saw him enter and was already wearing a colorful dress. Although she was much rounder and more polished than in her youth, her skin was still quite dark. Wearing that floral dress, she looked quite rustic. Seeing Qin Baoxiang in the floral dress, Qin Guohua was stunned for a moment. "Oxing you."
"You."
Qin Baoxiang spun around him proudly and asked, "Do you think I look pretty? Am I more beautiful than Zhang Chunqin?" Zhang Chunqin was thin and old, but her face still showed her youthful beauty. Because she was very beautiful, the older members of the Qin family said she attracted suitors. She rarely wore very bright clothes, but if she did, she would look much more attractive than Qin Baoxiang, a simple village girl. Qin Baoxiang nodded at Qin Guohua, then happily reached out and said, "Guohua, wouldn't I look better with a necklace? And maybe a ring on my finger would make me look younger?" Qin Guohua's face stiffened when he heard this. He was honest, not stupid. As soon as he heard, he understood. Qin Baoxiang wanted a necklace and a ring. His face looked unhappy. He only gave Zhang Chunqin 5 yuan a month. Her family owed money, and he could only pretend not to see it. Now she wanted to buy a gold chain and a big ring. His face darkened, and he said coldly, "Xiang, don't wear that dress anymore. You're so dark. Wearing it makes you look like a coal lump with a big red flower on top. It's scary." After saying this, Qin Guohua turned and left. In the room, Qin Baoxiang was stunned for a long time. Coal lump with a big red flower. Finally, she realized what was said, stomped her feet, ran out, and gritted her teeth, saying, "Qin Guohua, you're the coal lump. Your whole family is coal lumps." She hadn't taken off her floral dress yet. Everyone looked at Qin Baoxiang in her bright dress with dislike. Unwilling to accept this, Qin Baoxiang turned and asked her son, "Gubao, is my dress really that ugly?" Qin Gubao coughed and said, "Mom, you have dark skin. Floral dresses don't suit you." Old Qin also frowned and said, "Xiang, don't learn from Zhang Chunqin. Look at yourself. You're not pretty, and Guohua doesn't mind. You gave birth to Gubao for Guohua, and we're proud of him." His words hurt more, meaning, "We're not proud of you. Don't embarrass yourself. We're proud of Gubao." Qin Baoxiang felt wronged, turned around, and went back inside crying. Qin Guohua looked impatient and said, Mom and Dad, stop bothering Xiang. She still wants me to buy a gold chain and ring. Guobao is getting married. Why does she need all that? Hearing this, Qin Guohua's eyes lit up. His dad's meaning was clear. If he didn't buy it for his mom, he would buy it for himself. So he also stood at the door and scolded his own mother. Mom, you're getting old. Why do you wear those things? Aren't you afraid your neck will hurt? Qin Baoxiang felt very resentful inside. So she immediately made a plan. She hadn't had good days, and she definitely couldn't let Zhang Chunqin have good days either. She didn't have a gold chain, but she had to make sure Zhang Chunqin's gold chain was gone too. Outside the room, old Qin urged Qin Guohua, you should go back tonight. Since you and Zhang Chunqin haven't fallen out, try to comfort her today and talk about work. Qin Guohua hesitated for a moment. Dad, Mom, this is not easy to handle. How about this? If Zhang Chunqin is willing to give the work to Guobao, we will help her pay back her family's money. The two older brothers of the Qin family frowned for a long time, then reluctantly nodded. All right. Anyway, this house will belong to Guobao in the future, so just consider it as us buying it. Good. I'll go now. After the third and fourth brothers of the Qin family left their older brother's house, they were hungry and their stomachs were growling. The third brother said to his sister, Do you still have money on you? Mom gave you living expenses, right? Did you spend it all? The fourth brother looked at him with a cold smile. Don't you have money too? What about yours? The third brother gritted his teeth and said he had spent it all. The fourth brother snorted. I've also spent mine. The third brother was out with a group of idle, unruly young men, eating and drinking, with no money left, let alone more. The fourth brother was supporting the little troublemaker, so she couldn't go hungry. Her true love couldn't go hungry either. Let's go home. Mom came back late last night, and she won't come back late today, Qin Yuanyuan said through gritted teeth. The third brother, Qin Dahai, was a man. He couldn't take it anymore, so he turned to find his friends to mooch some food. They didn't know that this was how their lives would be from now on. Meanwhile, Qin Qinghe, full and satisfied, hummed a little tune as he left. In the afternoon, he had to carry a few big bags, or he wouldn't have a place to stay tonight. So, Qin Qinghe, who in his previous life became the director of the Engineering Institute, was so hungry he couldn't stand it and went to carry the bags. All afternoon, he earned only 1 yuan. He stared blankly at the 1 yuan, lost in thought for a long time. He remembered that during his first year of middle school, when his older brother was going to college, he and his younger siblings were in elementary and middle school. Their mother had no money at all. Every night, his mother carried heavy bags. Their tuition fees over those years were paid one by one with great effort. At this moment, he felt a strange feeling inside. He bought a few plain steamed buns with 1 yuan. After returning home, he looked for some pickled vegetables in the corner and ate a simple meal. The third and fourth brothers were still waiting for Zhang Chunqin to come back and cook. Until Qin Guohua returned, Zhang Chunqin still hadn't come back. When the third and fourth brothers saw Qin Guohua return, they immediately went forward to complain, Dad, look at Mom. She's not cooking for us now and doesn't take care of us. There's nothing to eat at home. We're starving. Qin Guohua frowned and looked at them. If she doesn't cook, can't you cook yourselves? The third and fourth brothers looked at each other and said with a frown, There's not a grain of rice at home. How can we cook? The third brother, Qin Dahai, said unhappily, Dad, it's all because you hit Mom. Now she's taking her anger out on us. Qin Guohua thought for a moment and took out 2 yuan. Go out and get some noodles to eat. I'll talk to your mom properly later. When the brothers saw the money, they immediately took it and went out. Qin Guohua felt a bit guilty this time, so he patiently waited for Zhang Chunqin. Zhang Chunqin first went to old Zhang's place. Old Zhang asked her to help fix a painting. This time, it was just a simple touch-up with colors, and he paid her 15 yuan. Zhang Chunqin didn't refuse and finished the repair before returning home. Old Zhang also told her, Comrade Fu said he'll come to pick you up at your workplace tomorrow. He's calculating your pay based on time. 3 yuan an hour. Whatever time you spend fixing, that's how much you get paid. Zhang Chunqin naturally agreed. She wouldn't argue with money. Tonight, as soon as she opened the door, she saw Qin Guohua sitting there waiting for her. Seeing Qin Guohua, she knew he definitely had something to ask her. She only gave him a cold glance, as if she hadn't seen him, and simply walked past him. Qin Guohua was annoyed by her attitude. He patiently said, "Chunqin, let's talk about repaying the debt properly." Zhang Chunqin stopped and turned to look at him. "What do you want to say?" Qin Guohua told her, "I discussed with my parents. We can pay you back, but—" Before he finished, Zhang Chunqin smiled and interrupted, "Qin Guohua, you're really interesting. Can you pay me back? The money I spent recklessly or extravagantly needs to be repaid." "Qin Wentao, are you a wild child? You're not my son, so go and pay me back." When Qin Guohua heard Zhang Chunqin's words, he got very angry. He pointed at her, gritted his teeth, and yelled, "Zhang Chunqin, don't be unreasonable. I was just trying to talk to you. You're acting crazy. I haven't finished speaking, and you're interrupting me." Zhang Chunqin sneered. "No need to say more. There's nothing left to discuss. Every word you say is what I don't want to hear." After saying that, she tried to go into the room. Qin Guohua suddenly got worried. He reached out and pushed Zhang Chunqin. Her forehead hit the corner of the table, and blood started to flow immediately. Zhang Chunqin covered her head and shouted, "Qin Guohua, what are you doing? If you have the courage, hit me to death." Qin Guohua didn't expect that just one push would cause her to get hurt like this. He hurriedly argued, "Zhang Chunqin, you ran into the table yourself. It has nothing to do with me." His first reaction upon seeing her bleeding was to tell her not to shout or make a scene, not to check how badly he had hurt her. Zhang Chunqin held her forehead, looked expressionless, and stood up. "Get out of my way." Seeing her trying to run out, Qin Guohua quickly said, "Zhang Chunqin, it's just a small injury. Don't make a big fuss. I came back today to tell you that we will pay you back. But you have to give the work to Guobao. Guobao will stay in the city in the future. Give him the job. Wentao has already had a child, and his mother-in-law will take care of the baby." He continued without caring that Zhang Chunqin's face was turning paler. "You take care of the child for Wentao, and give the job to Guobao. You can just enjoy your life at home." Zhang Chunqin was so angry she laughed. "What a great blessing. I don't even have to work anymore, and can enjoy life at home? I rely on your 5 yuan, and from now on, I'll have a good life." Qin Guohua's face darkened with anger. He gritted his teeth and said, "Zhang Chunqin, my family has already made a big concession by agreeing to pay you back. Otherwise, you wouldn't know when you could pay off your family's debt. And that house will also be for Guobao to live in. You're taking care of Wentao's child, letting Wentao and his wife stay at home, and the child can't be separated from his parents. The house will be for Guobao and his parents," Qin Guohua said confidently. Zhang Chunqin looked at Qin Guohua with a cold gaze. After a moment, she suddenly fell straight backward. At this moment, Qin Qinghe, who had been listening inside the house, finally couldn't hold back and rushed out. When he opened the door and came outside, he saw his mother lying on the ground with blood all over her. He angrily shouted at Qin Guohua, "Dad, are you trying to kill Mom?" He hurried over to support Zhang Chunqin and shouted anxiously, "Mom, don't die. Hang on." Then he carried Zhang Chunqin on his back and ran. The neighbors nearby heard the noise and came out. Seeing Qin Qinghe carrying the bloody Zhang Chunqin, everyone's faces changed. Old man who immediately went home to get the tricycle. "Second son, I'll push the tricycle. The hospital is too far. You ride the tricycle there." He ran back to bring the tricycle over. Soon, he pushed the tricycle over, and Qin Qinghe placed Zhang Chunqin on it and started to ride. Qin Guohua was caught off guard and only chased after them after a while. Everyone looked at Qin Guohua and asked with concern, "Qin Guohua, did you hit her again?" Faced with the accusing looks from everyone in the yard, Qin Guohua was speechless. "She hit herself. I just pushed her a little," he explained. At this moment, the third and fourth brothers, having finished eating, returned and saw the yard full of people. They stepped forward and asked, "Dad, what happened?" Fat Mama looked at her carefree children and said, "Hurry to the hospital. Your mother was taken to the hospital again, because of your father." Qin Guohua heard this and looked up in confusion. He had never hit Zhang Chunqing. Last time, he didn't even touch her. This time, he just gently pushed her. He couldn't explain this clearly. Qin Dahai, hearing this, stomped his foot. "Dad, why did you hit Mom again?" Qin Yuanyuan also gritted her teeth and said, "Dad, why do you keep hitting people now?" The two of them ran toward the hospital. Qin Guohua stared blankly at his children's backs and didn't react for a long time. He didn't hit anyone. So he also ran toward the hospital, but was stopped by neighbors from the yard. "Qin Guohua, are you going to hit someone again?" Qin Guohua's face turned red as he hurriedly said, "I didn't hit anyone. Zhang Chunqing hit herself." Everyone clearly didn't believe him and kept pulling him back. Qin Qinghe looked at the tricycle heading to the hospital. He carried her on his back and headed toward the hospital. He had been carrying a heavy bag all afternoon, his whole body aching and weak, relying only on his determination to keep going. At the hospital, after checking on Zhang Chunqing, the doctor bandaged her and comforted Qin Qinghe. The patient is usually very tired and lacks nutrition. This time, due to heavy blood loss, she fainted. "Rest well and eat more, and she'll be fine." Qin Qinghe finally let out a sigh of relief. He looked at the pale-faced Zhang Chunqing with a strange feeling in his heart. After Zhang Chunqing was taken to the ward, the third and fourth children arrived. They looked at Zhang Chunqing, still unconscious, and asked Qin Qinghe confusedly, "Second brother, what happened? Why did Mom suddenly change like this?" Qin Qinghe replied seriously, "She was hit by Dad." The third and fourth children looked at each other. But Dad said she accidentally bumped into something. Qin Qinghe sneered, "I saw him hit her. Do you think I could mistake that?" The three children looked at each other in silence. Soon, Zhang Chunqing woke up. When she opened her eyes and saw her three worried children, she asked, "Who brought me to the hospital?" Qin Yuanyuan pointed to the second brother. "Second brother brought you here. Mom, what did you say to Dad? Why did you fight with him?" Qin Dahai immediately added, "Mom, Dad is usually very kind. Did you say something to upset him? That's why he hit you." Hearing what the third and fourth children said, Zhang Chunqing felt no emotional reaction. Having experienced coldness and indifference before, she no longer felt pain regardless of what they did or said. "All of you get out," Zhang Chunqing said sharply, pointing at the door. The third child wanted to speak, but the second brother kicked him out directly. "Mom just woke up. Why are you upsetting her?" The third child frowned. "Second brother, we just want to know what happened. Why is Mom in such a bad mood now?" Zhang Chunqing suddenly sat up and shouted again, "Get out. I don't want to see you anymore." The third and fourth children were pushed out by the second brother. Zhang Chunqing coldly looked at the second brother. "You two get out." Qin Qinghe sighed helplessly, turned around, and went to the cafeteria to buy 2 steamed buns for Zhang Chunqing. "Mom, I'm leaving now." Zhang Chunqing looked at the bun, then handed 3 coins to Qin Qinghe. "I won't eat for free." Qin Qinghe looked at the money in his hand and was stunned for a long time. "Mom, why have you suddenly become so distant from us?" Qin Qinghe whispered. Zhang Chunqing ignored him and lowered her head to eat her bun. At the hospital entrance, the third and fourth brothers saw Qin Qinghe come out and asked, "Second brother, what exactly happened to Mom? She seems like a different person this time. Was she always like this?" Yuan also muttered, "Mom used to have a bad temper, but she wouldn't lose her temper so easily." She pushed the third brother. "Third brother, we're going to school tomorrow. When you ask Mom for money, also ask her for my living expenses." Qin Qinghe looked at both of them as if they were fools. Are these two still dreaming? His mom isn't even making them food anymore, so how could she give them living expenses? Is Dad not at home? Why don't you ask him? Qin Qinghe snorted coldly. Dahai muttered, "Dad's money isn't for Mom anymore. He has no money himself." Qin Qinghe said nothing and turned to leave. When the 3 of them returned home, Qin Guohua was surprisingly not there. Third brother asked, "Did Dad go to the hospital to see Mom?" Qin Qinghe snorted coldly and went into his room. Their dad just refused to take Mom to the hospital. He wouldn't go. He probably went to see the eldest brother. The third and fourth brothers stood in the empty house, feeling a bit anxious. This home suddenly didn't feel like a home anymore. Dahai also went into his room. Yuan was worried. Next month, Xian's living expenses still need to be asked from her mom. On Friday, Xian even told her to ask for more. She stomped her feet in frustration and went into her room. As Qin Qinghe said, Qin Guohua didn't go to the hospital at all. First, because he had no money. What if Zhang Chunqin asked him to pay for the medical bills? Second, because he didn't get what he wanted and was afraid of being scolded by his parents if he went back. When Qin Guohua heard his biological father's words, he hesitated and said, Zhang Chunqin has gone to the hospital. The two older members of the Qin family looked up in surprise and looked at Qin Guohua with confusion. What happened? Did you hit her? Did you send her to the hospital? Sun Ermiai asked him. Old Qin also asked, now you want to ask her for a job? Why did you hit her? Even if you were going to hit her, you should wait until after you get the job. Qin Guohua explained nervously, I just gently pushed her. I didn't think she would hit her head on the corner of the table and fall down. Sun Ermiai patted her thigh and said, she might have died, right? Qin Guohua shook his head. Second son took her to the hospital. When they left, she was still breathing. She probably isn't dead. Sun Ermiai listened and poked Qin Guohua with her finger. Qin Guohua, do you ever think? You want a job from her and you even hit her. How can you ask her for work now? Even if it's for the national treasure, you should be patient. Qin Guohua looked down in frustration. I just pushed her lightly. I really didn't use much force. He explained several times, but no one listened. That night, Zhang Chunqin peacefully slept in the hospital. Her head was really injured, and she was truly dizzy. People who don't care much might have been discharged last night, but Zhang Chunqin had no intention of leaving the hospital. This matter needed to be made big. The incident of Qin Guohua hitting his wife was confirmed, and it had to be made known to everyone, especially since she stayed in the hospital for a few days. When the truth came out, everyone would be even angrier. The next morning, she initially planned to buy a bowl of wonton to eat herself. But before she could leave the ward, her second son came over with a bowl of wonton. Mom, I bought you a bowl of wonton. You probably haven't had breakfast yet. Zhang Chunqin looked at her second son, and then at the bowl of wonton, frowning. Where did you get the money? Qin Qinghe answered quietly, I earned it myself. Zhang Chunqin didn't want to ask what he was doing. This son was already 20. He could take responsibility for himself in whatever he did. She didn't hold back and started eating right away. She had raised him for 20 years. Now, she couldn't even eat a bowl of his wonton. After eating, Zhang Chunqin asked him, I didn't eat for nothing.
Take it.
She also took out $1 and gave it to Qin Qinghe. Qin Qinghe looked at the 1 yuan coin on the table and suddenly whispered, Mom, why are you treating us badly all of a sudden? You weren't like this a few days ago. Zhang Chunqin didn't say much and got up to leave. Behind her, Qin Qinghe glanced at the money on the table but ultimately didn't take it. He stood up and helped Zhang Chunqin. Mom, where are you going? Qin Qinghe helped Zhang Chunqin change her medicine. After changing the medicine, Qin Qinghe hesitated and asked, Did Dad come to see you? Zhang Chunqin let out a mocking snort. Hearing her laugh, Qin Qinghe knew right away that he hadn't come. He clenched his teeth and said, He hurt you like this and still doesn't come to see you?
How can he do that?
Zhang Chunqin sneered. Of course he's afraid I'll make him pay for the medicine. He doesn't want to spend a penny on me. Qin Qinghe stayed silent. Zhang Chunqin was really annoyed with her children. Even though Qin Qinghe brought her to the hospital, she had long lost hope in her children. She immediately told him to leave. Hurry up and go.
I'm fine.
There's no need to pretend to be filial now. In her past life, she had spent the most money and effort on her second son. Qin Qinghe was truly the project director she worked tirelessly to support. But what did she get in return? Actually, when she died in her past life,
Her children were no longer struggling financially. They weren't broke, they just didn't want to spend money on her. She had no more use for them and saw no reason to stay alive. Just like Qin Guohua now, he didn't lack money, but he didn't want to spend a single cent on her. After Qin Qinghe was sent away, the third son came. Mom, I was worried all night after you got hurt last night. Are you feeling better? The third son, Qin Dahai, immediately hugged Zhang Chunqin when he arrived at the hospital. Qin Dahai was the youngest of the 4 children and the best at flattering and pleasing Zhang Chunqin. Because he was the youngest, Zhang Chunqin loved him very much. Her other 2 sons made her do chores, but she never let this youngest son do any work. Zhang Chunqin looked at him coldly and said, "Speak.
What do you want?"
Qin Dahai met her icy gaze and felt a shiver. In the past, as long as he played the victim and pretended to be filial, his mother was very fond of that. But today she was so cold. "Mom, I want to go to school. What about my living expenses?" The third son spoke carefully. Before he could finish, Zhang Chunqin interrupted coldly, "I told you, if you don't want to go to school, then don't. When I'm ready, I will withdraw you. You're already 18, so do whatever you want. I won't interfere anymore." Hearing this, the third son became angry. "Mom, how can you do this? What did I do wrong? Why are you suddenly like this?" Zhang Chunqin looked at him coldly. "Is your dad not with your older brother? Why don't you ask him for help?" This made the third son even angrier. "You know my dad has no money. Are you deliberately forcing me? If you don't give me money today, don't call me your son anymore." Zhang Chunqin snorted. "Then you and your second brother should move your household registration out." After saying that, she turned her back and didn't want to say another word. The third son looked at Zhang Chunqin and left her a warning. "Mom, if you treat me like this now, you'd better not regret it later." Zhang Chunqin didn't lift her head and turned to sleep. As the third son left angrily, the fourth son, Qin Yuanyuan, came over. Seeing her brother's expression, Qin Yuanyuan frowned. "Third brother, did you get the money?" He glared at her fiercely and then hurriedly walked away. Qin Yuanyuan went into the hospital room. "Mom, are you feeling better? I'm going to school today, but I'm worried about you. I wanted to come see you before I leave." Zhang Chunqin didn't wait for her to speak. "I already told your third brother. If you don't like school, then don't go. Don't waste your effort. I won't give you money anymore. You like dating, right? That guy Xian, you're crazy about him, right? Just get married soon. Don't miss true love." Hearing this, Qin Yuanyuan looked at Zhang Chunqin in shock. "Mom, are you really not going to care about me? Didn't you say you disagreed?" Zhang Chunqin sneered mockingly. "You two are really in love. How can I stop you?" Qin Yuanyuan's boyfriend is Hong Xian, a troublemaker, a drifter. He spends his days hanging out with different girls and not working. In her past life, Qin Yuanyuan married him. He not only played with women but also often hit his wife. Zhang Chunqin advised her many times to divorce him, but Qin Yuanyuan kept forgiving him. Finally, Zhang Chunqin used a kitchen knife to force her unkind partner to agree to a divorce. He was then forced to divorce Qin Yuanyuan. However, in less than 3 months, she was convinced to go back, and she kept saying it was her own mother who pressured her into the divorce. Since she feels she cannot leave, she wonders why she should be the bad person in her life. She likes being hit. She believes that being scolded is a sign of love. So, she accepts it. She thinks her daughter is foolish for loving to be hurt by men. "Mom, I will go find Xian now and tell him the good news. You won't regret this later," Qin Yuanyuan happily said and ran off. Zhang Chunqin chuckled bitterly. In this life, she won't force her children to do things they don't want to do anymore. She also won't help them anymore. She uses her money to buy a house, start a business, and prepare for her retirement. She lies alone in the hospital bed, planning her next steps. "Comrade Zhang, what's wrong with you?" A familiar voice called from the door of the ward. Hearing the voice, Zhang Chunqin looked surprised and asked, "How are you here?" Fu Jianya pointed to the medicine in his hand. "I'm not feeling well, just came to get some medicine." He then looked at Zhang Chunqin's head.
What happened? Did you fall? Before she could answer, the woman in the neighboring bed explained for her. She was beaten by her husband. That man is really no good. He hit her so badly, and he's never been here. Their children are also unkind. They don't care about her. They only care about money. Since yesterday, the woman had been gossiping about this. Zhang Chunqin subtly explained her situation, but the woman had already imagined everything. Fu Jianye frowned slightly, but couldn't interfere in Zhang Chunqin's family affairs. He said to her, "Comrade Zhang Chunqin, I was going to have the driver come to pick you up. The matter of restoring the antique can wait a few days. You should rest well." Zhang Chunqin nodded. "I was planning to visit old Zhang today and tell him about this." Fu Jianye paused for a moment, then turned to the security guard following him and gave instructions. The guard wrote down a number. "Comrade, this is Mr. Fu's number. When you're healed, contact us." Zhang Chunqin nodded. As Fu Jianye left, he looked at her forehead again and said sincerely, "If marriage is a burden, it's better to give up." "Thank you for your message. Here's the corrected and simplified version." Zhang Chunqin nodded and said, "Thank you, I understand." Fu Jianye turned to the guard and said a few words, then greeted Zhang Chunqin and left. Soon after, the guard came back with a thermos and handed it to Zhang Chunqin. "My husband said you probably haven't eaten at this time. You're injured and shouldn't move around. Let me get you some food." Zhang Chunqin looked at the thermos the guard handed her, her eyes feeling a little moist. She thought about how even strangers could show care and help, but her husband and children refused to do so. Qin Guohua hadn't even looked at her today. He didn't care whether she lived or died. As for her children, except for the second one who felt strangely guilty, the other two hadn't cared about her injury since last night. They only demanded things from her. Her life was so sad. Zhang Chunqin smiled and nodded, thanking him. But before she could steady the food container, someone suddenly slapped it away. "Zhang Chunqin, who is that man? You're cheating on Qin Guohua behind my back. You shameless woman." Sun Ermiai didn't even ask who the man was. She knocked the thermos to the ground and reached out to slap Zhang Chunqin. She knew Zhang Chunqin wouldn't cheat on her husband in the hospital. But she wanted Zhang Chunqin's job, so she had to find a reason to accuse her. Her biggest mistake was having an inappropriate relationship with another man. Whether she did or not, as long as she accused her and Zhang Chunqin looked guilty, she could demand her job. Zhang Chunqin saw Sun Ermiai's hand coming toward her face. She narrowed her eyes. Before her hand could hit her, she leaned back and fell. Sun Ermiai didn't expect her to faint so suddenly. Zhang Chunqin knew Fu Jianye's identity was definitely not simple. No matter how aggressive Sun Ermiai was, she couldn't take advantage of her. That's why she fainted. An older woman nearby saw this and immediately shouted, "You're all so mean. She was the one taken to the hospital because of you. You just came in and started talking nonsense." This person was just bringing her some food. Then she turned to the guard and said, "Quick, call the doctor." She fainted again. Sun Ermiai refused to let the man go easily. She grabbed the guard tightly. "No, you're the lover. I can't let you leave. Today I told you to leave, and my son turned into a green-haired turtle." The ant nearby was so anxious, she kept stomping her feet. "You're unreasonable. You falsely accused someone of cheating without any reason." As she saw the situation was getting complicated here, she went to call the doctor. After calling the doctor, she also asked the nurse to call the police because someone was causing trouble in the ward. When the caring aunt returned, Sun Ermiai was still holding tightly onto the man. This man was a security guard close to Fu Jianye. Today, he was here with the leader to pick up medicine, so he wasn't wearing a military uniform. If he had been in uniform, Sun Ermiai wouldn't have dared to accuse him like this. He glanced at Zhang Chunqin lying on the ground and looked impatiently at Sun Ermiai, who was holding onto him tightly. "Comrade, your daughter-in-law is unconscious. You didn't call a doctor, but you're accusing someone of cheating. What's your intention?" Sun Ermiai sneered. "Don't think I'll be afraid just because you say that. You, the adulterer, I won't let you get away."
The guard was annoyed by Sun Ermiai and thought to himself, when I go back, I must ask the leader to help Comrade Zhang. She is so pitiful. No wonder everyone looks so thin they're just bones. Finally, the doctor was called over by the caring aunt. Sun Ermiai was still stubborn and Qin Guohua, who hadn't spoken all this time, finally said, Mom, let go. Don't do this. Let the doctor check Chunqing. Only then did Sun Ermiai release the guard, pointing at him. I tell you, don't even think about leaving. If you have the guts to cheat with Zhang Chunqing, don't think you can escape. Sun Ermiai had already planned in her mind. Today, she must make it clear that Zhang Chunqing was cheating. As long as everyone knew Zhang Chunqing was cheating, her son hitting her would be her own fault. If she was cheating, she wouldn't be able to lift her head in front of her children or outside. She would have control over Zhang Chunqing for the rest of her life. The caring aunt looked at Sun Ermiai and said coldly, Ma'am, you can't just falsely accuse someone like that. I've already asked the police to come. Since you say she's cheating, let the police investigate whether your daughter-in-law was unfaithful. Right now, with a crackdown, cheating could mean facing serious consequences. She pointed at Zhang Chunqing. It's also a good chance for your son to explain how he beat his wife. She's beaten to the state, so this isn't a small matter. Sun Ermiai is a rural elderly woman. When she heard that the police had been called, her face turned pale, and she immediately let go of her guard. At this moment, Fu Jianya also arrived. He felt that Zhang Chunqing was not easy to deal with, so he had the guards bring her some food. He was worried about causing misunderstandings, so he specifically asked the guards to bring a thermos. He waited in the car, but after a long time, no one came back. Now, when he looked in, he saw that the ward was full of people. The guards saw Fu Jianya and looked upset. They immediately said, Mr. Fu, Zhang's mother-in-law and husband said I was having an affair with Zhang Chunqing. Hearing this, Fu Jianya almost doubted his own ears. They sent food, and it turned into accusations of having an affair? Sun Ermiai turned to look at Fu Jianya. When she met his calm and indifferent gaze, she felt a bit guilty. Fu Jianya came from the battlefield. His commanding presence was hard for ordinary people to ignore. Although Sun Ermiai was from the countryside, seeing his clothes and appearance, she knew he was not an ordinary man. She felt guilty, but since she had already spoken, she knew she couldn't back down. She gritted her teeth and said, if there was no affair, why would he send food to my daughter-in-law for no reason? Just then, the doctor finished examining Zhang Chunqing. He put the stethoscope back in his pocket and looked at Sun Ermiai and Qin Guohua. Who is the patient's family? Qin Guohua hesitated for a moment and stepped forward. I am her husband. The doctor looked at Qin Guohua and frowned. The patient is severely anemic and malnourished. She has lost a lot of blood and needs rest. What are you all doing? Do you want her to get better or not? Stop causing trouble and stay quiet. Qin Guohua felt guilty and said, Doctor, I understand. Sun Ermiai gritted her teeth and said, What care? She was caught cheating in bed by my son, and that's why she was hospitalized. A shameless woman like her deserves what she gets, even if she dies. Just now, she was talking about having an affair with the guards, but now she was claiming she caught her cheating in bed. Fu Jianya looked at Sun Ermiai and Qin Guohua with a cold tone. Nonsense. An older woman nearby couldn't stand it anymore. My comrade was just helping Zhang Chunqing because no one was taking care of her. She bought her some food during meal times. Yet you twisted into an affair. Comrade, don't worry. She can't falsely accuse you. The police will arrive soon. As soon as the old lady finished speaking, the police arrived. Fu Jianya saw the police coming and showed his work ID. When the police saw Fu Jianya's ID, their expressions changed. They saluted Fu Jianya.
Fu Jianya waved impatiently.
I know Comrade Zhang Chunqing. I saw her alone in the hospital and asked the guards to buy her some food. But her mother-in-law and husband accused her of infidelity. We saw it with our own eyes. Sun Ermiai quickly corrected. The police, hearing Fu Jianya's words, frowned and asked Sun Ermiai and Qin Guohua, Did you really see it? Sun Ermiai, feeling pressured, immediately became timid.
I saw them pushing and shoving, not very clearly. It didn't look like they were innocent. The police didn't dare offend Fu Jianye and saw that Sun Ermiai was causing trouble with false accusations. They said sternly, "All right. Since you say so, come with us. We can't let you slander others. Slandering someone can land you in jail." Sun Ermiai was suddenly scared. I didn't see anything. Maybe I was mistaken. She pulled her son closer. Qin Guohua quickly spoke up. My mom just made a mistake. She's old and her eyesight isn't good. Fu Jianye looked at Qin Guohua, who was trembling, and frowned. Comrade Zhang Chunqin was hurt by her husband. The doctor said she has severe anemia and poor nutrition. I suspect she's been suffering long-term abuse at home. Please, officers, take her for investigation. Qin Guohua's face turned pale when she heard this, and hurriedly explained, No. I didn't hit Zhang Chunqin. She ran into something herself. But the police, following orders from their superior, ignored Qin Guohua and Sun Ermiai's protests and took her away. Throughout, Zhang Chunqin was unconscious. After Sun Ermiai and Qin Guohua were taken away, she slowly opened her eyes. When she opened them, she saw Fu Jianye looking at her with concern. Zhang Chunqin felt a bit helpless and explained, Mr. Fu, I'm really sorry to cause you trouble. I just don't know what to do. Fu Jianye looked at her deeply and said, Take good care of yourself. I'll go get you some more food. You need to prioritize yourself first. Only when you love yourself can others love you. Someone is always more important than you. After Fu Jianye finished speaking, he got up to give Zhang Chunqin another plate of food. Zhang Chunqin remembered the food that Sun Ermiai had knocked over, and she took out 5 yuan to give to Fu Jianye. I'm really sorry. Fu Jianye didn't refuse and took out 2 yuan to return to her. That's too much. Fu Jianye didn't stay long. After buying food for Zhang Chunqin, he left. Sun Ermiai, Qin Guohua, and Fu Jianye's security guard all went to the police station. When Sun Ermiai saw the police bowing and showing respect to the guard, she felt something was wrong. That person looked very powerful. She tugged Qin Guohua and said, Guohua, look at those police. Are they bowing to that man? Is he really that impressive? Are we going to get into trouble? Qin Guohua also saw that all the police seemed to be looking at that man's face. The mother and son didn't realize that even if he was just a guard, to people like them, he was a very important person. They dared to accuse him. Qin Guohua felt nervous and worried. But Sun Ermiai was muttering, how does Zhang Chunqin know someone like that? Maybe she's really involved with this man. She was very beautiful when she was young. Even now, if she dressed up, she would still look good. Qin Guohua gritted his teeth and said, Mom, stop talking nonsense. Don't provoke people we shouldn't mess with. Sun Ermiai immediately stopped talking. At this moment, a police officer passed by them. Sun Ermiai quickly grabbed a female officer and asked, Comrade, when can we leave? The female officer looked at Sun Ermiai and Qin Guohua with a sneer and said, You can't leave yet. We need to investigate thoroughly. Then she shook off Sun Ermiai and walked away. That day, Sun Ermiai and Qin Guohua couldn't leave the police station. At home, old Qin waited for his wife and eldest son to return. When Qin Wentao finished work, he asked him to go find them. Wentao, go to the hospital and see how serious your mother is. Your father and grandma went to see her, but they haven't come back yet, old Qin said. Qin Wentao had been arguing with them recently, so he hadn't spoken to them much these days and didn't even go home last night. Today, Zhang Zhaodi kept urging him to come back. Zhang Zhaodi was worried that the Qin family might really take over the house. So, Qin Wentao didn't know that Zhang Chunqin had been taken to the hospital by his father. When he heard old Qin's words, Qin Wentao became anxious. Grandpa, what happened to my mom? Old Qin awkwardly said, Your mom accidentally hit her head on the table. Qin Wentao's face changed upon hearing this. Is it serious? Old Qin shook his head. How would I know if it's serious? They went to see her, and they haven't come back yet. If I knew what was going on, I wouldn't be asking you to go. They left at noon, and now it's dark. Old Qin muttered to himself. Could she have really been seriously hurt? At this moment, Qin Baoxiang came out, looking a bit proud. Your mom was asking for trouble. Your dad is usually very patient, but if your mom hadn't been so reckless, she wouldn't have ended up like this. Qin Wentao's face suddenly changed. My mom was taken to the hospital because of my dad. A wave of unease rose in his heart. When did this happen? Qin Baoxiang answered directly. It was yesterday. Mom and big brother still haven't come back. Could something really have happened to them? Though she said that, she was secretly thinking, it would be better if she had just died. Then everything would belong to her family's treasure. Before Qin Wentao could finish, he turned and left immediately. Qin Wentao went to the hospital to find out about Zhang Chuanqin's condition. He entered the ward and saw his mother with a bandage on her head. He paused. Mom, did Dad really hit you? I've been very tired lately. My younger sister and brother came too. They all blame me. When Qin Wentao saw Zhang Chuanqin, his first words were not concern or questions, but complaints. Zhang Chuanqin looked at her eldest son with mockery, feeling lonely and cold inside. She felt she had failed as a person. Her children showed no concern for her. Everyone came with their own thoughts. In the end, it was her fault for not raising them well. She looked at Qin Wentao calmly, impatiently interrupting him. What do you want to say? Qin Wentao realized he shouldn't have said anything without asking first, and he changed to a caring tone. Mom, you've been married to Dad for so many years, and he never used to hit you. Why are you two fighting so badly now? Your current temper also needs to be improved, you. Before Qin Wentao could finish speaking, Zhang Chuanqin interrupted coldly. Qin Wentao, if you have nothing to say, just get out. Hearing this, Qin Wentao's face showed anger. Mom, what's wrong with you lately? Why are you so rude now? Can't others say a few words to you? No wonder Dad hits you, This sounds very familiar. Old Third Qin also said the same. So, before he finished speaking, Zhang Chuanqin raised her hand and slapped him. Qin Wentao covered his face in anger and looked at Zhang Chuanqin. Mom, you are really unreasonable now. Zhang Chuanqin nodded. Yes, I am unreasonable now. Don't appear in front of me in the future. Where are Dad and Grandma? Grandpa said they came to see you. Where are they? Qin Wentao didn't forget his purpose of coming to the hospital. Zhang Chuanqin coldly replied, they went to the police station. Qin Wentao's face changed. Because Dad hit you, you sent him to the police station? He stomped his foot and said resentfully, Mom, do you not want everyone to live peacefully? Grandpa and Grandma are brought here by you, and now our family is falling apart. Now you've sent Dad to jail again. What are you really trying to do? Before Qin Wentao could finish, Zhang Chuanqin had already grabbed a broom from the corner and raised it, threatening him. This time, Qin Wentao learned his lesson. Seeing Zhang Chuanqin raise the broom, he ran away quickly. He knew that if he didn't take Grandma and Dad back today, his grandfather would cause a big fuss. He asked at the hospital reception about what had happened, and only then learned why his dad and grandparents went to the police station. He didn't bother to question Zhang Chuanqin and went to the police station. By the time he arrived at the police station, it was already nighttime. Officer, what exactly did my grandma and dad do wrong? Why haven't they come out yet? Qin Wentao didn't get any information about Fu Jianya. He only knew they had falsely accused a man. The police station didn't even let Qin Wentao see anyone before dismissing him. As he was leaving, he gave an old police officer a pack of cigarettes and finally learned what happened. Your grandparents falsely accused someone and also offended the wrong people. Now, it's just a minor matter being held. If the other side pursues it, your whole family will be in trouble, the old police officer told Qin Wentao. Qin Wentao wanted to ask more, but the old officer clearly didn't want to say more. Do you know how many days my grandma and dad will be detained? Qin Wentao asked persistently. The officer shook his head. I don't know. It depends on whether they want to pursue it further. Then, the officer looked at Qin Wentao and frowned. You really dare to talk nonsense. They were originally government employees, and you accused them of messing around with others. It's unlikely they'll let you go easily. The officer didn't say more and left with a cigarette. Qin Wentao went back to the hospital to see his mother. But it turned out that Zhang Chunqin had already been discharged. He rode his bike back to the big courtyard, humming as he went. When he arrived home, he knocked on the door for a while before Qin Qinghe opened it. Seeing his second brother, Qin Wentao asked directly, "Where's Mom? Do you know that Grandma and Dad were taken to the police station because of Mom?" Qin Qinghe responded coldly, "Oh. Guess why the police only took them and not others?" Qin Wentao looked at Qin Qinghe's indifferent expression and grabbed his collar. "Qin Qinghe, Dad and Grandma are your close relatives. How can you be so cold?" Qin Qinghe remained cold and distant. "Maybe it's in our blood." After saying that, he didn't speak to Qin Wentao anymore and closed the door. At that moment, Qin Wentao realized that not only his mother was different from before, but his second brother also seemed different. He felt strange, but didn't think much and turned around to ride his bike away. He needed to go back and tell his grandfather what happened. When he got home, Grandpa asked anxiously Wentao, "Where are Dad and Grandma?" Qin Wentao was silent for a moment. "They were taken away. They saw a man delivering food to my mom at the hospital and said that man was involved with her. They even fought with that man." Later, it escalated to the police station. Grandpa clenched his fists when he heard this. That shameless woman. Getting involved with another man and being taken away, and she still dares to keep Dad and Grandma detained. He pointed at Qin Wentao and scolded, "You need to find a way to get them out." Qin Wentao looked at his grandfather and said quietly, "Grandpa, I can try to use connections to get them out. But once Grandma is free, you and Uncle Xiao and Annie Xiao should go back to the countryside. I want to stay with Zhadi to live, and it's not convenient for you here." Grandpa stared at Qin Wentao in disbelief. "Qin Wentao, are you trying to drive us away?" Qin Wentao calmly said, "Grandpa, I just want to live a good life." Old Qin looked at Qin Wentao with a cold smile and said, "Qin Wentao, your mother actually raised you to be ungrateful. That's your father and your grandmother. They helped you get out, and you're making demands now." Before old Qin could speak again, Bao Xiang jumped in. "Qin Wentao, that's your real father. Your mother is shameless, causing trouble for your grandmother and father. Instead of helping them, you're thinking of kicking us out." Old Qin stared hard at Qin Wentao and said quietly, "Fine. When your grandmother comes out, we'll go back." Qin Wentao looked at Bao Xiang and said, "Then please let my aunt and uncle go home first." Hearing Qin Wentao's firm words, old Qin clenched his teeth and cursed, "You little brat, are you threatening me?" Qin Wentao continued, "That person knows my mother and can bring her food. He's definitely her friend. Whether he pursues this or not depends on my mother's decision. I've asked at the police station. If the other side refuses to let them go, who knows when my parents will come out. My father is healthy. A few days in detention won't matter. Think about Grandma." Qin Wentao threatened further. He wasn't stupid. Watching his grandparents' actions, he knew what they were thinking. They probably didn't want to leave and were planning to stay. Qin Wentao was not only stubborn but also selfish and greedy. He could ask Zhang Chunqin to help support his wife's family, but he wouldn't suffer any loss himself.
Fine.
"I'll let your uncle and aunt go first." Bao Xiang saw her son about to become a city person and didn't want that at all. She hurriedly said, "Dad, Zhang Chunqin is shameless and causing trouble. Why should we leave? I and Guobao won't go." She pointed at Qin Wentao with a senior's attitude and said, "Qin Wentao, tomorrow you report her for causing trouble at her workplace." Before Qin Wentao could speak, she slammed the door shut. Old Qin sat silently in his wheelchair. After a moment, he spoke again, "Qin Wentao, we can leave. But you must find a job for Guobao. You're both in the city, so he should be here too." At this moment, Qin Wentao was focused on dealing with his grandparents, so he didn't catch the deeper meaning in old Qin's words. So when he heard his grandfather say that, he paused for a moment before speaking. "Grandpa, you should know that my job was also paid for by my mom. I haven't been working long, and my job isn't stable. I really can't arrange a job for Guobao." Qin Wentao was just easily influenced. He wasn't completely clueless. He definitely wouldn't find a job for Guobao. His grandparents have always favored him,
and his own father always listened to his parents. Once Guobao starts working in the city, his grandparents would surely worry and come to live with him. At that time, he and Zhao Di would still have a hard life. Also, he promised Zhao Di to help his brother-in-law find a job. Since his brother-in-law hasn't found one yet, if he goes to help his brother-in-law first, he might really get divorced. Old Qin sneered at Qin Wentao. So your mom spent money to get you married and find you a job, using all the family's money to raise you, and you turned out to be useless? Qin Wentao was scolded until his face turned red. Embarrassed and angry, he said, "Grandpa, think about it carefully. I'm going to see the kids and Zhao Di." After saying that, he turned and left. Old Qin looked at Qin Wentao's back with contempt, grinding his teeth. "You good for nothing. Look at that dog from Zhang Chunqin. That shameless woman."
Divorce.
"We must make Guohua divorce her." When Qin Baoxiang heard this, she immediately ran out. "Dad, I have a way to get Zhang Chunqin to make Mom and Guohua leave." Old Qin frowned when he heard her. "What are you going to do?" Qin Baoxiang leaned close to him. "Dad, let's do it this way." After she finished, Old Qin paused for a moment, then finally gritted his teeth and said, "All right.
Do as you say."
In the room, Qin Guobao also ran out. He hesitated for a moment and said, "Mom, Grandpa, that job isn't just for me. If you cause trouble, won't you ruin her work?" Qin Guobao has always been a passive beneficiary, never fighting for his interests when others helped him. Now that his interests are threatened, he finally spoke up. Old Qin sneered when he heard this. "Grandpa knows what to do. Just wait and see. You'll replace Zhang Chunqin's job." Old Qin pulled Qin Baoxiang close and whispered instructions on what to say and do tomorrow. Qin Guobao looked at them, feeling uneasy inside, but he didn't have a better plan. After Zhang Chunqin was discharged from the hospital, she first went to Panjiayuan. Because of her past experiences, she trusted old Zhang more. She asked him, "Old Zhang, do you know if anyone nearby is selling a house? Preferably a courtyard house." Old Zhang replied from his experience, "Are you looking to buy a house?" Zhang Chunqin nodded. "I'm currently living in a company-provided apartment, and my children are almost grown up. I want to move out." She couldn't tell old Zhang that she was planning to divorce. Old Zhang knew that Zhang Chunqin had money. The antiques he sold already made him quite wealthy. "I'll ask around for you," old Zhang promised. After showing him a few antiques, Zhang Chunqin was about to leave when old Zhang called her back. "Girl, I see you're having a hard time. I don't know many antique collectors. My boss wants you to help out at my shop. Keep your eyes open. You don't have to come every day. If we need help, we'll come to you." Hearing this, Zhang Chunqin hesitated. "I'm not a professional. I might not be able to do that." Old Zhang said, "My boss says what we need is your experience. If you're willing, we can give you a 5% commission on the antiques you help sell." Zhang Chunqin knew that old Zhang's business had good connections. They mainly supplied antiques to Hong Kong. All the antiques they bought here were taken to auction houses. Nowadays, this business was mainly in the wealthy circles of Hong Kong. For example, that painting, if taken to Hong Kong and auctioned on the black market, it could fetch 200,000 or 300,000 yuan. She knew old Zhang had powerful backing. In her past life, she had died, and old Zhang had already switched careers. He had become a well-known real estate developer. Seeing him succeed in real estate, it was clear he was making a lot of money. "Old Zhang, I have a job. Let me think about it," Zhang Chunqin said, not giving an immediate answer. She had lived 30 years longer than others. Her current job was a stable, secure position, and it still was. But her retirement pay wasn't high. Many people were interested in her job, and she was also thinking that maybe she wouldn't keep it for long. If she divorced Qin Guohua, with the skills of those two old folks in the Qin family, if the divorce terms didn't satisfy them, they would definitely cause trouble at her workplace. Old Zhang chuckled, "No rush. Mr. Fu also told me that you should wait until you recover before going." Zhang Chunqin agreed with old Zhang before returning home. On the way back, Qin Lao Er heard the noise and came out. "Mom, you're back?" Zhang Chunqin glanced at her second son and said calmly, "Qin Qinghe, I told old 3 and old 4 that I won't give them money anymore.
The same goes for you. Qin Qinghe fell silent and softly asked, Mom, have you been upset about something? Why are you suddenly like this with us? You weren't like this before. Zhang Chunqin sneered. Yes, I realized it after your dad hit me. I don't want to stay with him anymore. Hearing this, Qin Qinghe was shocked. He looked at her and asked, Mom, you want a divorce? His mother, a very traditional woman, was now talking about divorce? Qin Qinghe opened his mouth, but, seeing her cold gaze, he swallowed his words. Today, my older brother came by. He said Grandma and Dad went to the police station, Qin Qinghe tentatively said. Zhang Chunqin didn't even lift her eyes and went straight into her room. The next morning, Qin Baoxiang and old Qin dressed in rough cloth clothes and went to find Zhang Chunqin at her workplace. Qin Baoxiang, who usually dressed more fashionably, wore a simple cloth outfit, which made her look very rural. Old Qin, already quite rustic and worn out, looked like a typical rural man who had endured hardships. They arrived during working hours and waited at the entrance. As soon as they reached the door, Qin Baoxiang started causing a fuss. Everyone, judge for yourselves. Zhang Chunqin is having an affair with my older brother, and my mom caught them in bed. Now, she's helping her lover send Grandma and my brother to the police station. She's more shameless than Pan Jinlian. Qin Baoxiang cried loudly, sitting on the ground and sobbing. We are all from the countryside. How could we meet such shameless people? She didn't care if her words would push Zhang Chunqin into despair. She wished her to be so upset that she would hang herself. Then everything she had would belong to her. She came today with this plan in mind. Because of Qin Baoxiang's shouting, the entrance quickly filled with people. Everyone loves gossip, especially about affairs and caught cheating. Chunqin looks honest, so don't talk nonsense. Who are you to her? Some people who are close to Zhang Chunqin couldn't bear to see her being slandered and questioned her loudly. Qin Baoxiang and others repeated the same words. She clenched her teeth and stomped her foot. I am her sister-in-law. My older brother and my mother are still inside. That is my father. If we didn't have enough proof, would we come here to cause trouble? She shouted even more fiercely. At first, the people around were suspicious, but seeing how confident Qin Baoxiang sounded, they believed her. If it wasn't true, they wouldn't dare to cause trouble at work like this. Qin Baoxiang watched everyone's expressions and saw they believed her. She continued crying and shouting. All these years, she refused to take care of her in-laws, refused to live with us in the countryside, and even didn't want her own children to go back home. My honest parents just followed her wishes. Now, she has done such shameful things. With each slander from Qin Baoxiang, everyone fully believed her. Just then, someone shouted, Chunqin is here. A few colleagues from the same department as Zhang Chunqin quickly ran over to warn her, Chunqin, your sister-in-law and your father-in-law are here. They say you are cheating and caught in bed with someone. Zhang Chunqin heard this, but didn't feel surprised. The Qin family had a history of doing bad things. After Qin Guohua died, they came to cause trouble for Zhang Chunqin, saying she was unlucky and that her son was killed because of her, forcing her to take care of them. In her past life, Zhang Chunqin finally gave in after their repeated trouble, agreeing to give them 10 yuan each month for support. Hearing her colleagues' words, Zhang Chunqin took a deep breath. They just want to ruin my work. At that moment, she made a decision. If she wanted to get rid of the Qin family, she had to first break their hopes. She took a deep breath and walked straight toward the old man Qin. Before Qin Baoxiang could react, she knelt in front of him. Dad, Guohua beat me into the hospital for 3 days. I just started work, and you came here to cause trouble. You falsely accused me of cheating. Do you want to force me to death? Then she turned and ran toward the building. If you want me dead, then I will show you what it's like. Zhang Chunqin ran up the stairs quickly. Seeing this, everyone's faces changed. Chunqin, what are you doing? The library has 4 floors, and she headed straight to the rooftop. Everyone saw Zhang Chunqin running upstairs and probably guessed what she was about to do. They all chased after her. At this moment, the security guard also reacted. Comrade Zhang Chunqin, what are you trying to do? Someone quickly responded to the guard. Hurry and call the security department. Also, call the police and the director. If she really jumps, it will cause a big problem for the hospital. Hearing this, the guard regained his senses and ran off to find the leaders. Neither Qin Baoxiang nor Old Qin expected Zhang Chunqin to suddenly run to the rooftop. Old Qin watched as a group of people rushed to the roof and patted his thigh. "Ah, Xiang, I think this will cause a big problem. I told you to accuse Zhang Chunqin of not taking care of her parents-in-law, but you said she was having an affair." Qin Baoxiang gritted her teeth and said, "She is having an affair, not that she caught my mother and Guohua doing something wrong." Old Qin actually knew what kind of person Zhang Chunqin was. He suspected she wouldn't be having an affair. If she really was, then his son and daughter-in-law wouldn't be in the hospital now. He was thinking that both the house and the job were important, so he followed Qin Baoxiang to cause trouble. "Quick, push me up to see her. If she really is forced to jump, it will be hard to explain." Old Qin was also a bit anxious. Qin Baoxiang secretly hoped Zhang Chunqin would die. If she died, she could be with Guohua openly and legally. Guohua would then be able to focus only on her. Of course, Qin Baoxiang thought this, but she didn't dare say it out loud. She pushed Old Qin's wheelchair and followed upstairs. After Zhang Chunqin reached the rooftop and saw everyone coming, she started crying and accusing. "I've been married into the Qin family for over 20 years. In the first 10 years, I took care of a biased mother-in-law, a paralyzed father-in-law, a meddlesome younger sister-in-law, and a young uncle my son's age. I have never wronged their family." When she said this, Qin Baoxiang and Old Qin had already climbed up and arrived. Seeing everyone there, Zhang Chunqin pointed at Old Qin and said, "Dad, you should be honest. Tell me, I've been married into your Qin family for over 20 years. Have I ever failed to serve you? If you're even a little unhappy, even if I pour water too slowly, you'll hit me." Zhang Chunqin sneered and said, "And you, my little sister-in-law, you haven't married yet. As long as you're in Old Qin's family, you've never washed a single piece of clothing. You even wash your underwear for me." She continued, "And Mom, I cook a meal, and she can find 10 mistakes. Either the food isn't cut right or there's too little oil." She looked at everyone and said, "I work during the day and take care of the children and the paralyzed father-in-law at night. I haven't even finished my postpartum rest, yet I take care of their family. I've had 4 children and no one helps me. My little brother-in-law is only 2 years younger than my son." The moment I entered Old Qin's house, I hadn't even had my own children, and I was already taking care of my little brother-in-law. She wasn't done and added, "And my husband is very filial. He works on ships, and at first, he earned 25 yuan, giving me 3 for household expenses, and the rest went to his parents. He said it's hard for his parents to raise him, so he must respect them. Later, his pay increased to 30 yuan, and he gave me 5, while giving his parents 25. Over the years, I've struggled to keep the family going. If I wanted to cheat on my husband, I'd have done it long ago, once I got old and unattractive." She then walked to the edge of the rooftop and said, "You all just want my eldest son to buy that house, right? Or to take my little brother-in-law's share. That's why you keep pushing me to the limit. Don't bother anymore. I'll do as you wish. I'll die right here in front of you." Old Qin listened to Zhang Chunqin's words, not feeling guilty but instead angry, and said, "You married into our Old Qin family. You are ours. If you want to die, just do it quickly. Using death to threaten me? I'm not easily scared." Zhang Chunqin mocked, "Then I'll die right here in front of you." She stepped toward the edge of the rooftop. Everyone saw her make a move to jump and shouted anxiously, "Chunqin, don't do something stupid. When a person dies, there's nothing left. Your in-laws don't treat you like a person. Think about your children." Hearing about her children, Zhang Chunqin felt even more bitterly ironic. But having survived once, she wouldn't really die. She kept her eyes fixed on the ground below. She was waiting for the mattress to be laid out. Today, she wanted to make a big scene, not just a small one, but to let everyone know what was happening. That way, her job would be lost, and her house would be taken back. She believed it was only fair. Regarding her work, she had been planning it a few days ago. So many people cared about her job. If she lost it, they might not care anymore. Today, she lost her job, and those who cared about her can't blame her now. At this moment, the director and security staff arrived. Downstairs, the police also came. After arriving, the police started laying out mats. Old Mr. Qin pointed at Zhang Chunqin and said, "If you have the courage, jump down from here. Otherwise, I will definitely make Guohua divorce you. If you feel wronged in the Qin family all these years, why don't you leave? When you first left your family, they only took 50 yuan to sell you to us." Old Mr. Qin was convinced that Zhang Chunqin wouldn't dare to die. She just had a grandson, and her 3 children were not married yet. Zhang Chunqin knew Qin Guohua wouldn't care for the children. If she died, no one would take care of these children. Anyone in the Qin family might consider suicide, but Zhang Chunqin, as the old cow, would never die. People around, hearing Mr. Qin's words, were angry and said, "No matter what, she cared for you for 10 years. How can you try to force her to death? What good would it do if she died?" Mr. Qin, proud and even angrier, continued scolding Zhang Chunqin. "Go die. Hurry up and die. When you die, Guohua will marry again immediately." The director couldn't stand it anymore and shouted at Mr. Qin, "Old man, shut up." If someone jumped from the library building, would he still want to be the director? The old man kept talking without end. Zhang Chunqin suddenly leapt forward. She had already looked at the mat and bit her lip before jumping. She believed she could land on the mat and wouldn't die. As she hit the mat, several police officers quickly grabbed her. The building was too tall. Even with the mat, Zhang Chunqin was dizzy from the fall. People upstairs watched her jump, and all gasped. The director's legs went weak. He couldn't wait for retirement. He ignored everything and ran downstairs to see how Zhang Chunqin was. Qin Baoxiang didn't expect Zhang Chunqin to jump like that and was momentarily stunned. Old Mr. Qin immediately lost control and muttered, Her children, how dare she jump? Is she really crazy?" Everyone thought that Zhang Chunqin would surely die after jumping from the 4th floor. Below, Zhang Chunqin took a long time to recover, and her head stopped buzzing. Actually, she was scared when she jumped, worried about breaking her leg or arm, or worse, becoming paralyzed. In that moment of leaping, she immediately regretted it. When she finally regained her senses, the director ran down to check on her. Seeing that she was safe and sound, he sighed in relief, his legs giving way as he sat down heavily on the ground. He looked at Zhang Chunqin, his voice trembling. "Comrade Zhang Chunqin, please communicate with the hospital about your needs. Why did you scare me like that? I have only 2 years left before retirement. If you don't take care of yourself, I won't have a future either." Zhang Chunqin apologized. "Director, I was just angry after hearing what my father-in-law said. I lost my temper and acted without thinking. The Qin family doesn't treat me like a person." The director nodded. "If life gets too hard, you can divorce. Though divorce isn't popular now, it's better than risking your life. Nothing is more important than your life." Zhang Chunqin nodded. A few police officers helped support her. She had calmed down now and said to the officers, "Thank you. You've been very helpful. I'm fine now." The police looked at her with concern and said, "Do you want to go to the hospital for a checkup?" Falling from such a height. Zhang Chunqin shook her head. "No need. I really am fine now." Seeing that she seemed okay mentally and physically, the police advised her gently and then left. After they left, Zhang Chunqin looked at old Qin and Qin Baoxiang nearby, then said to the director, "Director, let's talk." Hearing this, the director didn't dare refuse. He was afraid she might jump again if he disagreed. "All right, let's go to my office." Zhang Chunqin followed the director to his office. Old Qin saw that Zhang Chunqin was alive and sighed in relief. But Qin Baoxiang, seeing that Zhang Chunqin hadn't died, muttered under her breath, "She jumped from such a high place and didn't die." Old Qin glared at her when he heard this. Qin Baoxiang looked a bit guilty and lowered her head. "Dad, I didn't really want Zhang Chunqin to die. I just think she's very lucky." Then she asked old Qin, "Dad, what should we do now?" Old Mr. Qin looked at Zhang Chuanqin's back and said, I wonder if we went too far today. I feel like her eyes didn't look right. He felt uneasy inside, scared by the fierce look in her eyes when she was about to jump. He even thought she might already know about Guohua and Ah Xiang. He impatiently scolded Ah Xiang, if it weren't for your bad idea, this wouldn't have become such a big problem. Now that things are out of control, I don't know how their leader will handle her. He patted his thigh and cursed, if Zhang Chunqin loses her job, it will be a big loss. Xiang Xinxiang felt guilty and said, it won't happen. She muttered, let's wait here for Zhang Chunqin. In the director's office, the director looked at Zhang Chunqin and sighed, Comrade Zhang, what trouble are you and that makes you want to take your own life? Zhang Chunqin stood up and bowed to the director. Director, I can't do this job anymore. You can also take back the house in the big yard. The director was surprised. You wouldn't be fired just for trying to commit suicide. It's not that the director didn't want to fire Zhang Chunqin, but he was afraid she might try to harm herself again. He was about to retire happily and just wanted to get through these 2 years. Zhang Chunqin was silent for a moment. I heard you want to get your niece in here. How about I sell my job to your niece? She had overheard many people talking. The director wanted to arrange his niece here before retiring. But there were no available positions. Hearing this, the director stood up excitedly. Nonsense.
Who told you that?
Zhang Chunqin slowly said, you see what kind of people my family is. If I keep working here, they will cause trouble again. Honestly, I am at my wit's end. I can't keep going. But you know my 3 children are not married yet. Without this job, life will be hard for me. Could you please help me? I want to sell this job. The director looked at her for a moment and asked, how much do you want to sell it for? Zhang Chunqin held up. 1,200. The director nodded. I'll think about it. Without this job and the house in the big yard, what will you do? Zhang Chunqin was silent for a moment. Director, today things have become so serious. I will definitely get a divorce. So, I don't want anything anymore. The director looked at Zhang Chunqin and asked, are you planning to do something drastic again? I can write a letter to waive my responsibilities, she replied. When Zhang Chunqin left her workplace, she looked very tired and sad. Old Qin saw her from afar and nudged Qin Baoxiang with his elbow. Go ask her how she's doing. Qin Baoxiang hesitated for a moment, thinking about her son's future, and then stepped forward. Sister-in-law, how are you? Zhang Chunqin gave her a cold glance. Isn't it obvious? You came to cause trouble because you want me to suffer. Now I've been fired, and the big courtyard house will be taken back. Are you happy now? Qin Baoxiang was stunned by her words and didn't know how to respond. After a moment of shock, she screamed, What? What did you say? Zhang Chunqin looked at her and old Qin with a mocking smile. Don't worry. I will do as you wish. I lost my job and can't be the hardworking person for the Qin family anymore. I will divorce Qin Guohua. After the big courtyard house is taken back, I will move into Wentao's house, she said with a smile. As long as my family's money hasn't been paid back, I will stay there and not leave. Old Qin looked at Zhang Chunqin's sinister smile and felt a chill. She had been in the Qin family for 20 years, but he still didn't really know who she was. Now he realized she seemed very strange. At this moment, he started to regret listening to Qin Baoxiang and coming here to cause trouble. Zhang Chunqin, are you really unemployed? Qin Baoxiang asked anxiously. This was her son's job. Zhang Chunqin sneered. Don't you know about the recent strict laws? Your family's false accusations about me being involved in inappropriate relationships are just to ruin my life. Now we will all move to Wentao's place. We will survive on Qin Guohua's 5 yuan a day. Hearing this, Qin Baoxiang lost her temper. Just 2 rooms to live in? Zhang Chunqin, I think you just want to drive us out. Then she grabbed old Qin's arm. Dad, I don't believe it. I want to ask their leaders. Why did they fire her? Didn't you say Zhang Chunqin's job was a national treasure? Now she's unemployed. What will happen to Gubao? Zhang Chunqin sneered coldly at her. Still daring to cause trouble over a job? Turns out your whole family is just a bunch of fools, passed down from generations.
She finished speaking and turned to leave. Qin Baoxiang still wanted to rush in and cause trouble, but old man Qin grabbed her. Have you caused enough trouble? Didn't I tell you yesterday that Zhang Chunqin is unfilial? That she's ashamed of her workplace? Yet you immediately said she was having an affair. Now she's lost her job. Are you satisfied? Feeling guilty, Qin Baoxiang said, I didn't say much.
It's true she was caught cheating.
Old man Qin looked at her sharply. It was right not to let Guohua marry you. You're a fool. Qin Baoxiang, raised by the Qin family, didn't dare say more. She hesitated and asked, Dad, what should we do now? Old man Qin looked at Zhang Chunqin's back, feeling more uneasy. Without her job, will the big house in the courtyard be taken back? Though the courtyard house is messy, for a rural person like old man Qin, it's a rare good house that's hard to get. He had been thinking about the house assigned by her workplace, thinking it was too small compared to the one Zhang Chunqin bought for Qin Wentao. Now the house might be taken back. Where will Zhang Chunqin and her children live? Go back with Gubao first. Let your grandma and Guohua come out. Calm Wentao down. Let him find a way to get her out. Old man Qin said seriously. Qin Baoxiang was excited and refused. No. Dad, now Zhang Chunqin has no job. What about Guobao? If we leave, Qin Wentao's house won't be ours either. We should get something out of this, either the house or the job. Old man Qin gritted his teeth. Your man is inside, and you're still after the house? The house still owes 300 in debt. Do you want to pay it? Zhang Chunqin has 4 children.
She has nowhere to live.
Are you trying to push her to death? She already tried to end her life today. Do you really want her to die? Old man Qin said sharply. He continued, Guobao can find a job with Qin Wentao. If you push Zhang Chunqin too hard, she's the mother of his children. She can still help your son, fools. Hearing this, Qin Baoxiang finally quieted down. Old man Qin looked at her, and then at the direction Zhang Chunqin had left, feeling very uneasy. He knew this mess wouldn't end easily. Zhang Chunqin's family relied on her job to survive. Now, Zhang Chunqin has lost her job, and her income has decreased by several dozen yuan a month. Her family no longer has a place to live. What will they do in the future? Don't say that Zhang Chunqin resents them. All 4 children must blame them. At this moment, he regrets listening to Qin Baoxiang's foolish advice. Go back first. You and Guobao pack your things and return to the village, old Zhang said coldly with a frown. Qin Baoxiang was unwilling, but in the end, she nodded. After leaving her workplace, Zhang Chunqin went to Panjiayuan. Old Zhang saw her come during working hours and asked surprised, Are you still feeling unwell today? Your head injury needs more rest. You're not short of money now, so why are you working so hard? Old Zhang knows some of Zhang Chunqin's situation from Fujianya. He understands how hard her life has been. Zhang Chunqin and old Zhang both smiled bitterly. Big brother Zhang, I agreed to do the antique work here. I quit my job at the unit and was fired. The place I live in is also going to be taken back by the unit. You need to find me a house quickly. Hearing this, old Zhang was silent for a moment. Let's go. I have a house and I'll take you to see it. I wanted to find you a better one, but given the current situation, I'll show you this first. If you don't like it, you can rent another place to stay. Zhang Chunqin nodded and followed old Zhang to see the house. On the way, she was thinking, if the big courtyard house is taken back, she will move to Qin Wentao's place. If they don't want her there, she will pay off her debts to her family. Actually, she has some money. She should have paid it back long ago. But she's afraid her children and Qin Guohua will find out she has money. She wants to keep pretending, making it even harder for her family. So she hasn't paid it back yet. She's just waiting for the Qin family to pay her back voluntarily. Whoever wants the house must pay for it. When that happens, she will include the interest and pay her sisters back. Big sister, look at this yard. It's not big, but it's open in front, and the environment is good. I don't know if it's enough for your family, depending on how many people you have, old Zhang said, knowing Zhang Chunqin has 4 children. He thought she should buy a big house now that she has money, instead of settling for this small 2-entry yard. Zhang Chunqin smiled.
I'm enough living alone. Just this one.
Just you?
What about the children? The children have grown up and started their own families, so they don't live with me anymore.
I can take care of myself.
Just help me arrange a meeting with the person to discuss the price. If the price is right, I will buy it. Okay, I will help you contact them. Zhang Chunqin bought the courtyard for 2,800 yuan. The other person was in a hurry wanting cash and asked for 3,200 yuan. Zhang Chunqin paid 400 yuan less. With the help of old Zhang, the person finally agreed. The courtyard Zhang Chunqin bought is near the city gate in the capital. It might not be valuable now, but in the 21st century, even rich people couldn't buy such a good place. The other person was eager to go abroad, which is how Zhang Chunqin managed to get the deal. Old Zhang didn't tell her right away, because the house was small. Today, most families have 3 or 5 children, so such a house isn't enough. After Zhang Chunqin finished the transfer process, she gave old Zhang a small ring. Big brother Zhang. Thank you. I know you like these things. I found this when I was collecting scrap. It's not worth much, but it's a rare item. You should like it. Having known old Zhang for 2 generations, she knew what he liked. Old Zhang looked at the ring and took it without hesitation. Little sister, you're thoughtful. We haven't known each other long. And you already see I like rings? Zhang Chunqin just smiled and said nothing. She invited old Zhang to eat before leaving, then went back home. At the Qin family, after Qin Laotu and Qin Baoxiang arrived home, Qin Guobao came to ask about today's outcome. Mom, Grandpa, how did it go? Qin Guobao was eager, hoping that Qin Laotu would give him good news. He thought that if they caused trouble today, the job would be his tomorrow. Qin Baoxiang looked at her hopeful son and hesitated.
Guobao's about that.
Zhang Chunqin was fired from her job. Qin Guobao was stunned for a moment and stammered, how could that happen? What did you guys do? If Zhang Chunqin lost her job, what am I supposed to do? Qin Laotu, who hadn't spoken before, finally said slowly, Guobao, you and your mom should go back to the village first. Your work arrangements will be handled by the grandparents. Hearing this, Qin Guobao immediately lost his temper. He said excitedly, Grandpa, I won't go. Even if I lose my job, that's okay. Didn't you say this house was for me? I'm leaving now, and I won't be able to stay in the house anymore. In the past, Qin Guobao didn't argue, because someone always helped him out. They felt they owed him, so they let his father give him all the money, and his mother tried to please him. But now, he has lost his job and will lose the house too. How can he not be angry? Ask your mother. Let her cause trouble for Zhang Chunqin for being unfilial. She insists Zhang Chunqin was caught cheating. The company says she had an improper relationship and fired her. Your father and grandma are still inside. If you don't leave, Qin Wentao won't let them out. Go back first. Old Qin comforted Guobao. Guobao's eyes were red as he looked at old Qin and Qin Baoxiang. Grandpa, Mom, I won't fight anymore. All these years, I just called Dad Big Brother. What more do you want from me? Qin Wentao and his family have everything. Good jobs, school opportunities, a house in the city, a beautiful wife. And me? I have nothing. And now you still want me to stay silent. Guobao had never been so upset before. How could he not be upset? Everything seemed within reach, but now it's all gone. He couldn't accept that. Old Qin was silent for a long time, then slowly said, You two go back first. Your mother has caused trouble and lost Zhang Chunqin's job. This isn't over yet. Not only has Zhang Chunqin lost her job, but her house will be taken back too. Your father has 4 children, not just you. Qin Wentao has a house, but what about the other 3? Where will they live? Guobao immediately understood. Are they going to move here? Old Qin nodded. Qin Wentao is trying everything to drive us out. He even managed to push his own mother and younger sister away. I want to see what will happen next. When they fall apart, we'll come and take the house. He looked at Guobao and said, Right now, they're all fighting among themselves. If you stay, you'll make them unite against us. Only if we leave and let them fight each other, blame each other, can we have a chance to get the house. Guobao listened and understood. He whispered, Grandpa, I understand.
Qin Baoxiang saw that her son's emotions had calmed down a lot and felt relieved, though a bit guilty.
Bao, you won't blame Mom, right?
I just want Zhang Chunqin to have a hard time. Our mother and son have suffered so much. We haven't had good days, so why should she? Guobao looked quietly at Qin Baoxiang and softly said, Mom, if you're weak, you blame others for having good days. When Zhang Chunqin lived with us, she took care of you. You didn't even need to wash your clothes. Later, they moved away. Dad's salary all went to the family, and she only had a little money for daily life, with 4 children altogether. She found her own job. She was originally from the countryside, but she became an employee. My dad only gave her 5 yuan a month, but she used her money to buy a house for Wen Tao's wedding. She also supported all 4 children's education. Now, she earns her own living. What about you? Qin Guobao spoke coldly and indifferently. Actually, over the years, compared to Zhang Chunqin, Qin Guobao has never looked up to Qin Baoxiang. She couldn't choose her biological mother, so she had to accept her fate.
What do you mean by that?
Qin Baoxiang looked at her son in disbelief. Qin Guobao didn't say anything more. He turned around and went inside to pack his things. Qin Baoxiang, with tears on her face, looked at old Qin. Dad, does Guobao dislike me, his real mother?
Does he think I'm not as good as Zhang Chunqin?
Does he think I've been a burden to him? Old Qin snorted coldly. Do you think you're better than Zhang Chunqin? Do you think you haven't been a burden to Guobao? After that, he coldly urged her, Go pack your things. Qin Baoxiang reluctantly packed her belongings. Right now, she was angry at Zhang Chunqin. It was all because of Zhang Chunqin. If it weren't for her, how could her son dislike her? In her view, she hadn't done anything wrong. It was Zhang Chunqin who kept her from living a good life. When she failed to marry Qin Guohua, she also thought Zhang Chunqin had stolen her man. So, after Zhang Chunqin entered the Qin family, she started to torment her even more. Qin Guobao packed his things and left with Qin Baoxiang. When Wen Tao came home from work in the evening, he saw that many things were missing from the house. He couldn't hide his smile. His younger sister-in-law and younger brother-in-law had both left. Next, he just needed to find a way to get his grandparents out, and he could live happily with Zhaodi. Thinking about this, a smile appeared on his face that he couldn't hold back. Old Qin looked at Wen Tao's unrestrained smile and slowly spoke. I have 2 things to tell you. First, you need to find a way to get your grandma and your dad out. Second, today your grandpa and I went to your mom's workplace to cause trouble. Wen Tao was still happy about making them leave, but when he heard old Qin say they went to his mom's workplace, his smile froze instantly. Old Qin did not answer. Instead, he continued, Your mother was fired from her job. Her house will also be taken back by the company. When Qin Wen Tao heard what old Qin said, his face changed suddenly. He asked anxiously, What did you say? Old Qin was silent for a moment. It was also our mistake. We wanted your mother to get your grandma and your dad out, but we didn't expect it would backfire. Qin Wen Tao stared at old Qin with bloodshot eyes, gritting his teeth. Grandpa, our whole family depends on my mom's salary. Why are you doing this? If she loses her job, what will happen to my 2 brothers and sister? The second wants to repeat the year, and the third and fourth are still in high school. With so many people in the family, where will everyone live? Are you crazy? Why are you forcing us so much? Hearing that his mother lost her job, Qin Wen Tao was completely overwhelmed. He had endured for so long just for his mother's job. Now that she lost her job, all his hopes were gone. Old Qin coldly said, It's already like this. What else can we do? Quickly get your grandma and your dad out. I will take your grandma back to the countryside. Are you finally satisfied? Qin Wen Tao sneered, Grandpa, don't think I don't know what you're planning. You want to force my mother to give her job to Guobao and then turn everything into a mess. Old Qin snorted coldly. Since it's already like this, you better find a way quickly. Those are your real parents and grandma. Old Qin didn't really want to cause trouble over Zhang Chunqin losing her job. It was just that this couldn't be hidden. If Zhang Chunqin came to cause trouble later, it would be even harder for Qin Wen Tao to explain.
He also wanted Qin Wentao to find a job for Guobao. Qin Wentao looked at old Qin with sarcasm. Grandpa, do you really think we are family? You want to take my dad's salary to support Guobao. You want to force my mother to give her job to Guobao. You even want to take our house for Guobao. We are your grandchildren too. Why don't you treat us like people? Hearing this, old Qin became angry. You've been living in the city since you were young. Guobao has had nothing since he was little. Your grandma and I fought for a little for him. What's wrong with that? We are family. Why should the good things only belong to you? He can only stay in the countryside. Being irresponsible as parents is why my son is in the countryside. Why are we in the city? It's because my mom works in the city and she got a house there. If you have the ability, find a job in the city yourself and get your own house. After speaking, Qin Wentao said clearly to old Qin, Grandpa, since you never treat us like family, don't expect me to use connections to get my mother and father out. You have the resources. Find a way yourself. I, your grandson, am helpless and can't do anything. He finished and left without looking back. At the door, he turned to old Qin and said, Grandpa, I will take you back to the countryside tomorrow. You have resources to support you, one generation after another, but I can't do that for you. I've been respectful to you for many days, and that's enough. This time, Qin Wentao left without turning back. Old Qin angrily shouted after him, Qin Wentao, come back. Tell your wife to come and take care of me. Qin Wentao ignored him. He left the house, stood for a moment thinking, then went to borrow a three-wheeled vehicle from the big yard. He returned quickly, before old Qin could react, and started packing his things. After packing, he told old Qin, Grandpa, your beloved son has gone back. You probably don't feel at ease, so I will take you back now. Dad and Grandma, once they come out, I will send them back. Old Qin, who was in a wheelchair, had no ability to move on his own. He could only let Qin Wentao carry him onto the three-wheeled vehicle. After securing him, Qin Wentao pushed the three-wheeler and took him away. No matter what happens later, I must send him away today. Qin Wentao sent old Qin back to the countryside overnight. As soon as Qin Guobao and his mother arrived home, Qin Wentao had already sent old Qin back. Qin Baoxiang saw old Qin was back and asked in surprise, Dad, why are you back? Old Qin clenched his teeth and cursed, Qin Wentao, that scoundrel, kicked me out. He knows Zhang Chunqin is unemployed and he's acting crazy. Guobao looked at old Qin returning home and softly asked, Grandpa, what about my job? Old Qin frowned and said, Don't worry, I'll think of a way. There's always a solution. When your dad comes back, let him talk to Qin Wentao. Now that you have caused Zhang Chunqin to lose her job, how could he not resent you? Why did you speak directly to him? Can't you just say that Zhang Chunqin was fired because she was caught in an affair? Qin Baoxiang also nodded. Exactly. You just threw dirt on Zhang Chunqin. Anyway, it's true she was caught cheating in bed. Old Qin spat at the mother and son. Do you think Qin Wentao is you too, with no brains? Just ask at his workplace, and he'll know what happened. If this gets out, do you think you'll come out of it well? Qin Baoxiang gritted her teeth and cursed. Even if we ruin Zhang Chunqin's job, he can't kick you out. You're his own grandfather. Old Qin didn't have time to worry about whether Qin Wentao was filial or not. He was anxious about his wife and son. He only has Qin Guohua as a son, and he can't just watch them stay locked inside forever. Guohua, go ask Zhang Chunqin to plead for us. Then go to the police station to find out about your dad and grandma, old Qin ordered. Qin Guobao immediately looked scared and shook his head. Grandpa, I can't. I'm afraid. Hearing this, Qin Baoxiang immediately volunteered. I'll go. I can definitely get Zhang Chunqin to bring him out. Old Qin was frantic. Your brain only knows how to do stupid things. If Zhang Chunqin finds out about you and Guohua now, how will we live in the future? Qin Baoxiang looked unwilling. Dad, Zhang Chunqin has lost her job and her house has been taken back. She's no longer useful. Just let Guohua divorce her and be with me. You said it yourself. Zhang Chunqin's children are all grown up. Let them work and earn money for us. If each of them gives half their wages, won't Guohua have no trouble finding a wife? Then our family won't have to be separated anymore. She felt even more proud. What you initially liked about Zhang Chunqin was her quick work. Then you also liked that she could find a job in the city and even had a house. Now she has nothing left. Even if she divorces Guohua, she won't get anything good. She still owes her family 300 yuan. Before Qin Baoxiang finished speaking, Qin Wentao, carrying a bag and returning, stood there trembling and asked, "What are you talking about?" "Little sister-in-law, what is your relationship with my dad? Whose child is Gabao?" Everyone thought Qin Wentao had already left, but no one expected him to come back unexpectedly. Old Mr. Qin was completely stunned when he saw Qin Wentao. The first to react was Qin Gabao. He spoke casually. "Wentao, what do you mean by forcing your grandpa to leave?" "I, as your uncle." Before Qin Gabao finished, Qin Wentao fixed his gaze on him and coldly interrupted, "I heard everything you just said." Old Mr. Qin's face turned pale. He looked at Qin Wentao and said, "Wentao, don't overthink. We didn't say anything. Don't ruin the good life of our family." At that moment, Qin Wentao looked at old Mr. Qin, Qin Gabao, and Qin Guabao's wife, feeling a chill in his heart. He finally understood why his father had been giving money to his grandparents all these years. It was because of this. They had been fooling him like clowns. Old Mr. Qin stared at Qin Wentao for a moment and then said, "Tell me, what do you want?" He knew what kind of person his grandson was. Qin Wentao looked at old Mr. Qin and stayed silent for a long time. After a moment, he said jealously, "Grandpa, my dad has been giving you his salary all these years. At first, it was 25 yuan a month for 10 years, and then it became 25 yuan a month again. I'm not greedy. If you split the money from these years with me, I'll keep quiet about everything." Old Mr. Qin looked at Qin Wentao in disbelief. "Qin Wentao, I am your grandfather. Are you trying to cheat me?" Qin Wentao replied expressionlessly, "Grandpa, you did this. My dad has ignored us and risked everything. Isn't it right to take half of the money?" He turned his head and looked at the village. "These years, everyone probably doesn't know that Guabao is your grandson. My dad and my aunt sleep together. If the scandals about the Qin family come out, not only will you lose face, but my dad won't be able to live normally anymore. Especially Guabao. He's 2 years older than me and hasn't even married yet. If everyone finds out about his background, he'll be ruined." Qin Wentao had already overheard their conversation after returning. He was angry but had already made his demands. He even told himself that it was better if his mother didn't know anything. Being naive all her life and being deceived all her life could be a kind of happiness. If she found out that Guabao was also her brother's son, she would never have a good life again. "Qin Wentao, you really have some nerve. Coming home to blackmail your own grandfather." Old Mr. Qin's gaze fixed on Qin Wentao, almost spitting fire. At this moment, Qin Guabao was also very nervous. He wanted to become a city person, marry a city girl, and have a job in the city. He was waiting for old Mr. Qin to speak. After a long silence, old Mr. Qin said to Qin Wentao, "I can give you money, but you have to find a job for Guabao. Even if it's a temporary job, you must find him one. I can give you 1,000 now, and once you find him a job, I will give you the remaining 1,250. Qin Wentao was silent for a moment and nodded. He reached out and handed his clothes to old Mr. Qin. "Grandpa, just give me the money. Don't worry, we're all family. I will also help with Mom and Dad's matters." Qin Wentao thought to himself that his mother's job was like selling herself. As for the family not having a house to live in, he could at least pay some rent when his mother had no work to do, and when she had money, she could pay him back. With this money, he could buy a bigger house, making it more comfortable for him and Zhaodi to live together. If they had more children, there would be enough space. Since Qin Wentao found out that Qin Guabao was also his father's son, he only thought that his biological father didn't love him. He didn't think about Zhang Chunqin's hardships or the deception the Qin family had inflicted on her over the years. He only cared about what to do after getting that money. He even thought that if he paid off his mother's debt of 300 yuan, she should be grateful and help him take care of the children. Old Mr. Qin told Qin Baoxiang to go inside and get the money. After Qin Wentao received the money, he left. Qin Baoxiang hurriedly said, "Dad, how can you give her the money? That's for Gabao to marry." Old Mr. Qin looked at Gabao and said, "As long as he has a city job, finding a wife in the city won't be hard. For now, let's settle the job issue. As for the house and money Qin Wentao has, whether he can get them later is another matter. The money is in my hands." Then he told Gabao, "Gabao, you still want to marry a wife. If people find out about your dad and mom, you won't be able to marry a city girl later. This matter is too embarrassing." Qin Gabao returned to his usual gentle and obedient personality and said, "Okay, I will listen to Grandpa." Qin Baoxiang was unhappy and thought, why should her son's money be given to Qin Wentao? She planned to cause trouble at Qin Wentao's factory after he found a job for her son. She wanted to ruin Qin Wentao's work completely. If Qin Wentao lost his job, only her son would be employed. No one knew her true intentions. No one could imagine that Qin Baoxiang, this foolish girl, would cause such a huge disaster. After Zhang Chunqin bought the house, she started moving her belongings into her new home. She only took her clothes and personal items. She left everything else untouched. The people in the courtyard had already been informed that Zhang Chunqin's house would be reclaimed, and the unit would reassign new residents. The neighbors around didn't know what was happening. When they saw the notice, they immediately went to find Zhang Chunqin. "Chunqin, what exactly happened? Why were you fired from your job?" Grandpa, who felt very sorry for her. Her life had been full of trouble lately. Seeing that everyone was gathering to watch, Zhang Chunqin quickly told the story vividly. She described how Qin Guohua and Sun Ermiai went to the hospital and falsely accused her of having inappropriate relationships. She also told how Qin Baoxiang and old Qin caused trouble at her workplace, forcing her to nearly commit suicide, and how she was fired from her job, all in one go. The people listened in disbelief and asked, "Are the Qin family people at all? Are they trying to force you to death?" Zhang Chunqin sneered coldly, "They just want to force me out and take my job." Everyone looked at her with sympathy. "Chunqin, what will your family do now?" they asked. She forced a smile and said, "For now, I can only move in with Wentao. We'll squeeze together for a while and figure things out later." Everyone nodded in agreement.
"That's all we can do for now," they said.
While they were talking, Qin Wentao arrived at the courtyard. He felt guilty after taking the money, so he came straight to see Zhang Chunqin. Seeing Qin Wentao, the neighbors immediately said, "Wentao, you're just in time." Qin Wentao saw that everyone was gathered around his mother and quickly approached. "Mom, what's going on?" he asked. Before Zhang Chunqin could speak, Fatma spoke up for her. "Your mother lost her job because your little aunt and grandpa caused trouble. We've been neighbors for 10 years, and now the unit is reclaiming the house." When Qin Wentao heard this, he looked upset. He then said to Zhang Chunqin, "Mom, let's go home first. We need to talk about where to live in the future." Everyone understood and left quietly. After Qin Wentao and Zhang Chunqin got home, Qin Wentao took out 100 yuan. "Mom, this is the money saved by me and Zhaodi. Our house was taken away. You take the 2 younger brothers and the 4th brother to rent a place." He continued, "You don't need to work now. Just help us take care of the kids for a few days so Zhaodi can rest. Later." Before he finished, Zhang Chunqin pushed the money back to Qin Wentao. "You don't need this money. I plan to move in with you. Your 2 brothers and sister aren't suited for school. If you're okay with them staying, move in. If not, you can send them away. Renting a house costs money, and since you and Zhaodi both have children, there are many expenses. Save some." She finished speaking and turned to pack her things. Qin Wentao's face turned pale. "Mom, we only have 2 rooms at home. We can't fit so many people. Including your 2nd, 3rd, and 4th brothers, plus my father, that's 5 people." Zhang Chunqin said to Qin Wentao, "Just squeeze in. When your mother-in-law's family was 5, you all managed to live. We can find a way too." Qin Wentao's face darkened at her words. Just after bringing Grandpa and Qin Guobao back, his mother moved in. "Mom, there's no space. Take this money and rent a place," Qin Wentao said through clenched teeth. Zhang Chunqing looked up and fixed her eyes on Qin Wentao. I still owe your aunt some money. I lost my job and we have more expenses at home. If I don't pay off the debts, what's the point of renting? Everyone has gone through hard times. Hearing this, Qin Wentao felt like he was about to break down. Zhang Chunqing knew exactly what her son was thinking and continued softly, I lost my job. Your sister-in-law isn't married yet. Renting costs over 10 yuan a month, and life will get harder. We can't keep spending like this. Qin Wentao's gums almost bled from grinding his teeth. Finally, he took out 300 yuan. Mom, use this to pay your debts. Don't worry, I've found a job now, and will help the family. Our house is too small. You all should rent somewhere outside. Zhang Chunqing confidently took the money from Qin Wentao. Before he could speak, she quickly ran out to borrow a bicycle. Wentao, I'll pay back the money to a few ants first. Qin Wentao watched his lively mother, feeling unexpectedly untroubled by her recent job loss. At that moment, he clearly sensed that his mother was different from before. In the past, if she lost her job or their house was taken back, she would be very upset. She used to care deeply for him, never hesitating to spend money on him or ask him to repay her. Although the money was actually Qin Wentao's own, she felt uncomfortable inside. He didn't go home but waited at the house for Zhang Chunqing. She rode her bicycle to visit her sisters' homes. Before leaving, she bought each family some pork and peach pastries from the supply store. Zhang Chunqing was the eldest sister and had taken care of her younger sisters since they were children. In a time when every family needed a son, her family had 9 daughters and only 1 son. Her brother was more precious than a king. Zhang Chunqing was the most beautiful among her sisters. However, because her family wanted to marry off her brother, they planned to sell her to a man over 50. She didn't want that, so she hurriedly met Qin Guohua and married into the Qin family. Her other sisters also faced similar fates. Some married to help their brothers, some built houses for them, and others bought bicycles for them. All these sisters married different unsuitable men to support Zhang's family. The 300 yuan they had was divided, 120 yuan from her second sister, 50 from her third sister, 50 from her fourth sister, 60 from her fifth sister, and 20 from her sixth sister. On her way to visit her sisters, she already thought ahead. After divorcing Qin Guohua and cutting ties with the Qin family, if her sisters still wanted to stay with her, she would work together with them to earn money. When they arrived in Zhongjia village, she visited each family. The money was secretly borrowed from her sisters, and she repaid them with interest. Her sisters' families were amazed to see the meat and food Zhang Chunqing brought. They used to look down on her, thinking she was stingy, even though she lived in the city. Zhang Chunqing knew that several of her younger sisters had a hard time living with their in-laws. In the past, her own life was worse than theirs, so she rarely visited. This time, she went to see them, carrying meat and peach pastries. Her sisters and their in-laws all smiled happily. Zhang Chunqing didn't stay long. After giving them the gifts and some money, she left. As she was leaving, the youngest sister, Zhang Wumei, stopped her. Big sister, is something wrong? Why did you suddenly pay back the money? Did you sell your job? Zhang Chunqing leaned close and whispered a few words in her ear. Zhang Laowu's eyes widened.
What?
The Qin family really isn't good people. They did something like that. Shameless. Then she looked at Zhang Chunqing and asked, Big sister, what do you plan to do? Zhang Chunqing patted her shoulder. I'll come back after I sort things out. Just take care of yourselves and live well. Zhang Laowu wanted to ask more, but Zhang Chunqing had already ridden away on her bicycle. When she got home, she opened the door and saw Qin Wentao still there. She frowned and asked him, Why are you still here? Go back early. Your wife must be worried. Qin Wentao looked at Zhang Chunqing for a moment, then gritted his teeth. Mom, these money are a loan I gave you. You should know that Qiaodi and I only have this much money. We need to live too. Zhang Chunqing looked at him mockingly and sneered. Do you want me to write you an IOU? I borrowed this money to buy your house. Since you're so clear about it, then give me the house and I'll give you the IOU. Qin Wentao's face darkened. Mom, When did you become so unreasonable? You never used to treat me like this. Zhang Chunqin mocked. I didn't know you were so ungrateful before. She continued, that house was bought by me. Now that the big courtyard house has been taken back, I've thought about our family situation. I plan to move in with your younger brother and sisters. If you don't want to live with us, you can buy your own house. Hearing this, Qin Wentao's face grew even more grim. He angrily said, Mom, you took 300 yuan, and now you want to live in my place? Zhang Chunqin sneered. That 300 yuan was originally borrowed to buy your house. If you have the money, isn't it right to pay me back? We currently have nowhere to live. Isn't it right for us to stay at your place? After saying that, she turned and went into her room to pack her belongings. Once she finished packing, Zhang Chunqin said to Qin Wentao, I will go tomorrow to withdraw your younger brother and sister from school. Since they don't want to go, there's no need to keep them there. It will save money. Anyway, I don't have a job now and can't support them in the future. If you don't want to support them, you should find them jobs quickly. Otherwise, as the older brother, you have to take care of them. Hearing this, Qin Wentao immediately refused coldly. No, you can't move in. I've already said I am willing to lend you money to rent a place. Zhang Chunqin's face also grew cold. Then I will ask your boss at work tomorrow. Someone like you, who is unfilial, shouldn't still be working at the match factory. You must have forgotten that I used connections and paid money to get you that job. Qin Wentao was surprised that Zhang Chunqin threatened him so directly. He couldn't believe it and said in disbelief, Mom, do you just dislike me? First, you brought my grandparents here, and now my dad and grandma are still in the police station. You caused so much trouble. No wonder my dad looks down on you and is arguing with my aunt. In his anger, Qin Wentao spoke without thinking, but he immediately realized he had said too much and quickly took back his words. However, Zhang Chunqin had already understood what her son meant. She thought to herself that her once unkind eldest son suddenly became so generous. So, he already knew about the family scandals. It seemed Qin Wentao had gained quite a bit from this situation. Otherwise, with his selfish nature, how could he help hide the truth? Zhang Chunqin was worried she might be too soft on her eldest son when she tried to discipline him, but now she had no such worries. After Qin Wentao let slip his thoughts, he looked up and saw his mother's half-smile expression. His heart skipped a beat, feeling guilty, and he turned his face away.
Mom,
I am willing to lend you money to rent a place. What more do you want? I've made it clear today. My house is small and can't hold so many people. You can't move in. Qin Wentao had already planned a good future with his wife. He had money and Zhang Chunqin could take care of the children. He was thinking of ways to get Zhang Zhaodi a job so their family could have a good life. As for his two younger brothers and sister, what did their lives have to do with him? They are all adults now, and he, as the older brother, has no obligation to support them. As for Zhang Chunqin, it's better that she doesn't know everything. Knowing would only cause her pain. Qin Wentao had already planned everything in his mind, except he didn't expect Zhang Chunqin to refuse to rent a place. In the end, Qin Wentao left her with one last sentence. Mom, Dad and Grandma have been in the detention center for 3 days. You should find that man you were involved with and settle this quickly. My dad is your husband and my grandma is getting old. Do you really want them to stay in the detention center? He didn't wait for her reply and had already turned to leave. At this moment, he felt happy. Having received so much money and having pushed them away, he believed his life would get better and better. Once he finds a simple job for Qin Gubao and uses the remaining money, he plans to move to a bigger house. Zhang Chunqin looked at Qin Wentao's back, feeling sarcastic and cold. This is her eldest son. He knew about Qin Guohua's scandal but didn't say a word. From Qin Wentao's expression, it seemed he had gotten the money from old Qin. But he had secretly kept all the money for himself. Knowing she had no job and nowhere to live, he still comfortably kept the money. He truly is her good eldest son. The next day, after breakfast, Zhang Chunqin went straight to Qin Dahai and Qin Yuanyuan's school. She first looked for Qin Dahai's homeroom teacher. The teacher was surprised to see her. You. Qin Dahai said you're not doing well.
He took leave this week.
Zhang Chunqin sneered. Teacher, I came today for this reason. Qin Dahai really doesn't want to go to school, and you can see that he's not suited for it. Our family isn't well off, and since he doesn't want to study, I plan to withdraw him. The teacher hesitated but, recalling Qin Dahai's behavior, nodded, then go to the administration office to handle the paperwork. Zhang Chunqin didn't say much, and went to handle the withdrawal as instructed. Qin Dahai didn't come to school at all this week. He didn't receive any allowance, and on Sunday night, he came to school to ask for leave, saying his mother was seriously ill, and he needed a week off. The teacher didn't think much and agreed immediately. After all, who would pretend to be seriously ill just to get time off? Comrade Zhang, have you tried to find Qin Dahai? He hasn't come to school in 3 days, the homeroom teacher reminded. Zhang Chunqin smiled and said, he's an adult now and can take care of himself. He knows how to get home. When he's had enough fun, he'll come back. The homeroom teacher had nothing more to say after hearing this. After withdrawing Qin Dahai from school, Zhang Chunqin went to see Qin Yuanyuan's homeroom teacher. She didn't give the teacher a chance to speak and directly expressed her intention to withdraw Qin Yuanyuan from school. The teacher shook his head repeatedly. Qin Yuanyuan was doing well before she started dating. If she studied hard, she could have gone to college.
But now,
smiling, Zhang Chunqin said, Teacher, I withdrew her so she can get married. The teacher's expression changed several times after hearing her words. In the end, he didn't say anything further. He wrote the withdrawal form and told her to go directly to the office. After completing the withdrawal procedures for her 2 children, Zhang Chunqin went to Qin Yuanyuan's classroom. She stood at the door and called out, Qin Yuanyuan, come home with me. Inside, Qin Yuanyuan was still joking with her classmates. When she heard the voice, she looked up. Seeing her mother standing at the door, she thought she was here to give her living expenses. She immediately got up and ran to the door, looking unhappy. Mom, give me a little more money. You haven't given me money this week. I borrowed some from my classmates. I need to pay them back and treat them to a meal. Zhang Chunqin glanced at her calmly, with no emotional change, and said, Aren't you planning to marry Hong Xian? I already withdrew you from school. You can marry him soon. Qin Yuanyuan was stunned for a moment after hearing this. She stood there in shock for a long time. Mom, what did you say? Zhang Chunqin repeated, I've already arranged for you to withdraw from school. You don't need to go anymore. You can get married when you go home. Zhang Chunqin didn't bother to argue with her. She urged, pack your things and leave quickly. Qin Yuanyuan finally understood. She grabbed Zhang Chunqin's arm. Mom, are you serious? Did you really withdraw me from school? Zhang Chunqin looked at her and said, It's not that you didn't want to go to school. You said you wanted to get married. If you really want to marry him, then do it. After speaking, Zhang Chunqin walked away, without looking back. In her past life, Zhang Chunqin always believed that reading could change her fate. Because she had learned some words on her own, she had the chance to become a librarian. So she insisted that her children go to school, even if life was hard and she worked 3 jobs a day. She forced her children to study. In this life, she has realized that she only needs to control her own destiny. She has no right to interfere in her children's lives. In her previous life, she forced Qin Yuanyuan and Qin Dahai to go to school, but neither of them got into college. Qin Yuanyuan looked in disbelief at her mother's distant figure, feeling scared and uneasy. Her mother was really different from before. She was stunned for a long time. A classmate came out of the classroom and asked Yuanyuan, Are you really going to drop out and get married? Earlier, Qin Yuanyuan had loudly declared in class that she was about to marry Hong Xian and would stop going to school. Probably so, Qin Yuanyuan knew how much her mother cared about her education. Last week, when she went home, she thought her mother was just angry and speaking out of frustration. Xiaomei, I'll send you the money I owe you in a few days. I'm going back now, Qin Yuanyuan told her classmate before chasing after Zhang Chunqin. Behind her, classmates whispered, Everyone knew Hong Xian was a flirt, trying to flirt with any girl he found attractive. Hong Xian was their classmate, but he hardly came to school anymore, hanging out outside all day. Everyone in the class knew what kind of person Hong Xian was, except Qin Yuanyuan, who was determined to stay with him. Qin Yuanyuan really wants to marry that troublemaker, Hong Xian. She dares to do that. She's in love. You don't understand. Every girl dreams of marrying her true love. The classmates sighed. Qin Yuanyuan quickly caught up with Zhang Chunqing. Mom, wait for me. What's going on with you lately? Why have you changed so suddenly? Zhang Chunqing seemed not to hear her and kept walking forward. Qin Yuanyuan felt scared and uneasy. In the past, her mother had always indulged them, but she looked down on her own daughter, thinking she favored boys over girls. Among the children, her mother was the most neglectful of her. Now, Zhang Chunqing really didn't care about her anymore, and she started to feel afraid again. Mom, you've never loved me since I was little. If you didn't want me, why did you have me? Behind her, Qin Yuanyuan was throwing a tantrum as usual. In the past, whenever she accused her mother of favoring boys over girls, Zhang Chunqing would always agree. Hearing her words, Zhang Chunqing stopped, turned around coldly, and looked at her. Qin Yuanyuan, if I really favored boys over girls, I wouldn't let you go to school. Since you think I don't love you, go find someone who does. After saying that, Zhang Chunqing no longer wanted to look at Qin Yuanyuan and simply walked away. Zhang Chunqing felt very sad inside. She had poured her heart into her children, but they either said she was biased or favored boys. She had tried her best to give them everything she could, but they were never satisfied. Just like Qin Yuanyuan, she only had this one daughter. Because her parents valued boys more, she tried to treat her daughter even better. She wanted to make up for what she lacked in her own childhood by giving her daughter everything. But in the end, she still felt she favored boys over girls. No matter how much she tried, her children were never satisfied. These selfish and greedy children made her feel she shouldn't waste any more energy or money on them. Qin Yuanyuan watched Zhang Chunqing's figure grow farther away, terrified, and hurried after her. When she followed Zhang Chunqing back to the big courtyard, she hadn't spoken yet. She just heard Zhang Chunqing say, Qin Yuanyuan, go back to your room and pack your things. The house is being taken back. You said you wouldn't marry non-Hong Xian, so just get married soon. Hearing this, Qin Yuanyuan couldn't believe it. Mom, you're kicking me out. No wonder you wanted to withdraw me from school. So you want to push me out. Is it because of Big Brother's family? They want to move back in, so you want to get rid of me, your useless daughter. Qin Yuanyuan became more and more upset. Zhang Chunqing, how can you be so biased? To let Big Brother's family move back, you withdrew me from school, forced me to marry, and made me move out. She shouted as she turned around and opened the door, crying outside. Everyone come see. My mom is forcing me out so her son and his family can move back in. Qin Yuanyuan knew her mother cared most about appearances. She used to say that family troubles shouldn't be made public, and she kept things secret if she could. Today, she wanted to make everything public. As she shouted, neighbors nearby gathered around. Yuan, what's wrong? Do you need help moving? A group of neighbors thought Qin Yuanyuan wanted everyone to help her move. When Qin Yuanyuan saw everyone gathering around, she immediately started crying and shouting, my mom made me drop out of school and is trying to kick me out. Can you believe a mother would do that? Everyone looked at Qin Yuanyuan with strange eyes after hearing her words. Qin Yuanyuan didn't realize their reactions and kept crying, saying, she just wants my older brother's family to move back, so I can move out and make space for them. My mom has never loved me since I was little. Before she finished, Grandpa, who interrupted her, saying, Yuanyuan, stop talking nonsense. We all see how hard your mom has worked over the years. Fat Mom also scolded her. Your mom raised all of you alone. Just a few days ago, your dad hit her badly, and none of you cared. How can you say such things about her? Hearing that the neighbors were supporting Zhang Chunqing, Qin Yuanyuan felt upset and started accusing her mother of unfairness. Since I was little, I've never worn new clothes. Our family never gave me eggs. The smallest room in the house is my bedroom. Everyone looked at her with disdain, as if she was ungrateful. Fat Mom couldn't stand it anymore and cut her off, saying, Yuan, if your mom really favored someone, you wouldn't even have a room. Other families say daughters are a burden, and no one gives a daughter her own room. Most girls get married early and don't stay home to go to high school. At this moment, Zhang Chunqin came out of the house, sneering at Qin Yuan. You always say there are no eggs for you at home. Now, here, have one. Zhang Chunqin took an egg and forced it into Qin Yuan's mouth. Qin Yuan was forced to chew and swallow the egg. Suddenly, her face turned red, she covered her chest, and started to gasp for air. Mom, I feel so bad. Qin Yuan clutched her throat in pain and struggled to breathe. Zhang Chunqin looked at her coldly and said sharply, You said I don't give you eggs, right? Well, eat it now, as much as you want. Seeing Qin Yuan's condition, everyone immediately understood. Yuan, you're allergic to eggs and can't breathe properly. Hurry to the clinic. Zhang Chunqin coldly watched as everyone helped Qin Yuan to the clinic. She coldly watched Qin Yuan's back, her eyes empty of any emotion. Since she was young, she told Qin Yuan that she wasn't refusing to give her eggs, but that she couldn't eat them. When she was little, she almost choked on a spoonful of egg custard. The doctor said Qin Yuan was allergic to eggs and couldn't eat them. So every time she ate eggs, Zhang Chunqin would explain clearly that she wasn't refusing to give them, but that she couldn't. Zhang Chunqin thought she knew this, but she kept remembering it. What kind of mother does she seem to be in the eyes of her children? Seeing the cold smile on Zhang Chunqin's face, everyone knew she was heartbroken, so they stepped forward to comfort her. Chunqin, children are debts from past lives. You don't need to be sad. After this, Yuan will understand your good intentions. Zhang Chunqin nodded and didn't want to say more about Qin Yuan. She only said to them, I'm really sorry for making everyone laugh again. Everyone looked at Zhang Chunqin, tired and speechless. We are all unfortunate people, but in this big courtyard, Zhang Chunqin is the most exhausted and the one who sacrifices the most for her children. They had previously whispered that since Zhang Chunqin worked so hard for her children, her daughters would surely be filial. But now it seems that although Zhang Chunqin gave her all for her children, they didn't seem to care. She suffered so much, but no one cared about her. Everyone felt sad and heartbroken for Zhang Chunqin. Qin Yuan returned from the clinic, feeling guilty, and said, Mom, I didn't know I was allergic to eggs. I thought you didn't want to give me any. Hearing this, Zhang Chunqin was so angry she almost laughed. Since you understood, I told you countless times that I wasn't refusing to give you eggs, but that you couldn't eat them. Just a little, and you'd have trouble breathing. Qin Yuan blushed and argued, I thought you didn't want to give me eggs. I didn't know I really couldn't eat them. Zhang Chunqin sneered coldly. Yes. In your eyes, I am not a good mother. No matter what I do or say, you don't believe me. Qin Yuan's face turned redder, and she gritted her teeth. But you do show favoritism. Zhang Chunqin looked at Qin Yuan mockingly, scoffing softly. Tell me, how am I showing favoritism? Qin Yuan's face grew even redder. She clenched her teeth and said, You are very kind to my brothers, but you are strict with me. When they go to school, you never watch over them, or follow them after school. After school, you always watch me. It's not just because you're worried I might fall in love with someone else and then sell me for a good price. Zhang Chunqin sneered at Qin Yuan and mocked. When you were in middle school, your dad only gave the family 5 yuan. With 4 of you, the tuition was over a yuan each. I worked 3 jobs alone and had to carry heavy bags at the dock at night. Do you think I had so much time to pick you up and drop you off? Then why did you always watch me? When my 3 brothers went to school, no matter how late they played, you didn't care. But if I visited a friend's house and stayed out past 7, you'd scold me. Qin Yuan gritted her teeth. Zhang Chunqin looked at Qin Yuan and said word by word, because you're a girl. Girls aren't safe at night. The outside is so chaotic, and I worry you'll get into trouble. So, no matter what time you come home, I leave my work to pick you up. At first, I asked your eldest brother to pick you up. You didn't like it and said I was making him watch over you. Later, I went myself. During that time, many girls were bullied by troublemakers outside. I was worried about you, so I kept picking you up, but it turned into watching over you. Qin Yuanyuan bit her lip and stammered, I didn't know. You didn't explain clearly. Zhang Chunqin took a deep breath and mocked. Didn't I tell you? I didn't say the outside wasn't safe. I didn't tell you that during that time it was chaotic outside, and some girls your age were assaulted. Qin Yuanyuan lowered her head. I thought you were just watching over me. Zhang Chunqin took another deep breath, looked quietly at Qin Yuanyuan, and softly said, All right. If you feel so restricted, then move out. No one will watch over you, and no one will remind you to respect yourself and love yourself. I won't interfere anymore. Hearing this, Qin Yuanyuan quickly asked, Mom, do you still want to kick me out? Zhang Chunqin stared at Qin Yuanyuan. Qin Yuanyuan, can't you ever understand what people say? I told you the house and the unit are being taken back. You said I was kicking you out. Just like many times before, I told you why I did those things to you, but you'll never listen. Qin Yuanyuan looked at Zhang Chunqin angry. How can they take it back just like that? You just want to drive me away. You're biased and you don't love me. Zhang Chunqin had long been disappointed with her children. She slowly said, a few days ago, after your dad beat me and I was hospitalized, your dad and your grandma went to the hospital and falsely accused me of having an affair. Your father and mother-in-law have been taken to the police station. Your grandfather and your younger aunt went to my workplace to cause trouble. I was fired. The house belongs to the company, and now they want to take it back. Qin Yuanyuan listened to Zhang Chunqin's words. Her eyes widened in disbelief and asked, Fired? What will we do now? Zhang Chunqin continued coldly, I've already withdrawn your third brother from school. What you do next is up to you. You don't always think I control you. From now on, I won't interfere anymore. Do whatever you want. Where will we live then? Qin Yuanyuan asked again. Zhang Chunqin sneered, I will move to live with your eldest brother. As for you, now that you're both over 18 and adults, you can go to your brother. If he's willing to let you stay, you can all squeeze together. If not, you'll have to find your own way. Hearing this, Qin Yuanyuan looked at her in disbelief. My sister-in-law's family still wants to come stay? How can Big Brother agree to us living there? Mom, how can you do this? Why don't you rent a house? Zhang Chunqin sneered, I was fired from my job. Where would I get the money to rent a house? Do you think 5 yuan from your dad is enough? Do you think that's enough? She then came up with an idea for Qin Yuanyuan. My work was messed up by your grandfather and younger aunt. You can go back to the countryside and live with your grandparents. Since you're their grandchildren, they probably won't chase you away. After saying this, Zhang Chunqin urged Qin Yuanyuan, the company only gave me 3 days to pack my things. Hurry up and pack. I also need to find your third brother to come back and pack. After saying this, Zhang Chunqin no longer paid attention to Qin Yuanyuan. Qin Yuanyuan stared blankly at Zhang Chunqin as she left, unable to regain her senses for a long time. Where will they move to? What will she do in the future? Just as Qin Yuanyuan was about to punch the door, Qin Qinghe came back, carrying his shoulders hunched over. He looked completely exhausted. As soon as he opened the door, he saw Qin Yuanyuan standing there. He was so tired he had no strength to speak. He only looked at Qin Yuanyuan briefly, then turned around and went to his room. Second brother, do you know this house will be taken back? Qin Yuanyuan looked at Qin Qinghe with tears on her face. Qin Qinghe looked up tiredly, frowned, and asked, Taken back? What do you mean? Qin Yuanyuan stomped her foot and said, Dad and my younger sister went to Mom's workplace and caused trouble. Now they've fired Mom, and they're going to take back the house. Hearing this, Qin Qinghe almost lost his balance and swayed. In the past, when asking for money, he never realized how tiring earning money could be. Now, when he carries heavy bags at the dock, he understands that earning just 1 yuan takes all his strength. Every time he carries a big bag, he thinks about how his mother, a woman,
manages to carry heavy loads among men to earn tuition and living expenses. At this moment, Zhang Chuanqin's door opened. She said to Qin Qinghe, second brother, "You also go pack your things. The house is being taken back, so you need to find your own place to live." Qin Qinghe's face turned pale. After a long silence, he asked softly, "Mom, are you really not going to help us anymore?" Zhang Chunqin looked at her second and fourth children and asked them back, "Help?
I have no job now.
We have no money anymore. If you want, you can ask your dad for help." Next to her, Qin Yuanyuan heard this and angrily muttered, "Mom, you know Dad gives all his money to Grandma and Grandpa."
How are we supposed to ask?
Zhang Chunqin sneered, "Yes. Your dad only gives without raising you. He pays your grandparents, and I have no job now. The house is being taken back, and I tell you to pack your things. I am now the villain of the Qin family. Don't forget, you are still Qin's children." After saying this, Zhang Chunqin closed the door and refused to say another word to them. Now, she didn't want to waste any emotion on her children. When Qin Yuanyuan saw that Zhang Chunqin went back inside, she was so anxious she stomped her feet and said, "Mom, what are you doing? We have nowhere to go." She then turned to Qin Qinghe and complained, "Second brother, Mom forced me to drop out of school. She said there's no money to pay for my education. Do you think a mom would do such a thing?" Qin Qinghe frowned and looked at Qin Yuanyuan, saying, "You've always complained that Mom is too controlling. You wanted to marry your partner and not go to school. Last week, when you came back, Mom told you she was going to withdraw you from school, and you all agreed." Qin Yuanyuan looked upset and said, "I thought Mom was just angry." Qin Qinghe sneered, "No more school for you. Soon you'll get your marriage certificate with your partner. You should be happy. You said you couldn't live without him. Before, Mom wouldn't let you see him, and you were desperate. Now that she's not involved, hurry up and get married." When Qin Yuanyuan heard this, she fell silent for a moment and then desperately knocked on Zhang Chuanqin's door. "Mom, didn't you say you never favor me? You've experienced the rain yourself and want to hold an umbrella for me. I'm going to marry Hong Xian. How much dowry will you give me?" Nearby, Qin Qinghe, exhausted and about to pack his things, heard Qin Yuanyuan's words and looked at her in disbelief. "Fourth sister, are you a leech? Mom has lost her job, and you still want dowry?" Qin Yuanyuan sneered. "Why does my older brother buy a house and a bike and give bride price? I will have nothing when I marry. She always claims that her hands are full of flesh." Qin Qinghe sneered back. "Then keep asking for it. I'll go pack my things." He no longer paid attention to Qin Yuanyuan and went into his room. Qin Qinghe thought coldly, "Does the fourth sister still think Mom is the caring mother who used to think of everything for us? Now she won't even send us to school, and she still wants dowry. Mom, come out. Tell me clearly. You say you don't favor anyone, but look at what you've done. You only care about a few brothers and don't care about me at all. You gave birth to me just to marry off my brothers." Qin Yuanyuan shouted outside the room. The door of the room opened again. Qin Yuanyuan saw Zhang Chunqin come out, a look of pride flashing across her face. She knew that as long as she said this, her mom would definitely agree. Before Zhang Chunqin could speak, she already demanded proudly, "Mom, you may not let me go to school, but you have to give me a dowry. The dowry is my confidence in my future in-law's house." Zhang Chunqin looked at her calmly and asked, "How much dowry do you want?" When Qin Yuanyuan heard this, she thought Zhang Chunqin had agreed and immediately made her demand. "You bought a house for Big Brother. I don't expect you to buy me a house, but since I am getting married, give me 800 yuan in dowry, a bicycle and the 3-turn and 1 sound." Before Qin Yuanyuan finished speaking, Zhang Chunqin interrupted directly. "How much bride price did Hong Xian's family give?" Hearing this, Qin Yuanyuan's expression stiffened. She bit her lip and hesitated, saying, "Hong Xian's family isn't well off. I gave them dowry, so they don't need to prepare anything. We make our own life, and I don't care about these things." She spoke nervously, fearing Zhang Chunqin wouldn't agree, and continued, "Xian and I are truly in love. We don't care about the bride price."
Zhang Chunqin sneered and said, "You don't care about the bride price from Hong Xian's family, but you care about your own dowry. You want to marry into Hong Xian's family and expect me to help you pay for it. If you truly love each other, then love sincerely. Forget about bride price and dowry. If you truly love each other, love will conquer everything." Qin Yuanyuan's face turned pale with anger. She gritted her teeth and said, "Mom, you're just being biased. You just don't want to give me anything, so you keep making excuses. In the end, you just don't want to spend money on me. You just want to sell your daughter to a few brothers to get bride price." Zhang Chunqin mocked, "If you think that way, I can't do anything about it. Since you believe I'm biased, then I am biased. If you think I want to sell you to marry my brothers, then go talk to your brothers. The bride price is for your brothers, not for me." Hearing Zhang Chunqin's unreasonable words, Qin Yuanyu and couldn't believe it. She said with a trembling voice, "Mom, how could you become like this?" Zhang Chunqin smiled coldly and said, "You just realized? I've already been driven crazy by you all. Mom, if you don't want to give me my dowry, then don't blame me for cutting ties with you. From now on, I will pretend I have no mother. Since you can't support me, then it's better if I have no family." Qin Yuanyu and continued to speak harshly. She knew that as long as she said a few harsh words, Zhang Chunqin would agree to anything. Zhang Chunqin didn't say anything further. She turned around and took the household register. "Let's go. If you want to cut ties, do it early."
Mom.
"Are you really going to cut ties with me?" Zhang Chunqin looked at Qin Yuanyuan with mockery. "It's not that you think your family isn't helpful and you want to cut ties. I'm just doing what you want." Qin Yuanyuan's face flushed red as she stared at Zhang Chunqin, trembling as she said, "Mom, how can you treat me like this?" Zhang Chunqin sneered and asked back, "When I was controlling you, you said I was not free and biased. Now that I don't bother you anymore, you say I treat you badly. I really don't know how to be a good mother. I don't know what to do to make you happy." Qin Yuanyuan hurriedly said, "You suddenly expelled us from school and kicked us out. What are we supposed to do?" Zhang Chunqin looked at Qin Yuanyuan and said, "I've given you choices. Go to your older brother's house or return to the countryside." While speaking, Zhang Chunqin urged Qin Yuanyuan, "If you want to cut ties, do it soon. Otherwise, go back and pack your things." Qin Yuanyuan's eyes were red as she stared at Zhang Chunqin. Then she turned and went back to her room. After returning to her room, she felt more upset and decided to go find Hong Xian. Coincidentally, Hong Xian knew that her longtime benefactor had dropped out of school, and he came over angrily. On the way, Qin Yuanyuan met Hong Xian. Before she could speak, Hong Xian questioned her sharply, "Qin Yuanyuan, what do you mean? You should have told me you dropped out. You said you wouldn't marry anyone else, but then you just quit school. Are you fooling me?" Hearing this, Qin Yuanyuan reached out and grabbed Hong Xian, speaking anxiously, "Xian, my mom suddenly made me drop out. I did it just to marry you. You said you wanted me to drop out and marry you. At first, my family didn't agree, but now my mom has agreed. We can get married soon." Hearing this, Hong Xian took a step back in shock. He thought Qin Yuanyuan was just joking, but she seemed serious. He looked at her for a moment, then gritted his teeth and said, "Don't scare me." Qin Yuanyuan looked at Hong Xian with admiration. "Xian, don't worry. I won't ask for your family's bride price. I told my mom and she said she would give us 800 yuan and she will buy us a bicycle and a 3-wheeled cart with a bell. As long as we live well together, that's enough." Hong Xian raised an eyebrow at her words. Qin Yuanyuan was the most devoted among Hong Xian's many girlfriends. He had started flirting with her because her family lived in the city. Although her family was not wealthy compared to city folks, they didn't favor boys over girls, and her parents were very good to her. Moreover, this simple girl would give him all her living expenses, and he would just wash dishes in the cafeteria for a meal. Who wouldn't want such a willing and naive girl? Hong Xian looked at Qin Yuanyuan with surprise and asked, "Your parents are really willing to give 800 yuan as a dowry, plus a bicycle and a 3-wheeled cart?" Qin Yuanyuan nodded. "For our little home, I will ask my parents. My mom loves me very much. I'm an only daughter, so she will fulfill any request I have. Hong Xian looked at her as if she were a fool. He thought their family must all be fools. Most families ask for bride prices or sell their daughters, but their family can't find a husband? They are giving so much to marry off their daughter.
All right.
As long as your parents agree, I have no problem, Hong Xian nodded. He gave him money, a bicycle, and some small gifts, so he naturally couldn't refuse. He then reached out to Qin Yuanyuan and asked, "You said you would give me living expenses today. Where's the money?" Qin Yuanyuan's face changed a little. "I haven't received it yet. I'll ask my mom for the money later and give it to you." Hong Xian frowned and said impatiently, "Hurry up. I'm waiting to eat with that money." Qin Yuanyuan nodded. "Okay, you go back first. I'll ask my mom for the money now." Hong Xian turned to leave. At the alley entrance, a woman was waiting for him.
Did you get the money?
"You said you could take me out tonight."
Hong sin sir not sop ti.
She said she would send me the money later. He then sneered. "Do you know what she told me? She wants to marry me, no bride price, just 800 yuan for the dowry, to buy a bicycle and some small gifts." I said, parents who raise someone like Qin Yuanyuan are just as clueless. The woman covered her mouth and laughed. "Just marry her. Free money. Once you get the bicycle, take me out to play." That fool's family is quite rich. Hong Xian raised an eyebrow.
Exactly.
They only give 5 yuan a month for living expenses. What kind of family is that? They send her to school and still give her so much pocket money. Hong Xian mocked and ridiculed the woman, not paying any attention to Qin Yuanyuan. What Qin Yuanyuan called true love was just a joke to Hong Xian. After 3 days, Sun Ermiai and Qin Guohua were finally released. This time, Sun Ermiai was so scared she was trembling. She clung tightly to her son. "Guohua, I told you I just said a few words about trouble. Why did they keep us locked up for so long?" Qin Guohua quickly covered her mouth. "Mom, stop talking. Let's go home first." Sun Ermiai's legs went weak, and she supported herself on her waist. These 3 days had been very hard. Her old cold leg flared up again, and her back injury worsened. She had been scared and worried all this time. She looked much thinner now. In these 3 days, she regretted everything deeply. She wanted to find Zhang Chunqin and blame her, but she shouldn't have used the troublemaker thing. "Hurry home. Your dad and Guobao must be worried sick," Sun Ermiai said, pulling her son along. On the way, Sun Ermiai suddenly gritted her teeth and said, "We were detained at the police station for 3 days, and Zhang Chunqin didn't care about us at all. Is this woman trying to turn things upside down? Guohua, I tell you, women need to be disciplined. In the past, you were too gentle with her. This time, go home and give her a good spanking. If she's scared, she won't dare to do it again." When Qin Guohua heard this, he frowned and said, "That man and Zhang Chunqin might really be involved. Otherwise, why would they only send her food?" Over these 3 days in the police station, Qin Guohua kept thinking that Zhang Chunqin was up to something. But he was too scared to confront that man again. Still, Zhang Chunqin must be taught a lesson. She's quite capable. I know exactly what's going on inside her. If your wife had any sense, she wouldn't let you and Xiang sleep together right in front of her. It's been over 20 years, and she still doesn't understand anything. What kind of mind does she have? Sun Ermiai always believed she had her daughter-in-law under control. Guohua, we've suffered so much. We must take back Zhang Chunqin's job. From now on, don't give her a single cent of your salary. We've been too kind to her all these years, letting her look down on me." While they were talking, they arrived at Qin Wentao's house. As soon as they opened the door, Zhang Zhaodi's family had returned. Sun Ermiai was stunned for a moment, then screamed, "Old man, how can this shameless family come again? What have you been doing these days?" On the day Qin Laotu was sent back by Qin Wentao, Zhang Zhaodi took her sister-in-law and parents from the guest house and moved back home. Although Zhang Zhaodi's brother hadn't returned yet, Qin Wentao assured them he could bring Zhang Yaozu back within 10 days.
Zhang Zhaodi looked at the 700 yuan suddenly given to Qin Wentao and saw him send the old man away, finally feeling satisfied. Hearing the noise, Zhang Zhaodi looked up at the door and frowned, saying, "Grandma, weren't you locked up? Oh, you're out now." Then she handed the child to her mother with a half-smile and said, "You probably don't know what's been happening at home recently." She then told son Ermiai, "Grandma, you probably don't know. After you and Dad were locked up, Grandpa took little aunt to her workplace to cause trouble. They said Grandma was having an affair, and now she's been fired." When son Ermiai heard this, her already pale face looked even worse. She gritted her teeth and said, "What?" Previously, Zhang Zhaodi hated the Qin family, and now she felt heartache over losing her job. Qin Wentao said he would try to find a job for her family's ancestor and mentioned that once the mother-in-law was out, they would have over 1,000 yuan coming in. Now, Zhang Zhaodi no longer cared about Zhang Chunqin's job. Zhang Zhaodi sighed. "You should ask the old man. He's ashamed and has already left." Qin Guohua looked upset. How can a good job just disappear? His whole family depended on Zhang Chunqin's work to get by. He used to earn some money working on ships. But after coming back this time, his parents told him not to go again. Now, he can only make money by going to sea, and if he doesn't go, he won't earn anything. Since Zhang Chunqin also lost her job, what will their family do? Qin Guohua stomped his foot, ignoring his mother, and said, "Mom, wait here. I'll go see what's happening with Zhang Chunqin." Son Ermiai was also shocked by the news and almost couldn't breathe, clutching her chest and gasping. "Guohua, wait for me. I'll go with you." Son Ermiai felt something was wrong. Her husband, though not as bossy as her, was often smarter and didn't usually do foolish things. She didn't believe what Zhang Zhaodi said and wanted to check on Zhang Chunqin herself. Qin Guohua nodded and helped his mother out. Inside the house, Zhang Zhaodi was playing with the children, feeling very happy. The family had previously caused her a lot of trouble, and now it was their turn to suffer. Zhang's mother also looked very pleased, saying, "Your mother-in-law and those two old folks aren't good people. This time, I feel much better." Zhang Zhaodi sneered, "They still want to bully me. I want to see who's bullying whom." She then whispered to her mother, "When Tao got over 2,000 yuan, he wants to buy a big house again. Once I persuade him to buy it, the big house will go to Yaozu, and we'll still live here." Hearing this, Zhang's mother couldn't stop smiling and said happily, "I knew I didn't raise you in vain. You must hold on to Qin Wentao. As long as you do, even Nyo won't have worries." Zhang Zhaodi proudly said, "Mom, don't worry. I understand the people around me very well." Unbeknownst to them, Zhang Chunqin was also about to move in soon. Son Ermiai and Qin Guohua didn't care that the people they had driven away were coming back. They were all worried about Zhang Chunqin losing her job. On the way, Qin Guohua somewhat reproachfully said to son Ermiai, "Mom, we shouldn't have said at the hospital that Zhang Chunqin was having an affair. We only stayed inside for a few days and now this happened." Son Ermiai also felt both pain and regret. Such a good job. How great it would be for the national treasure. Why was she fired from the unit? Qin Guohua was also anxious. "Mom, I think I should go work on the boat again." Son Ermiai clenched her teeth. "You've come back, so don't go this time. Mom will handle it. Zhang Chunqin just lost her job, not her life. She can do other work. With so many mouths to feed, she shouldn't just stop working." Hearing her words, Qin Guohua nodded repeatedly. "Mom, I'll listen to you." The two hurried to the big courtyard. When they reached the gate, they saw it was wide open, and the house was filled with piled-up belongings. Son Ermiai and Qin Guohua hurried forward, worried. "What are you doing?" Qin Yuan and Qin Qinghe were packing things. Yesterday, after seeing her true love, Hong Xian, Qin Yuan went back and asked Zhang Chunqin for money. Of course, she couldn't get any. Unable to find another way, Qin Yuan somehow borrowed money and sent it to Hong Xian. In the past, Zhang Chunqin would definitely have stopped her, but now that her daughter was willing to give everything, she just let it go. Second and fourth. I'm asking you guys.
Qin Guohua looked at his son and daughter with a stern face. Qin Qinghe looked up at his father and said, "Can't you see? We're packing up. Mom lost her job, and the house will be taken back. If we don't pack, will we just wait to be kicked out?" Sun Ermiai's face turned pale when she heard this. Qin Guohua was also very upset. What's going on? How could she be fired from her job? What did Mom do? Qin Qinghe looked quietly at Qin Guohua and said calmly, "Ask Grandpa and Aunt. They caused trouble." Then he said to Sun Ermiai, "Grandma, I've thought about it. If there's no place for us to stay at home, we'll move back to the countryside. Once I earn some money, we'll move out. Otherwise, we have nowhere to go." Sun Ermiai's face turned cold. "No way. Why would you move back? That's the house of the national treasure." Qin Qinghe stared at Sun Ermiai. "Grandma, we're your grandchildren. Now that you've made us lose our jobs, do you want us to sleep on the street?" Sun Ermiai clenched her teeth and said, "Go to your older brother's place. He has a house." Qin Qinghe shook his head and replied, "That house is so small, and my sister-in-law is inside. Both old 3 and I are men, so it's not convenient. Anyway, I plan to go back to the countryside. If old 3 has a place to stay, he can find his own way." He looked at Qin Guohua and asked, "Dad, what about you? You won't kick us out, right? You haven't cared for us all these years. Can't you even give us a place to sleep?" Qin Guohua looked very unhappy and said, "You're already 20, and old 4 is 17. In the countryside, most girls marry by 15 or 16. Do you think I can support you for the rest of your lives?" He was worried that his children and Zhang Chunqin would rely on him, so he quickly turned and pulled Sun Ermiai to leave. How could he not be afraid? If he lived with Qin Baoxiang, his affair would be exposed. In the past, he could hide it because the children were young, and Zhang Chunqin was the family's hardworking woman, busy with work, taking care of the children and serving the elders and younger siblings, with no free time. Now that the children are grown and living under the same roof, even the most naive person would notice something. "Dad, we will pack up and go back to the countryside," Qin Qinghe called out to Qin Guohua's back. Qin Guohua didn't want to bother with his children and quickly left. He needed to go back and ask his father and Qin Baoxiang what was really going on. Sun Ermiai also didn't want Zhang Chunqin's children to return to the countryside. Before, Zhang Chunqin had a job that helped support the family, so living together was fine. Now that Zhang Chunqin is unemployed, staying at home doesn't benefit them anymore, and she refused. She and Qin Guohua didn't have time to discuss other matters and hurried back to the countryside. When they arrived home, Sun Ermiai rushed into the house and asked Qin Laotu, "Old man, what's going on? Why did Zhang Chunqin get fired from her job?" Qin Laotu heard this and puffed on his dry tobacco, silent for a long time. After a moment, he looked up and asked Sun Ermiai, "Did Qin Wentao get you out?" Sun Ermiai frowned and said, "He didn't come at all. We've been detained at the police station for so long. Why hasn't anyone come to see us?" Qin Laotu frowned and said, "Can't go. They say you're under investigation. Wentao said he used connections to get you out." When Sun Ermiai heard old Qin's words, she spat and said, "We are the ones who left. If he had the ability, why didn't he get his brother-in-law out? His brother-in-law isn't even still in jail." While speaking, Sun Ermiai continued to ask old Qin, "Tell me quickly about Zhang Chunqin. I was gone for just a few days, and everything has become like this." Old Qin explained about the trouble at Zhang Chunqin's workplace, and also about her attempting to jump from a building. Qin Guohua's face turned pale when he heard this. Did she really jump? Old Qin took out 2 puffs of dry tobacco and said, "Yes, she jumped. If there hadn't been a mattress below, she would have died. The building was so tall I was really scared at the time." Sun Ermiai was silent for a long time. Her children haven't even married yet. How dare she jump? Old Qin looked at Sun Ermiai. "Old lady, what should we do now?" Old Qin thought for a moment and also told her that Qin Wentao already knew about the national treasure. Sun Ermiai pounded her thigh. "You're so confused. How could you give the money to Qin Wentao? That brat, living off his mother's hard work, and he has the nerve." Old Qin was silent for a moment. Guobao wants to get married. He's 2 years older than Wen Tao and hasn't married yet. If this gets out now, he won't find a good wife. You should think about him, not just others. Plus, he promised to help Guobao find a job. We'll just buy a job for Guobao. And about his house, we need to find a way to get it for him. I won't let him take that money for nothing, old Qin said through gritted teeth. When it came to the house, Sun Ermiai gritted her teeth and said, "You don't know that that ungrateful wolf has taken Zhang Zhaodi's family back. I also don't know what kind of trouble Zhang Chunqin has been hiding all these years." She drove the Qin family members away and brought her daughter-in-law's family here. Old Qin clenched his teeth. I must make that dog regret it. At this moment, Qin Guohua, who had been standing silently nearby, finally spoke. Mom and Dad, Zhang Chunqin's house has been taken back. She probably won't move back to the countryside, right? Old Qin frowned. Who said she would come back? They're used to living in the city. How could they return? Plus, the eldest family has a house. They will definitely go to the eldest family. Hearing this, Qin Guohua was silent for a moment and said, If Zhang Chunqin moves back, I will divorce her. As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Baoxiang suddenly jumped out. Guohua, are you going to live with me? I am your childhood wife, and you should live with me. Qin Guohua was annoyed by Qin Baoxiang, who was waving her arm at him. Looking at her not very pretty face, he still felt some dislike. Actually, Qin Guohua preferred to enjoy a peaceful life. Taking care of one person, working hard, without complaints. Having someone to keep him company and comfort him, how nice that would be. Over the years, he had enjoyed such days and felt like he was the emperor himself. Ah Xiang, what are you causing? If it weren't for you encouraging your father, things wouldn't have turned out like this. Even if Guohua wants a divorce, Qin Wentao's side should help Guobao get a job, Sun Ermiai said coldly, glancing at her. Sun Ermiai used to dislike Qin Baoxiang too. But these years, she favored Guobao, so she treated Qin Baoxiang much better. Before Zhang Chunqin came to Qin's house, Qin Baoxiang's days there were full of hard work, serving everyone. Mom, this isn't my fault. It was Zhang Chunqin who caused the trouble. You caught her cheating in bed, and we only found out and started making a fuss, Qin Baoxiang said confidently, her voice stronger after years of relying on her son. Sun Ermiai sneered, I just want Zhang Chunqin to give Guobao a job. Why are you jumping around? Qin Guohua also interrupted coldly, Ah Xiang, do you have a say when your parents are talking? Qin Baoxiang immediately shut up and lowered her head. Sun Ermiai looked at Qin Guohua again, thinking for a moment, then said, Guohua, you go back first. You should see what Zhang Chunqin really wants to do. Qin Guohua hesitated and said reluctantly, Parents, Zhang Chunqin doesn't like me anymore. I don't want to go. Sun Ermiai looked at Qin Guohua and said, She's your wife. Can you still let her stand above you? Hurry back. You can't really let Zhang Chunqin and the kids live here. Guobao isn't married and hasn't found a job in the city. You won't get a divorce. Sun Ermiai and old Qin raised Guobao themselves, hoping he would be their heir. They showed all their favoritism to him. In their eyes, Guobao was more important than Qin Guohua. Everything had to revolve around what was best for their grandson. Qin Guohua frowned and said, I already said before. You should use the money you have to buy Guobao a house, then spend a little to help him find a job. But you refused to listen. Over the years, Qin Guohua's 2 elders saved up their wages, each holding a few thousand yuan. With today's housing prices, they could manage to buy a house for the family if they saved up a little more and find jobs. But these 2 old men, seeing the situation, were reluctant to spend money on jobs or houses. Spend all the money, then how will we pay for Guobao's marriage? How will we support ourselves in old age? Don't think we don't know. Go away. Old Qin looked at his son with disdain. So, under the pressure of the 2 elders of the Qin family, Qin Guohua was sent away again. He could only walk back to the crowded courtyard on his own. When he returned, Qin Qinghe saw Qin Guohua and said directly, Dad, are you worried we can't carry all this stuff? Do you want to help us move? Qin Guohua frowned at Qin Qinghe. Where's Mom? Hasn't she come back? Isn't she done with work? Why isn't she home yet? Qin Qinghe raised an eyebrow. Dad, haven't you noticed someone is missing at home? The third brother hasn't come back. Mom already withdrew him from school, but he still didn't come home last night. His things are packed, but we need to find him. Qin Guohua was stunned. Just as he was about to speak, Fat Mama ran over. Guohua, you need to go to the police station. Dahai is in trouble. Hearing Fat Mama, Qin Guohua frowned and asked what happened. What's going on? Fat Mama told Qin Guohua, neighbor Zhang from the big courtyard said that Dahai and his grandson were taken away.
Seems like they stole something.
He just mentioned it and left. Qin Guohua's face turned pale, and he gritted his teeth. How did Zhang Chunqin raise her children? Making the third brother like this. Fat Mama rolled her eyes at Qin Guohua and asked Qin Qinghe, where's Chunqin? Qin Qinghe replied, my mom went to find Dahai.
Fat Mama nodded.
You guys should go to the police station quickly. Don't let it get worse. After she left, Qin Guohua kept cursing. I don't know how your mom raised you. Not a single one of you is reliable. You've turned out to be good-for-nothings. Hearing this, Qin Qinghe threw down what he was holding. Qin Guohua, enough. Since you came back, our home has never been peaceful. We're good-for-nothings, but you're the one with the problem. If you really had any ability, you wouldn't be here scolding Mom for being useless. He finished speaking and then turned to Qin Yuanyuan, shouting, Qin Yuanyuan, go find Mom and tell her about the third son. When Qin Guohua heard his second son's words, his face turned pale. He clenched his fist, ready to hit Qin Qinghe. However, Qin Qinghe was no longer a child who would stand there obediently waiting to be hit. When Qin Guohua swung his fist, Qin Qinghe dodged it and blocked his father's punch. Seeing Qin Qinghe dare to dodge, Qin Guohua became even angrier. Qin Qinghe, if you dare to fight back, I really regret raising you. Even though their third son had already gone to the police station, normal parents would be worried and go there to ask what was happening. But Qin Guohua wanted to first show his authority in front of his second son. He had 4 children with Zhang Chunqin, and he had never taken care of them. When Qin Dahai got into trouble, he didn't want to interfere. He believed that raising children was Zhang Chunqin's job. If they didn't do well, it was definitely her fault. He stared angrily at Qin Qinghe, ready to hit him again, but Zhang Chunqin just returned. Seeing her come back, he immediately turned on her. Zhang Chunqin, you've lost your job, and now you're out wandering again. I've been in jail for a few days, and you don't care at all. Now Dahai is also in trouble. Are you satisfied? He finished scolding and, still angry, gritted his teeth and cursed, Zhang Chunqin, how have you raised these children all these years? The eldest is selfish and greedy, the second fights with me, and the third steals things. I wasn't home, and you just let the kids run wild. Zhang Chunqin looked at Qin Guohua coldly, expressionless. A bad bamboo can't produce good shoots. Problems come from the roots. A father who lies all the time can't produce good children. Qin Guohua was so angry, he pointed his finger at her nose and cursed, Zhang Chunqin, you've really gone too far. Do you even want to live a normal life?
You.
Before he finished speaking, Zhang Chunqin sneered. Qin Guohua, I've long stopped wanting to live with you. Over the years, I've endured everything for the sake of our 4 children. You only spent a minute sowing your wild oats. After that, did you care about whether they lived or died? Hearing this, Qin Guohua's face changed. He gritted his teeth and said, you want a divorce. You're getting old. If I divorce you, who will want you? I've lost my job and my house. Where will you live? Zhang Chunqin sneered again. Even if I sleep on the street, I don't want you to control me. Next to them, Qin Qinghe saw the 2 arguing and couldn't help but remind them, Mom, Dahai stole something and got caught. Should we go see him? Seeing his parents busy arguing and not paying attention to their youngest brother, Qin Qinghe felt a little sorry for him. Zhang Chunqin heard this and said to Qin Qinghe, he stole something himself. What's there to see? Did we tell him to steal? He's 18 years old. Doesn't he know stealing can get him in trouble? Qin Qinghe was speechless when he heard her words. At that moment, he truly felt that his mother no longer loved them. Before, they all thought she favored some children more. Now, she treated all her children equally and coldly.
But
We should go see him. Your divorce can wait until the high comes out, Qin Qinghe said again. Zhang Chunqin replied calmly, he'll be home tonight. After that, she told Qin Guohua, get ready. Tomorrow, bring the household registration book, and we'll get divorced. She finished speaking and continued packing her things. Qin Guohua had considered divorce before. He always believed Zhang Chunqin wouldn't leave. She had no family to go to, and her son was more important than anything else at home. How could she divorce? Zhang Chunqin, you're getting old. Why are you talking about divorce? If we divorce, I might find someone younger. Someone like you, even an 80-year-old man wouldn't want, Qin Guohua mocked. Hearing this, Zhang Chunqin looked at him with strange eyes and said sharply, Oh, you still want to find someone younger? Your sister-in-law isn't even married yet, and you want someone younger. Suddenly, Zhang Chunqin mentioned Qin Baosheng. Qin Guohua's face changed, and he looked nervously at her, trembling as he asked, Why are you bringing up Baosheng? Qin Guohua was shouting, but he was clearly feeling guilty. Zhang Chunqin, why are you bringing up Baosheng now? He said this, but he was obviously guilty. You're acting unreasonable now. I can't talk to you. After saying this, Qin Guohua turned and left. Qin Qinghe watched his parents' indifferent attitude toward Qin Dahai going to the police station. He silently mourned his brother for 3 seconds. He kept packing his things quietly and didn't speak again. Zhang Chunqin also didn't care about Qin Dahai. She knew he would get into trouble these days. Actually, she could have avoided looking at Qin Dahai, but she no longer wanted to care in this life. She used to think she worked hard for her children, but they never appreciated it. Let them walk their own paths. Anyway, after pouring her heart out, she was still disliked by her children. It's better to do nothing now. While packing her things, Qin Qinghe secretly looked at his mother several times. His mother used to be very caring toward the third child, at least more than she was toward him. Mom, are you really not going to see him? Qin Qinghe asked. Zhang Chunqin looked up and glanced at the second child. Qin Qinghe immediately looked down. Then he said, Mom, you and Dad are divorced. I'll stay with you. Zhang Chunqin sneered. You're already 20, and you still expect me to support you? Stay with you? Do you think I should support you? Qin Qinghe was stunned and shook his head.
Mom, I didn't mean that.
Zhang Chunqin nodded. You better not mean that. You all have the Qin surname. I used to support you. Now that you're grown up, go find Qin Guohua. At this moment, Qin Yuanyuan also came back. She clearly heard what the second child and Zhang Chunqin said. She was surprised and asked, Mom, at your age, you still want to divorce Dad? Have you really been unfaithful? Zhang Chunqin looked at her daughter with a cold stare. Before Qin Yuanyuan could speak again, she threw something at her.
Get out.
The object didn't hit Qin Yuanyuan. Zhang Chunqin threw it with controlled strength. But Qin Yuanyuan started to make a fuss. Mom, last time I saw a little car bringing you back, I thought it was strange. Could the man you're cheating with be the one driving the car? Qin Yuanyuan shouted, meeting Zhang Chunqin's cold gaze. She thought she was right. Mom, you're old. How can you do such shameful things? Only my dad, who's so honest, could. Before Qin Yuanyuan finished, Zhang Chunqin slapped her across the face. Qin Yuanyuan was in disbelief, covering her face where she was hit. Qin Yuanyuan, you have no other skills, but you're pretty good at spreading rumors about your mom. Before anyone condemns me, you already believe I'm unfaithful, she said, pointing at Qin Yuanyuan. If you look down on me as your real mom, from now on, don't come back to find me. Whether I favor some or have affairs, it has nothing to do with you. Qin Yuanyuan looked at Zhang Chunqin, feeling wronged and angry. Zhang Chunqin, you only treat us like this because you've had affairs. In the past, you were biased, but you still cared about us. Now, you don't care at all. You even want us to drop out of school. Zhang Chunqin refused to say another word to Qin Yuanyuan. Tears of grievance fell from Qin Yuanyuan's eyes.
She had just heard her mother say she wanted a divorce and was eager to ask for her dowry, so she blurted it out in a hurry. Before, Zhang Chunqin was strict with her, but she would give her a way out. Every time she cried or caused trouble, Zhang Chunqin would give her an escape route. But now, she wouldn't give her that chance anymore. Seeing that Zhang Chunqin truly ignored her, she immediately went to ask her second brother for help. Second brother, please say something for me. Qin Qinghe looked coldly at Qin Yuanyuan. What do you want? For your dowry, or to help you scold Mom about her affairs? Qin Yuanyuan's face froze, on the verge of tears. Second brother, what do you mean by that? Qin Qinghe chuckled softly. Last night, when that man came to see you, I happened to be out. I overheard what you said to her. You're my sister. I know what you're thinking even if you just. You're saying this today just to threaten Mom with that matter, right? Qin Yuanyuan's expression completely collapsed upon hearing this. Second brother, you're not a good person either. She turned and ran away. Behind her, Qin Qinghe shouted, Qin Yuanyuan, pack your things yourself. I won't do it for you. Zhang Chunqin looked at her second son and then urged him, hurry up and pack. Qin Qinghe asked again, Mom, do you really not care about Dahan?
He's only 18.
Won't he really end up in jail? Zhang Chunqin snorted softly. He stole the private money from old Zhang's house next door. His grandson spent it all. Even if it's for his grandson, he wouldn't really report them. Qin Qinghe was surprised. Mom, how do you know that? Zhang Chunqin didn't answer her second son. She lowered her head and continued with her work. This was naturally something that happened in her past life. In her previous life, she heard that Dahan was taken to jail. She was so scared she nearly lost her life and rushed straight to the police station. At first, she didn't understand what was really going on. She only knew that her son had stolen money. When she heard the police say her son could be sentenced to 10 years, she was terrified and kept apologizing and promising to pay back the money. Qin Dahai stole 5 yuan from someone, and she paid back 100 yuan. In her past life, she even borrowed that 100 yuan from her work unit. Later, her job was given to Zhang Zhaodi, and she paid back the 100 yuan over 3 years. Only after she paid did she learn that Qin Dahai had stolen the money together with old Zhang's grandson. They stole from their own grandfather. In her previous life, after she helped Qin Dahai get out of trouble, he refused to go to school and instead went into business, doing shady deals. He was caught several times, and it was Zhang Chunqin who paid money and used connections to get him out. Why would she bother helping such a troublemaker? If old Zhang wanted to pursue the matter, he should include his grandson, and they could all be punished together. After Qin Guohua left the big courtyard, he felt more and more uneasy. His mind was full of Zhang Chunqin's gaze. He felt like Zhang Chunqin might have found out something. He thought for a while and shook his head, telling himself, impossible. Zhang Chunqin hadn't noticed anything about him and Xiang for so many years. How could she suddenly find out now? Soon, he calmed himself down. He went straight to Qin Wentao's workplace. He needed to explain to his eldest son, Zhang Chunqin has nowhere to stay now. If she moves in, he can't allow her to stay. He arrived at the matchstick factory and greeted the security guard. Wait a moment, I'll go call someone. Soon, Qin Wentao was called out by the guard. When Qin Wentao came out, he saw his father from afar. He walked over to Qin Guohua and asked in surprise, Dad, why are you out so quickly? Qin Guohua frowned and looked at him. Are you upset that we haven't been managing enough? You took your grandfather's money and said you'd find a way for us. Have you found a way? Hearing this, Qin Wentao's eyes shifted, and he quickly defended himself. Dad, I've already asked around. You'll be out soon. Qin Guohua reached out and slapped Qin Wentao on the head. You're my son. I know how much you're capable of. If you had that ability, why didn't you get your little uncle out? He didn't continue that topic but reached out to Qin Wentao. Where's the money? Hand it over. That money was for Guobao and your grandparents. When Qin Wentao heard this, his face changed several times. Dad, the national treasure is your son. We are not your sons. If you are preparing money for him to get married, do we not need to get married?
Qin Guohua frowned. You have your mother, don't you? Isn't it enough that I arranged a good wedding for you? You have a bicycle, a house, a 3-in-1, and Zhang Zhaodi's dowry. What more could you want? Qin Wentao couldn't help but get angry. We have a mother. Has Qin Guobao's mother died? The younger sister-in-law is still alive and well. She uses all our family's money for her needs. He spoke without giving Qin Guohua a chance to reply, staring steadily at him. Dad, if you don't want your own embarrassing secrets to come out, you'd better not mention this again. Otherwise, the money you prepared for Qin Guobao might not even be used. Qin Guohua's face turned dark as he looked at Qin Wentao. You really are a good son taught by your mother, with a very malicious mind. He is your older brother. He has been living in the countryside all these years, not like you. Shouldn't I give him more money? Qin Wentao didn't want to listen to this and said impatiently, All right, if you have something to talk to me about, I'll go in now. Qin Guohua stared at Qin Wentao. You should know that your mother is unemployed. The house in the big courtyard will be taken back. She has nowhere to live. If she wants to move in with you, don't agree. When Qin Wentao heard this, his face changed again. Is Mom really going to move to my place? His face twisted with excitement. He had just enjoyed a few peaceful days, and now his mother wanted to come and disturb. I told her to rent a house. Qin Wentao gritted his teeth. I paid her back the money. Does she still want to come and live with me? Qin Guohua, hearing this, gritted his teeth and asked bitterly, Who told you to pay her back? No wonder she is so confident. Her family's money is all paid off. He said again, speaking to Qin Wentao. If you still consider me your father, you'd better not let your mother move in, and don't give her any money. Hearing this, Qin Wentao sensed something was wrong in Qin Guohua's words and asked, Dad, are you and Mom fighting again? Qin Guohua sneered.
She wants to divorce me.
Qin Guohua frowned and said, If your mom had noticed, she would have found out long ago. Qin Wentao frowned and suddenly asked, Dad, since you and Aunt already had the national treasure, why did you still look for my mom? Qin Guohua looked down silently for a moment and replied, If we hadn't looked for your mom, could you and your siblings have gone into the city? Could you have gone to school? Qin Guohua didn't tell his son that he only looked for Zhang Chunqin because he didn't like Qin Baoxiang at the time. Hearing his father's formal words, Qin Wentao felt both sadness and mockery in his heart. Dad, Anne has been saying all these years that my mom couldn't get married, but you never said a word to help her. At that moment, Qin Wentao felt a little pity for his own mother. Over the years, his younger aunt had often made things difficult for his mother and even bullied her. Originally, it wasn't surprising that his sister-in-law was being bullied by his younger sister-in-law. But this person wasn't his sister-in-law. She was his father's woman. Dad, I understand. You should leave now, Qin Wentao said coldly. Qin Guohua saw his eldest son asking him to leave and reminded him, You promised to help find a job for the national treasure. Since you took the money, get it done quickly. Qin Wentao nodded. I understand. Qin Guohua waited until Qin Wentao went inside before leaving. He felt uneasy and needed to go back and discuss Zhang Chunqin's matter with his parents. When Zhang Chunqin was about to go out for dinner in the evening, Qin Qinghe stopped her. Mom, I bought some noodles. Let's cook something ourselves. Zhang Chunqin raised an eyebrow but didn't ask where Qin Qinghe got the money. She knew her son's nature very well. He would buy things for Anxin with even a little money he had. In her past life, Qin Qinghe had been a devoted follower for over 10 years before marrying Anxin, who was a divorced woman with a child. By the time he married Anxin, he was already a director at the Engineering Institute. Later, for Anxin's daughter, he didn't even have his own children with her. Okay, Qin Qinghe went into the kitchen. In the past, Zhang Chunqin loved her children and rarely asked them to help with chores. She arranged everything carefully for them. In this era, children did all kinds of work, but among Zhang Chunqin's children, none knew how to do much. Outside, the sky had already darkened. Usually based on Zhang Chunqin's old habits, she would worry that her young daughter might be unsafe and would go out looking for her. But today, she simply pretended not to know. After Qin Qinghe brought out the noodles, he hesitated and asked, Mom, it's getting late. Should I go look for Yuan Yuan? Zhang Chunqin took the noodles and replied calmly, no need. She picked up the noodles and noticed there was a boiled egg underneath. She looked up at her second son. Have you been carrying heavy loads lately? She asked casually. Hearing this, Qin Qinghe suddenly felt tears welling up in his eyes. His mother really cared about him. See, no one else noticed he was carrying heavy loads, only her. She must be worried about him. Yes, Qin Qinghe nodded. Zhang Chunqin nodded back. That's good. Keep working hard. Try to earn enough to pay for your repeat year. Carrying heavy loads doesn't pay much, but you can do other jobs at the dock. When you repeat the year, you can go to school during the day and work at night. Qin Qinghe. It seemed his mother wasn't that concerned about him after all. He wanted to say a few words to remember how it felt to carry heavy loads. Suddenly, the door was pushed open. Qin Dahai had returned. He stood at the door, covered in bruises and wounds. Mom, I've been to the police station. Why didn't you come see me? Zhang Chunqin had just finished eating her noodles. She looked up at Qin Dahai with a cold expression and asked, Did I tell you to steal money? Or did you steal money to give to me? You're 18 now, not 8. Don't you know stealing gets you caught? Qin Dahai gritted his teeth and said, It's because you don't give me any allowance. If you gave me money, I wouldn't have gone with Zhang Lizi to steal his grandfather's money. Zhang Chunqin sneered coldly. She didn't want to argue with him. She pointed inside the house. Go pack your things. We're taking the house back. As she spoke, she suddenly remembered something and told Qin Dahai, Since you don't want to go to school, I've already withdrawn you. Qin Dahai looked at Zhang Chunqin blankly, stunned for a long time. No more school? Then what am I supposed to do? Are we moving? Where will we live? Zhang Chunqin slowly said, Yes, we're moving out. You and your brother will have to figure out where to live on your own. After saying this, she turned and went into her room. Qin Dahai still didn't understand and looked at Qin Qinghe in confusion. Second brother, what happened at home? Why is Mom like this? He then called out to the house, Mom, have you finished cooking? I haven't eaten all day. I'm starving. He quickly ran into the kitchen. Seeing the empty kitchen, he came out and asked, Second brother, is there anything to eat?
I'm starving. In kingel chakel, no.
Then he turned and went back into the house without another word. Inside, he remembered something. Pack things quickly. Someone will come to take the house tomorrow. Qin Dahai was anxious. Where will we go? Mom didn't say anything. Second brother, where are you going to stay? Qin Qinghe looked down and said, I'm going to my grandparents' place. You decide for yourself. Qin Dahai didn't want to go back and hurriedly asked, What about Mom? Qin Qinghe replied, Mom went to Big Brother's house. If you want to see sister-in-law's face, then you can stay there. Qin Dahai was stunned. He had only been away for 3 days, and everything at home seemed to have fallen apart. He stood there blankly, stomach growling. He had spent a day in the detention center, feeling hungry and wronged. He originally wanted to go home and complain to Zhang Chunqin, ask her for more money. But now, not only was there no money, he was about to be homeless. Mom, open the door. Please clarify things. How can you just ignore me? If you don't want to take care of us, fine, but you need to give me money. Qin Dahai was stunned for a moment, then snapped out of it and went to knock on the door. Zhang Chunqin opened the door with a blank expression and said, I'm getting a divorce from your dad. You should ask him. Qin Dahai was stunned. Mom, why do you want to divorce Dad?
Well,
which man doesn't hit his wife? Just endure it and it will pass. Mom, haven't you ever wondered why Dad hits you? If you did a good job, would Dad hit you for no reason? These words were spoken impulsively by Qin Dahai. Inside the house, Qin Qinghe listened to Qin Dahai's foolish words from outside. He instinctively touched his face. Really stupid. Qin Dahai dares to say such things to Mom. He's asking for trouble. Zhang Chunqin didn't have the patience to listen to Qin Dahai finish. She grabbed a mop from the corner and shouted at Qin Dahai, Qin Dahai, your mouth is so foul. Let me clean it up for you. Zhang Chunqin swung the mop toward Qin Dahai's face.
Qin Dahai had never been scolded like this by his own mother before and was completely caught off guard. He wanted to speak again, but the mop hit him, making him gag and dry heave. "Mom, have you taken the wrong medicine? Why are you acting so crazy?" Qin Dahai wiped his mouth and wanted to say more, but Zhang Chunqin turned the mop over and swung it at him again. The stick hit Qin Dahai's thigh, causing him to cry out in pain. "Mom, please stop hitting me." "I won't say anything," Qin Dahai begged, giving up on arguing with Zhang Chunqin. He turned and ran into his room. In another room, Qin Xinghe heard that the third brother was also being beaten, and he felt even more relieved. If they were going to be punished, they might as well be punished together. Even if Mom didn't want them anymore, they should all go away together. Actually, over the years, Zhang Chunqin had loved her children too much. If only they had experienced some hardship, they wouldn't be so selfish and ungrateful now. After Qin Dahai returned to his room, everything finally calmed down. Zhang Chunqin didn't bother with her children and went back to her room to sleep. Qin Yuanyuan left home to find Hong Xian. She hadn't gone far when she saw Hong Xian holding hands with a woman in a nearby alley. Seeing how close they were, Qin Yuanyuan gritted her teeth and said angrily, "Hong Xian, what are you doing? We're about to get married, and you're holding hands with another woman?" Hearing the voice, Hong Xian turned around and looked at her. "Getting married? Have you prepared your dowry? 800 yuan, a bicycle and a 3-turn and 1 sound? If your family is ready, I can take you home right now." Hearing this, Qin Yuanyuan felt guilty. She hesitated and said, "Almost ready. I came to see you to confirm the marriage plans. But you are with another woman, so there's no need to talk about our marriage anymore," Qin Yuanyuan said confidently. Hong Xinhe gave a quick look to the woman holding his hand, then whispered, "You go back first." The woman didn't argue and turned to leave. Hong Xinhe stepped forward and held Qin Yuanyuan's hand. "Yuanyuan, you know I like you. That woman just came to me on her own. You also know I am charming." Qin Yuanyuan looked at Hong Xinhe and pouted playfully. "Hong Xinhe, do you have any conscience? I almost argued with my family to marry you, but you're here flirting with another woman. If you don't cherish me, I will find someone else. There are plenty of men who want to marry me." Hearing this, Hong Xinhe quickly comforted her. "Does your family really agree to give so much dowry?" Hong Xinhe's mind was full of the dowry Qin Yuanyuan promised. Qin Yuanyuan shyly nodded. "Yes, my mom will find a way." Hearing this, Hong Xinhe immediately picked her up. "My baby, tonight I will make you mine." Qin Yuanyuan pushed against him with her hands, but inside she was willing. Hong Xinhe thought to himself, "Where can I find such a naive woman? I need to win her over first. As long as she gets pregnant with my child, her parents won't be able to refuse, even if they disagree." So tonight, he took Qin Yuanyuan straight home. Those dowries could help his family live a better life. The next morning, Zhang Chunqin packed her things early. She didn't bother to check if her children had packed their belongings. She just carried her things and left. When Qin Xinghe woke up and saw his mother about to leave, he quickly asked, "Mom, are you going to Big Brother's place?" Zhang Chunqin looked at him and asked back, "Do you want to go with me?" Qin Xinghe shook his head. "No, I'm going to find my grandparents." Qin Xinghe didn't dare go to Qin Lao's house, where everyone disliked him. With that family of troublemakers, he thought going there would only make things worse. And he had a feeling his mother would cause trouble this time. If he went to cause trouble too, he was sure he would lose his mother forever. "Then go back and take good care of your grandparents," Zhang Chunqin said simply and left. Her previous goal of having the house taken back was actually to get her children to move back to the countryside. Over the years, she didn't notice any signs of Qin Guohua and Qin Baoxiang's relationship, mainly because they lived apart. She was too busy before, but later she moved to the county town. Now that the children are grown, as long as they are not blind, they would see if something was going on between the two. She couldn't let this disgrace just disgust her alone. She wanted the Qin family to catch her in an affair and for the whole village to witness Qin Guohua and Qin Baoxiang's scandal. She went to her eldest brother's house to reclaim the house she paid for. It was her house, her money. Why should she give it to others?
Qin Qinghe watched as Zhang Chunqin left, then packed his things to go back to the countryside. At this moment, Qin Dahai finally got up. Seeing his second brother about to leave, he was really anxious. Second brother, are you really going to leave me behind? What about my little sister? Has she returned? Should we go to the school and tell her? Qin Qinghe smiled and said, no need. The fourth sister came back earlier than you, and our mother already withdrew her from school. Qin Dahai was completely stunned. He thought overnight that his mother withdrew him from school because she was angry that he stole something and wanted to punish him. Once this is over, he would still be her good boy. Qin Qinghe replied, let's go. I'm going to find our eldest brother. You should also pack your things and find a place to stay. I'm going to the grandparents' house. After saying that, he grabbed his belongings and left. Qin Dahai quickly hugged Qin Qinghe. Second brother, wait for me. I'll go with you. At this moment, Qin Yuanyuan, who was holding hands with Hong Xian on her way home, just happened to arrive. Second brother, third brother, where are you going?